Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. After finishing the call with Dumbledore, Peter didn't stay in bed. He got dressed and picked up his wand, then turned into a phoenix and disappeared into the bedroom out of thin air. Appearing again, he came to a prison. He was invisible. He skillfully used magic to quietly come to the prison of repeat offenders and started reading minds. He looked at these people and selected the most wicked people as his experimental subjects. The United Kingdom has abolished the death penalty since 1969, so even the most vicious are only sentenced to life imprisonment. Peter's current prison is full of prisoners sentenced to life imprisonment. He passed iron gates one by one and finally chose a prisoner who could be cut with 1,000 cuts in Peter's opinion and quietly opened the iron gate. Walked in. "Who are you? How did you get in?" The prisoner inside woke up, looking at the person in front of him, and asked cautiously. Peter stared blankly at the prisoner, his mind recalling what he had just seen in the beast's head, then pulled out his wand and pointed it at him. "You want to use a stick against me, boy?" The prisoner looked at Peter strangely, and then said contemptuously, "Although I don't know how you got in, but if you dare to appear here, I will greet you well. Don't worry, I'll be gentle." 5. Peter watched as he walked over with his fist clenched, and with a wave of his hand, the prisoner slammed into the wall heavily, unable to move. The prisoner saw that he was firmly fixed to the wall by an invisible force and suddenly looked at Peter in horror. "Are you a devil?" Peter didn't have so much time to pay attention to him, and the wand in his right hand emitted a fluorescent light, and then Peter put the wand on the prisoner's brain, and the prisoner's long memory was presented to Peter frame by frame like a movie film. The forgetting spell that Peter learned from Lockhart is indeed different from the book, especially in the aspect of memory modification. Lockhart is able to stuff his fabricated memory into the subject's brain and reshape new memory. Although Peter once said that Lockhart is a scumbag, he can be called a master based on this Oblivion spell alone. Peter didn't underestimate the power of this Oblivion spell. In his opinion, Lockhart's improved Oblivion spell was unparalleled in shaping memory. If you use it well, you can even reconstruct the memory of the enemy, and even a big guy like Voldemort can reconstruct the personality and become a completely good person. Of course, the premise is that you can catch Voldemort. On the other hand, although the magic world has corresponding potions for various physical injuries, but there is a big gap between muggles and muggles in psychotherapy. For bad memories, the wizards all use the forgetting spell to delete the memory roughly. However, if the forgetting mantra is used too much, the human brain will be affected and become dull and forgetful. Just like Neville Longbottom, because he saw his parents being tortured when he was a child, the family used an Oblivion spell on him in order to prevent him from having a psychological shadow, causing him to have a bad memory now. There are also Neville's parents, two people who were tortured insane by the Cruciatus Curse. Because of their psychological breakdown, and there was no corresponding treatment in the magic world, they could only lie in the hospital bed for life. So Lockhart's improved Oblivion spell is very powerful. Unfortunately, Lockhart didn't use it on the right path. He actually wanted to use the spell on Harry Potter. Although Peter didn't know what happened to Lockhart, he guessed that it was the same as the original ending. He lost his memory and could only live in St. Mungo's hospital. Thinking of this, Peter couldn't help but feel a little bit. This world seems to have a specific fate line. Although Peter's participation, the diary was eventually destroyed by Harry Potter, and Lockhart was also rebounded by his own magic. Everyone's fate is like it's already written in general. 0. Ask for flowers. Recovering his thoughts, Peter looked at the memories presented in front of his eyes. He tried to modify these memories with his wand, trying to reshape the personality of the prisoner. But it didn't take long for his attempt to fail. The prisoner's memory in front of him was changed into a mess by himself, and he finally fell into a mess, and there was absolutely no way to start. When Peter finished withdrawing his wand, he saw the prisoner at this moment, with dull eyes, drooling corners of his mouth, and stupidly motionless. Failed, Peter sighed helplessly, then dispelled the magic, walked out of the prison again, closed the iron door again, and then reselected new subjects. 0. The next day, the warden received an early warning report, saying that in the prison for serious offenders, more than a dozen people have collectively turned into idiots. There are also some unrepentant prisoners who seem to have changed individuals and are full of remorse. Tell some unconfessed crimes. The warden, who came over in person, looked at the scene in the prison and immediately seemed to be dreaming, and hurriedly reported this strange thing to his superiors. In the days that followed, all the prisons in London showed the same symptoms, and many felons either turned into idiots or seemed to have changed personalities, repented of their crimes. This kind of bizarre thing was noticed by high-level Londoners, and the Prime Minister contacted the Ministry of Magic to see if there were wizards using spells on muggles. The Ministry of Magic didn't take it too seriously and just sent 2 young Aurors at random to check it out. But Peter had long since wiped out any trace of his magic, and of course the 2 fledgling Aurors couldn't have found anything. Therefore, this incident can only become a headless case, and various versions of strange legends have been circulated. This weird thing didn't end until the Christmas holidays were over. When the holiday is over, I go back to school. Peter knew from the twins that Lockhart was hit by his own forgetting curse. All his memories were gone. He couldn't even speak, and was teased by them like AR****************. Lockhart has been sent to St. Mungo's Hospital. Many students were very disappointed when they heard the news, especially those fans who spontaneously sent gifts to Lockhart. Looking at many students at the door of Lockhart's office, full of flowers and congratulations, knowing the true face of Lockhart's twins, he said with a weird face, "If these fans know that their Professor Lockhart is just a thief who stole the results of others, what will happen? 27. They will only think that you are slandering, and then besiege you in anger." Peter said lightly, then smiled, "But it doesn't matter. Lockhart doesn't remember anything now. You need to think about it, yes. Who should teach the next defense against the dark arts class?" "Never Snape," the twins prayed. But the fact is always the opposite of wish when seeing Snape in defense against the dark arts class. "Oh no, it's him again." The twins covered their faces and groaned in pain. 2 points from Gryffindor. 2 Weasleys, are your bones made of mollusks? Sit me down. With a wave of Snape's hand, the 2 chalk tips bounced directly to the foreheads of the 2 of them, leaving chalk dust behind imprint. What you will face next semester is the 5th grade OWL, which is the ordinary wizarding level exam. Snape looked at the students below and said with a sneer, "But since this course changes professors frequently and the level is uneven, I don't have much hope that you will pass this course. 99. But for those who have lofty ideals, I will give you a chance based on the duty of a teacher. So in the next half term, I will teach you the knowledge of defense against the dark arts that you must master. So in my class, no trouble is allowed. Man, or I'll make him regret being here." Snape glanced at the twins and said slowly. The twins sat up straight and looked at the textbook like a good student. Snape looked at the Lockhart collection of books stacked at the students' desks and waved his wand, causing them all to close automatically. Then he picked up a Lockhart book in disgust and said contemptuously, "In the future, in my defense against the dark arts class, I won't bring this kind of extracurricular junk novels. It doesn't have any effect other than occupying space." Some Lockhart fans looked at Snape angrily, and even a Gryffindor girl wanted to get up and refute, but was held back by the companion next to him. Afterwards, the class was officially started. Although Snape is most famous as a potion master, his level of defense against the dark arts is also extraordinary. Even a person like Peter who has been studying ahead of time can gain a lot from the course. But even if Snape's defense against the dark arts level was high, it didn't affect him being the least popular professor, and even taking the defense against the dark arts class became the second least popular class among the students. The first, of course, is the potions class. Without Tom Riddle's troubles, the second half of the semester became very quiet, and the only hottest thing was Quidditch. Thanks to Lucius Malfoy's big hand, he sponsored Slytherin 7 to bring the Nimbus 2001, Slytherin has a huge advantage. But in terms of talent as a seeker, Draco is clearly not as good as Harry Potter. In the battle between Slytherin and Gryffindor, although Slytherin has the advantage of the broom, he has the advantage of points. But in the end, Harry Potter caught the golden snitch and turned the score to 0. Even though Slytherin only lost this game, Gryffindor persisted until the end of the term by virtue of the advantage, so this semester's Quidditch was finally in the hands of Gryffindor. However, Peter's attention was not focused on these at this time, because he received a large package that was jointly shipped by 4 owls. Looking at the large package in front of him, there was also a letter on it, which was delivered by Mrs. Morkin. Peter opened the envelope in surprise, and on it was a thank you letter written by Mrs. Morkin herself. She thanked Peter for giving her such a precious basilisk snake skin to be customized instead of her old enemy. After reading the envelope, Peter picked up the pen and signed his name below, and then a contract spell was connected from Peter to the envelope and disappeared without a trace. This is a contract magic set up to ensure that the person opening the package is Peter. If someone else opens the package without authorization, the contract spell will fall on this person and be easily traced. In the letter, Mrs. Morkin said that this custom bodysuit was the best piece she had ever made, so Peter was very curious and couldn't wait to open the package with 3.2. The snake skin of the basilisk is more than 20 feet long, which is enough for a lot of things, so the first thing Peter saw was a black wizard hat, ornately made, with silver trim at the brim and green gem. Peter put it on his head with satisfaction, knowing that he had spent a lot of saliva in order to convince Mrs. Morkin to dye the green snake skin into other colors. Apparently the British did not understand the meaning of green hat. Mrs. Morkin also persuaded Peter that if it was dyed in other colors, the magic resistance of the basilisk skin would be weakened a lot, but at Peter's insistence, the hat was still dyed black according to his request. "Oh, what a beautiful hat. Where did you order this, Peter?" "I want one," Alan said enviously, looking at the hat on Peter's head. "I'm afraid it will be difficult. This is the hat I asked Mrs. Morkin from Diagon Alley to make from the basilisk skin I peeled off. I'm afraid I can't find another basilisk now," Peter explained with a smile. "It's a basilisk skin. No wonder." Alan was even more curious when he heard it. "Let me see what you have customized. There should be quite a lot of such a big package. You are too extravagant to spend thousands of years. The skin of the basilisk makes clothes, and you are the only one in the entire magic world." Peter turned over the package, found a small package below, and handed it to Alan. "I also prepared one for you. See for yourself. Are you satisfied?" 35. "And mine," Alan said in surprise, then happily gave Peter a hug. "Thank you, Peter." Then Alan opened the package and unfolded the contents inside. It was a dark green cloak embroidered with silver ornaments. "It's so beautiful. I really love you, Peter. If I were a woman, I would marry you." Alan hugged the cloak very happily and was reluctant to let go. "Please don't say such a terrifying thing. I'll have nightmares." Peter pouted before introducing, "This cloak is made of basilisk skin, coupled with Mrs. Clean's, adjusts the temperature, and can resist most curses. Just this one, no more." 5. After listening to Peter's introduction, Ellen looked at the cloak with joy and said, "This can be passed down as a family heirloom. I have never heard that the cloak can have such an effect." After struggling for a while, Alan returned the cloak to Peter and said firmly, "Peter, I can't ask for such a precious thing. Even if such a cloak is sold outside, it will cost at least a few thousand gold galleons. And it's still unpredictable. Please, I can't accept it without merit." Peter looked at Alan in surprise, then smiled more gently, tucked the cloak into his arms, and said, "Give it to you, just take it. And it's not just for you, I've prepared a few other guys too. Besides, I'm custom-made to fit your body, and it's impossible to rework it now." 39. "Thank you, Peter. If you need my place in the future, please let me know, or I'll be upset." Alan looked at Peter gratefully. Their family was just an ordinary family in the magic world. Such a precious magic cloak was never something they could imagine. But now it's been given away by Peter, just because it's his friend. Alan couldn't wait to put on the cloak, touched the place excitedly, and then said to Peter in surprise, "The effect is immediate. I felt a little cold just now, but after putting on the cloak, my body is warm." 35. Since the gift was sent to the common room, some Slytherin students also noticed the ornate cape on Ellen's body. "Alan, the cloak on your body is so cool. Which shop made this? I want a cloak like this too." Some students gathered around and asked enviously. The senior students who saw it recognized that the silver runes on the cloak were ancient runes and were immediately very surprised, and said with certainty, "This cloak of yours can actually carry ancient runes. The material is not ordinary." 99. This was given to me by Peter. It's made of basilisk skin. It can block most curses. Alan boasted proudly. The students' onlookers were immediately envious. There were very few magic props that could block evil spells, let alone most evil spells. Everyone looked at the cloak with fiery eyes. At the same time, I am surprised by Peter's generosity. Such precious props can be given away as soon as they are given away. I really wish I could hug Peter's thigh and say, "Let's be friends." Everyone turned to look at the large package in front of Peter, guessing how much was inside. However, Peter obviously wouldn't satisfy their curiosity. Peter directly picked up the package and then left the lounge and returned to the dormitory under the eager eyes of everyone. In the dormitory, Peter picked out the cloaks that belonged to the other 3 companions, and the rest was his own. In addition to the hat and cloak, Peter's own also has 2 dark green wizard robes, a suit similar to the Auror uniform, which are very gorgeous, and the silver ancient rune on it flashes from time to time, making these clothes all look good. Appear more mysterious. Peter tried to change into a suit, and once the fat suit was put on Peter, it automatically shortened and became a good fit. Peter walked to the mirror and was very satisfied with Mrs. Mokin's craftsmanship. The original tough snakeskin didn't know what she had used, but it turned out to be so soft and comfortable that it felt like silk. "Cool, Peter, you look so handsome now. If you go out now, I'm sure those girls won't be able to walk." As soon as Alan came in, he looked at Peter after changing clothes 207 in amazement. "I'm not a lover, you're exaggerating," Peter said speechlessly. "You really don't know anything about your own charm, Peter. You have to know that even after that Y guy from Lockhart came to school, a few Hufflepuff girls secretly had X with a man who was the most sleepy man." "Investigate." 35 Alan said gossipingly, "But do you know where you rank? Don't you say that I'm number 1? Peter asked speechlessly, "Are these people too busy to do such a ranking?" "That's right, you're the number 1. You top the list with more than 300 people. And Lockhart is only half of you." Lockhart knew about it at the time, but was furious, thought it was fake, and said behind your back. "You are rude." Ellen said, "Haha." "Wait." Peter found Huadian and hurriedly asked, "There don't seem to be so many girls in our school. Where did so many people vote for me?" "Hey," Alan said with a mean smile, "of course it's not just girls who vote. Peter, you're so charming." Peter was speechless for a moment. This place really deserves to be a corrupt country. When several partners received Peter's gift, they put on cloaks and appeared in the luncheon hall at the same time. The gorgeous cloak instantly attracted everyone's attention. Except for the shy Cedric, who was a little embarrassed, Alan and the twins proudly showed off the cloak to others. Soon everyone in the school knew the origin of the cloak and its effects, and the discussion became more heated. "Merlin, such a cloak is very valuable. Peter really dares to give it." Lee Jordan looked at the gorgeous cloaks on the twins and said enviously. More than that, in addition to making this cloak from the snake skin of the basilisk, Mrs. Mokin took a lot of effort to make it. It was delivered to her in October, but it was finished in January. It's been over 3 months. It's so comfortable to wear now, the twins showed off gleefully while standing in Gryffindor. "It's really cool." Ronald sat on the side, enviously reaching out to touch the cloak on George's body, but was beaten down. "Ronald, don't touch it. This is something I'm going to use as a family heirloom. Can you afford it if you touch it?" George refused. "Hey, I'm your brother. Jordan touched it just now, why can't I?" Ronald said dissatisfied. "Sorry, little Ronnie, you Always like to have accidents, but I don't worry about my cloak falling into your hands. George said firmly. Me too, little Ronnie. You don't even want to touch my cloak, you king of destruction. Fred said with a smile. Humph, don't touch, don't touch. 35, Ronald muttered and sat back in his seat. Then he complained to Harry beside him, Peter is too generous, giving such a precious cloak to these two guys and seeing how proud they are. Look, you're jealous, Ronald. Hermione said sharply, then looked at the gorgeous cloak, holding her face full of longing and said, if anyone can give me such a cloak, I will definitely marry him. 55. Who will marry you? Ronald pouted. Immediately Ronald received the glare of the Gryffindor lioness and had to shrink his head. Unlike the twins, the shy Cedric didn't know how to reject others, so he could only look at the whole hospital with distress, all reaching out to his cloak. Fortunately, Sprout came to the rescue, drove the other students back to their seats, and then said with a smile, nice cape. Cedric, you made a good friend. I feel the same way, Cedric said happily. Time flies, and the week of final exams soon arrives. Peter is now well-versed in the 12-course exam. After successfully passing the compulsory exam, Peter first went to the arithmetic and divination class. After successfully completing the exam, he turned the time switch again and returned to the Tower of the Divination class an hour ago. Peter, come here, we're here. Several partners greeted Peter upstairs. Peter waved to them with a smile, then quickly ran upstairs to join a few partners. You didn't come with us just now. We knew that you must have taken another class to take the exam. How about it? How did the math and divination exam go? Alan asked. It's okay. It's not difficult for me. Peter said lightly. Then you must have 12s again this semester. You are indeed more Ravenclaw's Slytherin than Ravenclaw. The twins said with a smile. What is it? You two have too much confidence in me. There are still divination classes and protection of magical animals that have not yet been tested, and the results are still unknown. Peter said modestly. Divination class has no problem with you. You are a prophet. If you don't get, then you are a ghost. George said confidently. Have you heard that Professor Keitelborn seems to be retiring at the end of this semester? Who will teach us the protection of magical creatures next semester? Cedric asked curiously. Of course it's a matter of course, our master of prophecy, Peter York. He must know. 35 Fred pulled Peter's shoulders with a smile and asked, right, Peter, tell us quickly, you see who is the professor of magical zoology next semester? 99. Peter looked at everyone's curious eyes, smiled and nodded and said, I do know a little. Everyone's interest was immediately hooked, and they looked at Peter expectantly. But let me sell a little bit first. You just need to know that next semester, the textbook we need to use for our Conservation of Magical Creatures class is a book called The Monster Book of Monsters, which is very interesting, if you do it incorrectly. Be careful of getting hurt. Peter said with a smile. Ow, Peter, you're doing this again. The twins suddenly became unhappy. Last time, we stopped halfway, and we couldn't even have a holiday. This time we have to say what we say, or we have been haunting you. Grave accent, speaking of last semester, I haven't used the rooster gummies you made for me. How about I bribe you with these candies? Peter said bewitchingly to the twins, you know those things before you put them down. Go, it might be broken. How could it be bad? The things produced by our Weasley brothers have always guaranteed quality and quantity. It will be no problem to persist for a year and a half. The 35 twins immediately retorted, and then the two looked at each other and were a little moved. After all, this is how they spent the energy to make it, and it would be too wasteful to leave it like this. Immediately nodded and agreed, okay, we won't ask. We will sell these candies to others, and then you will be 91 cents, and you will be 91 with us. I don't want it, you can sell as much as you can. Peter shook his head and refused. This can't be done, you paid for it in the first place, and we want it back with nothing, and then sell it again. What's the point? The twins said with a firm look, that's it, otherwise you'd better tell us who the professor who protects magical creatures next semester is. Seeing the resolute expressions of the two brothers, Peter smiled and nodded. Okay, let's divide it like this. It's a pity that those candies fell into my hands. 35. It's almost there. The twins said with a satisfied smile. You two traitors, you were lured away by Peter after a few moments. You clearly said you were standing with us. Alan said to the twins with a face of accusation. Alan, I'm actually not too curious about who the professor will be next semester. Cedric coughed and stated his position solemnly. Cedric, you've learned from them too. UB asterisk 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 D. 33 Alan complained in disbelief. Okay, stop playing. The exam is coming soon. Be careful not to fail Professor Trelawney. Peter reminded. What is there to worry about in the divination class? As long as you try your best to fabricate a miserable future in front of her, she will give a high score. Ellen said disapprovingly, if you want me to say, you are better than her to be a divination professor. Powerful. Don't talk nonsense. Peter said disapprovingly, my predictions and that of Professor Trelawney are two different directions. To a certain extent, my prophecy is to see a certain possibility in the future, and then make a change. But Professor Trelawney's prophecy, that is a given destiny. That is to say, even if you know this prophecy, no matter what you do, it will only come true in the end. It cannot be changed. It sounds like Professor Trelawney's prediction technique doesn't feel very good. If it was me, I would rather not have this ability, George said stunned. It's like having a terminal illness. I'd rather live happily every day without knowing the result, rather than knowing in advance, and then waiting for death every day in despair. Fred also said. So, don't blame Professor Trelawney for being crazy when you know all the results, but you can't make changes, you may become crazier than her. 35 Peter 207 said with deep understanding. He has been using the time transformer for 2 years, and has tried countless times to change the timeline through the time transformer, but the strong unease of his body's instinct prevented him from such impulsive thoughts. When the time came to 9 o'clock, the students went in for the exam after being called by their names. When it was Peter's turn, it was almost noon. Peter, you're here. Only you and I have real vision here, and this time we can finally talk about prophecy, instead of making up what those guys out there say. 35 Trelawney took off his big glasses, a little tired. Sitting on a chair, he said. Professor, since you know about them, why? Peter was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that Fred and the others thought they were smart, but Trelawney had already seen through it. Why not expose it? Trelawney added Peter's words. She said with a wry smile, I have emphasized from the first class that divination depends on talent, and there is no way to succeed through learning. Over the years, I have only met you as a student who really has a vision. Everyone else chose the divination class just for the sake of passing this course. If I expose this lie, I am afraid that the divination class will be cancelled. Hogwarts is my home, and where can I go without here? Okay. Let's see what you can predict today. Trelawney cheered up, looked at Peter and said, I will test you strictly. If your prediction is not accurate, you will be more careful than outside. Those who babbled got even lower grades. There are tarot cards, tea leaves, and crystal balls here. You can choose the one you are best at. She pointed to the 3 things on the round table and said, the tarot card is my best, although I can also learn from I saw some images in the crystal ball, but not as accurate as the tarot cards gave me. Peter looked at the 3 things on the table, walked to the crystal ball, and said with a smile, Professor, I am the opposite of you. I like crystal balls. Try it and see what you see in there. Trelawney walked up to Peter with interest, watching Peter and the crystal ball. Peter put his hand on the crystal ball, letting go of his thoughts and staring at the mist inside the crystal ball. After a while, the fog turned into a big black dog, roaring fiercely at Peter, and Peter instinctively shrank his head back, only to realize that it was an illusion. Trelawney looked at Peter's reaction and quickly asked, What did you see in there? I saw a fierce black dog. He crossed the iron fence, swam across the ocean, and came to land. Peter looked at the scene in the picture and said in surprise, Black dog? What does AC/DC mean? Is it unknown? Trelawney didn't doubt Peter's words, but pondered to himself what it meant. Wait, Professor, I also saw a lot of Dementors. They were all surrounded by the Hogwarts Express, and there were a lot of Dementors floating over Hogwarts Castle. Peter looked inside the crystal ball. The phantoms that arrive are recounted. Peter was also a little surprised at this time. Although he knew that the next semester would be the plot of Blake's escape and Pettigrew, he didn't expect that he would be able to see it in the crystal ball. Dementors? How are these monsters on the train and Hogwarts? Shouldn't they be in Azkaban? Trelawney said in surprise. This means that someone must have escaped from Azkaban and aimed directly at Hogwarts, so the Ministry of Magic sent Dementors over. Peter vaguely told the truth. This is unbelievable. You wait for me first, and I will use tarot cards to predict the next semester. Trelawney quickly picked up the tarot cards on the table. Then, under Peter's puzzled eyes, she flipped over the tarot cards on the table, and then mumbled puzzledly, "The Hanged Man reversed? Death? The binder will escape? The betrayal? Could it be that the betrayal escaped Azkaban? Who is the binder? How can it be shown that there are two people?" Peter listened to Trelawney and was a little surprised by her. She didn't expect that she could see so much with tarot cards alone. It's just that Trelawney would never have thought that the betrayed person is now in the castle, turning into a mouse and living a happy life as a mouse. And the binder is probably Blake, the Mad Avenger, who escaped from prison in order to kill Pettigrew, the betrayer. In the end, Trelawney still didn't understand, so he gave up and continued to speculate. With a smile, he said to Peter, "It seems that your predictive ability has improved a lot. You are the first student to get full marks in this exam in my true sense. 35. Okay, let's go out and call another person in. We'll see your prediction next semester." Trelawney filled in an O on the transcript with satisfaction. "Professor, can I not tell anyone about the prophecy just now?" Peter said to Trelawney. "Oh, why? I thought you would like your prophecy to be noticed by everyone. After all, as long as you are known by others, you will be sought after by many people when you fulfill the prophecy you said next semester." 33 Trelawney said in surprise. "Professor, a lot of people don't really care if the prophecy is true or false. A real bad future and a false good future, people are more willing to choose a fake one." Peter smiled and said, "When you say people don't want to when they accept the truth, no matter how true it is, they will only see you as a liar." Watching Trelawney lost in thought, Peter walked out of the room gently. After a week of exams, the students ushered in a week of free time. Dong dong. The people in the potions office were knocked. "Come in." Snape, 39, who was correcting the papers, said without looking up. The door opened and Peter walked in. Looking at Snape, who was busy, Peter didn't bother. He got out a familiar chair and sat down, then waited quietly. After Snape frowned and scored an A, pass, on the paper, he raised his head, looked at Peter and asked, "Why don't you go outside with your friends to relax? What are you doing here with me, Dash?" Peter took out the time-turner from his arms, got up, walked over to Snape, put it on the table and said, "It's mainly to return the time-turner, Dean." Snape raised his eyebrows, picked up the time-turner on the desk, put it in the drawer, and said, "I thought you'd come back the day before you left school." "I've finished my exams, and I don't need to go to class, so I can't use it now," Peter explained. Before explaining his purpose, "Professor, I want to ask you about the Patronus Charm .99. "Oh, the Patronus Charm? Why do you think I'm such a remote spell?" Snape asked rhetorically, looking at Peter. "The Patronus Charm is indeed very remote. After all, this charm can only work on Dementors and Voldemorts, except that it was developed by Dumbledore to communicate. But the Dementors are all in Azkaban, and most people can't touch them at all. So even Aurors rarely master the Patronus Charm, let alone summon a full guardian form. Headmaster, you have a very high level of defense against the dark arts, and the Patronus Charm is definitely not a problem for you." Peter complimented with a smile, and then complained, "Headmaster Dumbledore once said that he wanted to teach me about his improvement. Patronus Charm, but he seems to have forgotten it." Snape couldn't deny Peter's compliment, but when he heard Dumbledore, he couldn't help frowning and reminded, "You are a student of Slytherin. Come to me if you want to ask. Don't bother the headmaster." 35. "I see, Dean, you look at me and come to you when I encounter difficulties." Peter smiled even more happily. Snape couldn't see Peter's smiling face and said impatiently, "It stands to reason that the advanced spell such as the Patronus Charm is somewhat difficult, but it should be no problem for you. You cast the Patronus Charm first. I will check out the situation." Peter put away his smile, pulled out his wand, closed his eyes, and tried to think about happy things, especially the pleasure of teasing Voldemort, and then said, "God guard." I saw a large cloud of silver mist from Peter's wand, and there was a lot of silver mist, almost occupying the entire office space. But in the end it just gathered into a huge egg-shaped fog, as if something was about to pop out of it, but they were all weak. "Professor, you can only see it like this. You can't summon a complete Patronus charm," Peter said disappointedly. He had been learning this spell intermittently since the 2nd grade, and some time ago he remembered the next semester's Dementor, so he picked up this spell again. But no matter how hard he tried to think about the happiest things, the Patronus form had never been successfully condensed. Snape looked at the huge silver mist-like cocoon summoned by Peter in surprise and said, "Your Patronus is likely to be a behemoth, and the shape of the Patronus summoned by ordinary wizards is not so big." Snape looked at Peter's Patronus and asked him what he thought of the casting, and was speechless when he heard that he was playing Voldemort for fun. "Professor, there is Guardian in the name of the Patronus charm." I thought, when recalling happy memories, is it necessary to have the idea of Guardian in order to succeed? Peter asked his own question. Snape looked at Peter appreciatively, nodded and said, "You guessed it right. Happy memory is the most basic, and the most important thing is the caster's firm guardian will to successfully cast the Patronus charm. But I've tried it, but I still can't condense a complete body of the Patronus." 33 Peter said, puzzled. "Then tell me who your guardian is?" Snape asked directly. "Well, protecting my family and friends from harm? Hogwarts family solidarity? Peace and harmony in the wizarding world," Peter said. "Hey, it's a hole in the sky. And do you think you're Dumbledore or the Savior? Why do you need to worry so much?" Snape looked at Peter contemptuously and sneered. Then Snape said solemnly, "You have to grab a specific target that you consider the most important. This can be your family, your closest friends, or even specific to a person, as long as it is not vague. Now, try casting the Patronus charm again," Snape said. Peter nodded. This time Peter recalled the warm days at York Manor and silently vowed to guard the home, and then said, "God guard." A large amount of silver mist erupted from the wand again, but in the end the silver mist was only a little more solid, and the entity was not successfully summoned. "Come again." Snape said nothing. "God guard." Peter changed his mind again and added several friends from the school, especially when he thought that Fred and Cedric would also die in the future. The meaning of guarding in his heart became even stronger. 0. Ask for flowers. This time the Patronus charm, the silver mist, condensed more closely, as if it was about to condense the entity at any time, but it was still a little worse in the end. "Still not, Professor," Peter said in disappointment. "If it's a normal Patronus spell, you should be able to cast it smoothly now. But your current Patronus is obviously huge, which requires more magic and will." 35 Snape explained directly. "Maybe we can change our minds." Snape looked at Peter and said suddenly, "Since the will to protect others is not strong enough, then protect yourself. Guard your own will? That's fine too," Peter said in surprise. "Why not? Although many wizards swear that dark wizards can't cast the Patronus charm, that's just to deceive those idiots. The most essential requirement of the Patronus charm is to have happy memories and guard emotions. For the wicked, torturing people is his happiest thing. And the object of protection, why can't it be himself? So the dark wizard can also cast the Patronus charm," Snape explained. Professor, you compare me to a dark wizard. You look down on me a little too much." Peter firmly stated that he was not the same type of person as a dark wizard. "Although it sounds a little over the top, I still have some confidence in my self-protection strength, so if I protect myself, I think it's better to protect other people's emotions," Peter said contentedly. Snape had no problem with Peter's strength. He just suggested, "You don't need to elicit emotions based solely on reality. In other words, you can trick your emotions into imagining when you're the weakest, or even nothing." Hearing Snape's words, Peter suddenly realized that the last person who suggested that he deceived his emotions was Voldemort. When he taught himself to use the Death Slayer, he relied on deceitful emotions to avoid being affected by negative emotions. This time, Peter felt that he was able to succeed. He recalled the pleasant memories of getting along with his family and friends, and he couldn't help but smile. Then he thought of his helplessness when he first came to this world, and the injection of phoenix blood, regardless of the danger, just to make himself stronger. There was a kind of enlightenment in my heart, a strong desire to protect myself and everything I cherished, and it flooded my heart. Shut up, guard. Peter chanted the spell again. In the office, Peter looked at the summoned Patronus in surprise. This time, he successfully summoned a complete Patronus, and he saw that it was a giant snake that was more than 10 feet long, with a pair of huge wings growing behind the snake. Quathered snake, Snape said in surprise. Peter was also very surprised. He originally thought that he would most likely be a phoenix. After all, another form of himself is a phoenix. Sorry, Professor, you just said that my patron saint is a feathered snake? Peter reacted and asked curiously, isn't the feathered snake supposed to be the totem of the primitive natives of the Americas? Do you know it, Professor? Snape looked at the huge feathered snake in front of him and said in amazement, many wizards think that the totem of the Native American feathered snake came from the bird snake, but this is a fallacy. The feathered snake is a very magical creature. Its wings can emit a dazzling light like the sun, and it often illuminates the 2, and 3 around the week at night, so it is regarded by the Mayans as the incarnation of the sun. And it can also change the weather and has wisdom, so it is praised by the Mayans as a feathered snake god. It is a powerful creature with both light and darkness. It's a pity that it disappeared early in the long river of history. So many wizards now confuse it with birds and snakes. How do you know so much, Professor? I thought the feathered snake was just made up, like those Muggle myths. 35 Peter said in surprise. You wait. Snape got up and walked to the back of the office, where he was resting. After a while, he came back again, holding a small pouch dearly, then opened the bag and took out the contents. Peter couldn't see clearly for a while, and when his eyes got used to the light, he realized that Snape was holding a half-moon-shaped scale in his hand. Professor, is this? Peter asked in surprise. This is the scale of the feathered snake. It's amazing. It has a history of hundreds of years, but it is still dazzling. Snape stroked the scales on his hands fascinatedly. Got it from a mind-ascendant wizard and used my entire bottle of Flux, 99. Can you show me? Professor, I've never seen a feathered snake's scales before. Peter asked expectantly. Professor Snape was not stingy and handed the scales to Peter generously. Peter looked at the scales the size of his own palm, which was moon-white, but shimmered with multicolored and radiant light, which was very magical. It's amazing, Professor. Are you going to use this collection? Or use it for other purposes? Peter played with it for a while and finally returned it and couldn't help asking. Give it to you. Snape pushed the scales in front of Peter, looked at him and said, since your patron saint is a feathered snake, it means that you have a relationship with you, so the scales of this feathered snake are just right for you. Peter was very surprised, and then quickly shook his head. He and Snape are not related. They can't take advantage of others for nothing, he rejected. Professor, this is what you exchanged for a bottle of fulling. That blessing elixir has a price and no market. I can't accept such a big gift. Don't refuse, on the one hand. Although the scales of this feathered snake are precious, they are of no use to me. Snape shook his head, then seemed to remember something, and said with a bad expression, I need your help next semester to make a very difficult potion, once a month, so that counts as a reward. Hearing that it was a reward, Peter didn't resist, but he asked first, what potion to make? Professor, don't you have time for yourself? If it's too advanced, then there's nothing I can do. After all, I'm only 5th grade next semester. Wolf poison potion. I don't know if you've heard of it. It doesn't matter if you haven't. I'll lend you my potion notes later. You'd better read it in advance during the holidays, and then come and follow me after school starts. According to your level, as long as you operate it a few times, you should be able to succeed. Snape seemed to be very disgusted by the term wolf's venom potion and gnashed his teeth when he said it. Wolf poison potion? Did a werewolf order this potion from you? This potion is not cheap. Which rich werewolf would actually ask you to teach you a potion master? Peter asked in surprise. Money? It's your beloved headmaster, the professor who invited you for the next semester. Snape said disgustedly, he can't give me half of it. It's a task that Dumbledore imposed on me. I'm afraid that when I was dispensing medicine for the werewolf, I couldn't help adding a poison to poison him to death. So I can only let you make the wolf poison medicine. 35. So, our next semester's defense against the dark arts professor has been decided so quickly? Or a werewolf? Peter said in surprise. He had thought that Lupin accepted Dumbledore's invitation to become the defense against the dark arts professor after Black escaped from Azkaban. Or is it that you, your little butterfly, have changed some of the plot? How do you think it's a defense against the dark arts professor? Isn't Professor Kettleburn retired? Why isn't he a Fantastic Beasts class? Snape raised his brows in surprise and looked at Peter Zero. Because the next semester's Professor of Protection of Magical Creatures is Hagrid, Professor, Peter said without concealment, and for the defense against the dark arts position, after so many professors' tragic endings, I'm afraid no one will take the initiative to apply. Let with a werewolf coming to teach the students, Headmaster Dumbledore probably has no other choice. Looks like you know quite a lot, Snape said in surprise. He also learned that Hagrid became a professor at noon today. Peter's smiles right. Snape didn't ask, but reached out and waved at the corner bookshelf, which opened automatically, and an old book flew out and landed in Peter's hands. This is my textbook, High-End Potions Making, when I was in school. It has instructions for the operation of the wolf's poison potion. Snape explained, and then with a self-satisfied tone, the operation in the textbook is rigid and outdated. You don't have to follow it. More pay attention to the precautions and tips I wrote above. It shouldn't be difficult for you to make a potion like this. Peter asked in surprise, Professor, wasn't the wolf poison drug invented by Damcos Marcus not long ago? He also won a Merlin medal for this. Hey, the wolf's poison potion has been around for a long time. Although Marcus' potion level is not bad, he just improved the wolf's poison potion, not the wolf's poison potion he claimed. Snape said disdainfully. Then he pointed to the old textbook 3.2 with his wand, and said contentedly, I was very interested in werewolves for a while, so I studied the wolf poison potion, and there are my improvement steps on it. You just need to follow the above method. Quality would be better than Marcus's modified version. Peter is very surprised, so Snape's improved wolf poison potion is earlier than this Marcus's, and the quality is also better. So why didn't this be announced sooner? Peter asked the question. Why did I publish it? Just to please a few werewolves? Or for the Merlin medal? Snape looked disdainful, especially when he mentioned werewolves. His eyes were even more disgusted. Well, Peter is completely speechless. It seems that Lupin's identity as a werewolf made Snape dislike the werewolf group even with him, and he didn't even want the honor. This is how much he hated the former robbery group before. Peter looked at the old textbook and turned to the first page curiously. This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince. Peter couldn't help but read the words on it, almost not laughing. He didn't expect Snape to be a sophomore when he was young. Looking at Snape again, it was rare to see a hint of embarrassment on his face. After all, it was hard not to be embarrassed when his students saw that he was young and frivolous. Peter quickly maintained his expression so as not to s Snape off and throw him out of the office. Okay, take it back to study if you want to see it. I won't leave you here. Go out. Snape started chasing people. Okay, Professor, I'll take this book back. Peter nodded with a smile, then left the office. Looking at the multicolored scales in his hand and this old Snape textbook, Peter felt that the trip to the potions office was very rewarding and that he had successfully summoned a complete Patronus. He couldn't be more satisfied. Not long after walking, he ran into a few friends who had been waiting for him here for a long time. Peter, you finally came out. If you don't come out, we all think that Professor Snape has boiled you into a potion. The twins exclaimed exaggeratedly. I thought you went outside to bask in the sun first, so wait a long time. I'll treat you to Honey Duke's latest candy later. Peter said with a smile. Don't listen to Fred's nonsense. We didn't wait long for 02. They just couldn't sit still. Cedric said mildly. By the way, didn't you return the time changer? Why did you stay in it for so long? Did Professor Snape ask you to do other things? Alan also asked curiously. No, I just happened to have a magic spell and couldn't cast it successfully, so I just asked Professor Snape for advice. Peter explained. And the magic you can't cast? What kind of high-level magic spell? Can it still stymie you? George said with a look of surprise. Several partners also looked at him with approval. I'm not a god, and of course I have magic that I don't know. 33 Peter said speechlessly, and then explained, it's a white magic called the Patronus charm. I have never been able to successfully cast the Patronus in full form. Under the guidance of Professor Snape, it finally succeeded. 99. The Patronus spell? What kind of spell is that? Alan and the twins looked confused and said they had never heard of it. On the contrary, Cedric, who was second only to Peter, looked at him in surprise and asked, Peter, have you really successfully cast the Patronus charm? Peter nodded with a smile and replied, I used to summon a cloud of mist, but today I finally succeeded in condensing the Patronus. You are amazing! Even among adult wizards, only a few people can successfully cast the Patronus charm. You are probably the youngest, Cedric said with admiration. I can't say I'm young. I'm going to be in 5th grade now. There must be someone younger than me. Peter shook his head and said. Peter thought to himself that next term, Harry Potter would be able to cast the Patronus charm. Compared with him, this achievement is nothing. Hey, please take care of the 2 masters. There are 3 scumbags here who don't know anything. They are waiting for you to explain what the Patronus charm is. Alan and the twins shouted in dissatisfaction. Peter rolled his eyes at the 3 guys, then instructed the good old Cedric to give lectures to the 3 scumbags. So this white magic is used to deal with Dementors and Voldemort bats? The twins were disappointed and said with little interest, both of these guys are far away from us. What's the use of learning this magic? But more than that, the Patronus charm has restraint on many black magics. Moreover, the summoned Patronus is different for everyone, and it is the embodiment of everyone's soul. Cedric explained. Seeing that these guys were all indifferent to the Patronus charm, Peter reminded, when the school starts next semester, there will be many Dementors in the school. If you don't want to be helpless when facing them, you are the best. Fortunately, learn the Patronus mantra well in the summer vacation. What? Dementors will appear at Hogwarts. Several of the companions were shocked. Aren't they guarding Azkaban all the time? Why did they come to school? I don't know either. I saw it from the crystal ball during the divination exam. Peter concealed what he knew, and then said seriously, so for the sake of your life, you should learn this well. Magic. And next semester we will be taking the 5th grade OWL exam. If you can successfully cast the Patronus charm to the exam teacher during the exam, your defense against the dark arts exam will get extra points. Peter gave a big stick and a sweet date, and successfully made these lazy guys become interested in the Patronus charm, and urged him to teach them how to use the Patronus charm. Come on, if you want to learn, go to the lake, where it is suitable for practice, Peter said with a smile. A group of people happily came to the grass by the lake. Peter, what's that glowing thing in your pocket? Fred asked curiously when he spotted Peter's pocket with a gleam of light. Oh, these are the feathered snake scales that Professor Snape gave me. Peter took out a half-moon-shaped crescent scale from his pocket. The scales become more dazzling under the sunlight, emitting a multicolored light. Really beautiful scales. Just a single scale is so dazzling, it would be spectacular if the whole head appeared here. Hello, I actually gave you such rare feathered snake scales. But there are conditions. Next semester, I'm going to help Professor Snape to make an advanced potion that is more difficult to operate. This is a reward, Peter explained. It's time for us to see. George grabbed the scales from Alan's hand and played with Fred with a smile. We originally thought that the feathered snake and the bird snake were similar in length, but we didn't expect its scales to be so beautiful. If they were seen by the witches, they would all want to snatch it. 99. Okay, it's time for Cedric. You've seen enough. Alan snatched the scales from their hands in revenge, turned and handed them to Cedric. Cedric carefully admired the feathered snake's scales before returning it to Peter, and asked curiously, Peter, do you know what the feathered snake's scales do? I'm not too sure, But according to Professor Snape's experiment, the feathered snake scales can effectively alleviate the damage of black magic. And it is said that if you wear it for a long time, it can also bring luck. I don't know if it is true. 223 Peter said. It is very powerful to be able to relieve black magic damage. You must know that the Curse Injury Department of St. Mungo's Hospital receives many wounded people who suffer from black magic injuries every year. But black magic is irreversible, so the therapists are helpless. Your scales are a big treasure, Cedric said with admiration. Yes, Peter, you have to put it away. Maybe it will be a life-saving thing in the future. Alan also urged. Peter nodded with a smile and put the scales back into the pouch. Afterwards, he patted his butt and got up and said to his 4 companions, "Okay, we have less than a week to leave school now. In the next few days, you will follow me to learn the Patronus curse." Oh no. Peter, I regret it a little. This is the last free time before the holiday. Otherwise, you copy the spell to us and we can't practice it when we bring it back. The twins suddenly broke out of laziness and wanted to delay. You all want to be lazy in front of me and expect you to be conscious when you go back? Peter looked at the 2 brothers with distrust. Then under Peter's high pressure, several guys practiced seriously according to Peter's teaching. Finally, after practicing in the afternoon, several people finally succeeded in conjuring wisps of silver mist. If you don't look carefully, you won't even notice it, but this has already made several people very happy. When several people happily went to the restaurant to eat, at the gate, Neville Longbottom timidly stopped Peter. Peter, do you have time? I want to tell you something. Neville, do you have anything to do with me? Peter asked, looking at him gently. Neville was still in awe of the legendary university bully, swallowed his saliva, and said nervously, "It's my grandma. She wants to invite you to my house during the summer vacation." 99. Oh, is that Mrs. Longbottom? Is your grandma okay? I haven't seen her for a long time. 9 Peter said with a smile. Neville nodded, then took an invitation from his pocket and handed it to Peter. Peter raised his eyebrows a little. After coming to the magic world, it was the first time he officially received an invitation. After receiving the invitation letter, Peter looked at Neville, who was nervous and couldn't help but smiled and agreed. Neville, I will be a guest at your house on time. But why do you look so nervous? Nervous? No, it's just that my final exam is a mess. I must have failed. My grandma always asks me to learn from you, even if I have a 10th of it. Neville said cowardly, bowing his head, but I'm not as smart as you, and I'm also very stupid. I can't remember the textbook many times. 35. Well, I didn't expect that I would become someone else's mouth, someone else's child. Peter persuaded. Everyone in Neville has areas that they are not good at. You don't have to compare yourself with others. Instead, compare yourself with yourself and see if you have improved every time. I think your herbal medicine class is very good, Professor Sprout. The professors say you are very talented. Maybe you can become a professor of herbal medicine in the future. Really? Neville seemed to be encouraged, his eyes lit up, and he asked unconfidently, "Can I really have such an ability?" Trust me, Neville, you're very talented. It's just that you don't seem to be very confident all the time. The most basic thing to know about magic is the firm belief of the caster. Peter patted his shoulder, encouraged. Don't look at Neville Longbottom at this time. He is just a little fat man who agrees, but in the original plot, he has always been the backbone of the rebellion against Voldemort in the later period. Even in the final battle, he pulled out the Gryffindor sword, destroyed Voldemort's last Horcrux Nagini with one sword, turned the tide of the battle, and took over as a professor of herbal medicine after graduation. And he was also the child in the original prophecy, but Voldemort finally chose Harry Potter and completed the fulfillment of the prophecy. After appeasing the little Gryffindor lion, Peter returned to the hall to continue eating. Soon the semester will be over. Slytherin continued to defend the House Cup this term, but the Quidditch Cup went to Gryffindor. So this academic year, the 2 colleges were basically satisfied, and the atmosphere at the dinner was more harmonious than in previous years. As for the Patronus charm practice of several partners so far, only a small cloud of silver mist can be produced. However, relatively speaking, the twins are indeed the two brothers who are best at creating joy. The two of them are making the fastest progress and have gradually taken shape. They seem to be very small. The two brothers are enthusiastically guessing what animal their patron saint is. The night before leaving school, Peter was lying in bed and rarely turned on the system. Looking at the more than 200 points displayed on the system, Peter sat up in surprise. System, how come my points have increased so much this semester? The system did not answer and directly displayed all the sources of reward points on the panel. Peter looked at the above explanation, but understood the reason. Most of the reward points were collected from the diary, especially the credit for Harry Potter's ecstasy in the diary, which was also credited to Peter by the system. However, Peter didn't care much about the reasons for the system's rewards, and the points were never too many. More than 200 points can be exchanged for 2 gene fusion opportunities, which has made him very happy. Peter was lying on the bed happily, thinking about these 2 fusion opportunities, how to make good use of them. Now that Voldemort's return is getting closer and closer, his life-saving skills are under the blessing of Phoenix, Black Snake, Invisible Beast, and Bogut genes, so there is no problem. But in terms of attack, in addition to the latest fusion of the Basilisk gene, there is only the most basic magic spell attack. But in terms of spells, although Peter thinks he has surpassed his peers by a large margin, he is still far behind professors like Snape, McGonagall, let alone Dumbledore and Voldemort. The magic spell and magic power cannot be changed in a short time, but relying on the fusion gene, he can quickly increase his strength. With excitement, Peter finally fell asleep in the early hours of the morning. The next morning, all the students' salutes were tidied up overnight by the industrious house elves. With their luggage, the students happily rode their carriages to Hogsmeade and took the express train home. As soon as the twins saw Peter, they excitedly pulled him into the carriage and told him good news. So Mr. Weasley won the Ministry of Magic Staff Award, and you're going to spend all the 600 galleons on a trip to Egypt? Peter asked in surprise. Wouldn't you consider saving some money for the future? Peter couldn't understand this behavior of spending money when he had money. 600 galleons was a huge sum of money for the Weasley family. If he saved it, the pressure would be much less. It's free money anyway. My mother and the others just wanted to visit Bill, so they took this opportunity to travel to Egypt with the whole family. The twins said indifferently. Then they said to Peter in unison, My mother, they want to invite you to join our family on a trip to Egypt. It's a pity that I accepted the invitation of the Longbottom family yesterday, so I can't travel to Egypt with you. Peter said apologetically. That's such a pity. We have already decided to take you to the pyramid. There are still many undiscovered magical relics in there. The twins said regretfully. It doesn't matter, just have fun yourself. When you come back, just bring me an Egyptian speciality. Peter said with a smile. After getting on the train, with the sound of the whistle, the students left Hogwarts, and the castle was quiet again. After returning home, Peter's time became more leisurely. Every day he was not wandering in his manor, drinking afternoon tea with his Aunt Christine, or reading a book in the study. It was not until he received the letter from Neville Longbottom that Peter took the car to the Leaky Cauldron. Then borrowed the fireplace of the bar, grabbed a handful of flow powder, threw it under his feet, and shouted, Longbottom Manor. After a while, Peter finally landed. Peter looked at his disgraced appearance and quickly waved his hand to use magic to make himself clean. Only then did he look up at the Longbottom family, who had been waiting outside the fireplace for a long time, and said with a smile, Sorry for making you wait too long. My house doesn't have a flow network, so I can only borrow the fireplace from the Leaky Cauldron. Sitting in the living room at this time was Mrs. Longbottom, Neville, and 2 middle-aged couples who were obviously husband and wife. Good afternoon, Mrs. Longbottom. Long time no see. You look very good. Peter smiled and said to Augusta, who was headed by him. The old lady Longbottom looked at Peter, with a cold smile on her face, and greeted kindly, You are not late, Peter. I told Algie to pick you up, but I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Come over by yourself. And turn around in such a big circle. There's no reason to go to the host's house to pick up people in person. Peter shook his head and said with a smile. Then he looked at the middle-aged couple on the side, smiled and said, "You are Neville's uncle and aunt. It's nice to meet you." The middle-aged woman smiled mildly at Peter, while Algie Longbottom, who was beside him, looked at Peter in amazement and said excitedly, "You just used stickless magic, right? Just waved your hand to get rid of the dust." "It's amazing." Algie looked a little out of temper, and his eyes kept looking at Peter. "Well, it's just a little trick, nothing great." Peter looked at Algie a little uncomfortable. "Algie, be polite. Peter is our guest, don't ask questions." The old lady Longbottom looked at Algie seriously. Then he showed an embarrassed look to Peter and said, "I'm sorry, Peter. This guy Algie is a little rude. You don't need to pay attention to him." Peter looked at Algie, who was aggrieved, and retracted behind his wife after being disciplined by Mrs. Longbottom. Peter said amusingly, "Mr. Longbottom is very good, very similar to my two best mates. There is no rudeness." Later, under the warm reception of Mrs. Longbottom, Peter lived in the manor and opened the family's private collection to Peter for him to read. For Mrs. Longbottom's generosity, Peter, in addition to being grateful, took Neville with him and taught him at any time. Peter is sensitive to magic fluctuations, so when teaching Neville, he can see at a glance where his problems are. Therefore, Neville's magic progress has been rapid these days, and he will soon master the spells of the first and second grades. Especially at dinner time, after Neville successfully transformed his toad into a pocket watch in public, Aunt Ernie happily gave Neville a kiss, and Uncle Algie even picked up a chicken, AC/DC, leg, and put it on his plate. Inside, although the old lady Longbottom didn't say anything, her eyes were full of smiles, and she looked lovingly at her grandson, who was praised with a red face. And Peter, the creator of all this, was warmly welcomed by the Longbottom family. "Accept your weapons." Neville pointed his wand at the dummy opposite on the lawn of Longbottom Manor and read aloud. The weapon in the dummy's hand was thrown away in response. "I succeeded. Peter, I really succeeded in casting the disarm charm," Neville said excitedly, his expression in disbelief. Peter stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Look, you just lost a bit of confidence. As long as you believe you can do it, you're actually no worse than others." "Thank you. Peter, I know I couldn't have done this without you." Neville looked at Peter gratefully. These days Peter explained the spell to him impatiently over and over again, and kept encouraging him so that he could make rapid progress. "The most important thing is that you work hard enough. I know you are practicing magic all the time these days, even secretly in your bedroom." Peter looked at him appreciatively and said, "My brain is stupid and can't remember things, so I can only recite it a few times." Neville scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Peter looked at Neville with some sympathy. The forgetting curse would damage the mind, not to mention that Neville was only 1 year old at the time. However, in order not to leave a psychological shadow on the child, Mrs. Longbottom could only reluctantly use the forgetting spell to make Neville forget the memory of his parents being tortured, causing his memory to be not very good now. Peter started reading minds in order to teach Neville these days. He didn't expect that this student, whose grades were hovering on the passing grades, would usually study very seriously in school, just to avoid embarrassing the Longbottom family. But obviously the after effects of the forgetting curse made him unable to remember things, and for a long time he was considered a squib, which led to his inner self-confidence, and his grades naturally couldn't improve. "It's time to change your wand, Neville. This wand isn't yours. It doesn't listen to your orders at all, so your spells often fail to work," Peter said, looking at the wand in Neville's hand. "This is my dad's. My dad is an Auror. I want to use his wand to inherit his bravery and not embarrass him," Neville said in a low mood. "Your parents are heroes. Neville, the fact that you can enter Gryffindor shows that you are full of bravery, so you don't need a wand to prove anything," Peter comforted. "Besides, this is your father's wand. Don't you still want to keep it for yourself? What will your dad use in the future?" "My dad and the others are all lying in the hospital, and the therapist said that they can only lie in a hospital bed for the rest of their lives. His wand is no longer needed," Neville said in despair, stroking his wand. "Then if I say I have the ability to heal your parents, would you believe it?" Peter said calmly. Really? Neville jumped up in surprise, but then said disappointedly, Peter, stop joking. Although you are very good, Dumbledore has also visited my parents, and even he is incompetent. 35. Of course, I can't compare to Dumbledore, but they specialize in surgery. Your father's symptoms are that they are tortured by the Cruciatus and have a mental breakdown and fragmented memory. This is a memory problem, Peter said confidently. At this point, we would also like to thank Professor Lockhart. He can be said to be a master of memory spells, and I just learned this craft from him. Although you can't guarantee a complete recovery for your parents, let them restoring sanity shouldn't be a problem. Lockhart? Didn't Harry say he was a liar? Neville still couldn't believe it. He is indeed a liar. The experiences in his books are not his, but the memories of others he stole. But it is because of his outstanding ability in memory spells that he has not been discovered for so many years. Peter, he also exclaimed. Peter, I want to confirm with you again. Is it true that you can cure my parents? Neville looked at him with hesitation and anticipation, and said with a dejected expression, Our family has already, after many times of hope to disappointment. Now, Grandma, they have given up. Peter nodded solemnly and said, I've tried it many times, and it's a bit of work, but it really works. Although Neville had some doubts about Peter's tried, he was still very excited and pulled Peter and ran to the house. He wants to tell his family the good news. When the old lady Longbottom listened to Neville's excited words, there was no trace of joy on her face, but she looked straight at Peter. Peter, can you guarantee that your words are true and valid? Don't blame me for not trusting you. After so many blows, we have given up hope. We can't bear another blow of disappointment. Old Lady Longbottom looked serious. He looked at Peter, his eyes sharp, wanting to hear assurances. For her distrust, Peter was not angry. After all, a 15-year-old young man suddenly ran away and doubted that he could cure a disease that others were helpless. He smiled at her and said, Mrs. Longbottom, I'm not joking, and I don't need to be joking about this kind of thing. If it's other illnesses, I really can't do anything, but in terms of memory, I do have a way. Last semester, I just learned a few tricks from Professor Lockhart that should work for the Longbottoms. Lockhart, the guy who wrote the novel? Didn't he say he was sent to St. Mungo's hospital? Mrs. Longbottom said suspiciously. Professor Lockhart is not very good in character, but he is a master of memory. After I extorted, not asking him, he taught me everything he learned about memory spells. Peter laughed said. So I still have some confidence in the treatment of the Longbottoms. This can be regarded as a reward for your generous donation of precious books to me, Mrs. Grandma, let Peter try it. Neville couldn't help but persuade. Mrs. Longbottom looked at her grandson with hopeful eyes and finally agreed to let Peter give it a try. The next day, the Longbottom family went out. Neville uncharacteristically actively ran outside the manor, stretched out his wand and summoned the night bus. Do you really believe that he can cure Frank and Alice? Isn't that a joke? Algy asked Old Lady Longbottom softly, looking at Peter in front of him. He and his wife came back late last night and expressed doubts about the incident. Dumbledore said that Peter is a magical child. Since he said there is a way to treat him, I would like to believe him once. I hope he can perform miracles on Frank and Alice. Mrs. Longbottom said firmly, and then her expression froze. If there was no miracle in the end, and we can't blame him, after all, he is also kind. Yes, it's okay to believe it again. We have experienced so many disappointments. It's better than no hope. 35 Algy nodded and said. Peter heard the conversation from far behind, and a smile appeared on his face. Although he is well-meaning, if the other party does not accept it, it is better to stand by and avoid resentment. As soon as he walked to the entrance of the manor, Peter turned around and looked at the entire manor. Although he looked a little desolate, he could still see the heritage of being one of the sacred 28 pureblood families. You can also feel that a lot of magic is arranged around the manor, protecting the entire manor like an iron barrel. Peter looked at the Muggle residential area in the distance and asked Neville curiously, Can the Muggles on the opposite side see this manor? 99. It shouldn't. My grandma said that the manor was enchanted, and in the eyes of Muggles, it was just a dilapidated house. Even if a muggle came curiously, they would suddenly think of urgent matters and leave. Neville said, "Muggle repelling charm. It's a very effective spell indeed." Peter nodded. "You know so much." Neville looked at Peter admiringly. "As long as you study more, you will know more in the future." Peter patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Peter watched Neville stretch out his wand on the side of the road and asked curiously, "Are you summoning a night bus? Why not choose the flow network? It should be more effective than this." It was originally possible, but Uncle Algy said that the Ministry of Magic has suddenly been in martial law these days, especially the flow network to St. Mungo's Hospital has been closed, so you can only take the night bus. Neville replied, "Martial law? Did something happen?" Peter asked. "I don't know. Uncle Algy said that the Ministry of Magic seemed to be arresting someone, but it didn't make anyone public." Neville shook his head and said, "Arrest?" Peter thought for a while. Could it be that Blake escaped? It's almost time to count. He has been a guest at Longbottom Manor for nearly half a month. It is now the beginning of August, and the Weasley family who traveled to Egypt should also be back. But it's none of his business. The matter of Black is left to Harry Potter, so he doesn't need to get involved. After a while, with a deafening bang, a tall red car suddenly appeared in front of me, like a flash. "Welcome to the Knight's Bus, an emergency passenger transport for a witch or wizard in distress. Just stick out your wand and get in the bus, and we can take you anywhere you want. My name is Stan Samak, and I'm your conductor." A conductor wearing a purple uniform, about 18 years old, with a pair of big fan ears and a few pimples on his face, jumped down and said skillfully. Then he looked up to see Peter and shouted in surprise, "Peter York. You recognize me?" Peter asked in surprise. Who doesn't know Peter York, a gifted student of Slytherin? "I'm Stanson Parker, who graduated from Hufflepuff last year, and I'm very happy to host the two of you. Please get in the car." 35 Stanson Parker said enthusiastically. "Please wait, there are 3 more behind," Neville quickly reminded. "I saw it. You get in the car and find a good spot first." Stan Sankpark invited the two of them up, then got out of the car and waited. Peter led Neville into the car, which was casted on the unmarked stretch charm and filled with a dozen bunk beds. There was no seat, so Peter simply sat on the bed with Neville, and the 3 of Mrs. Longbottom also got into the car. Perhaps it was the presence of the majestic old lady Longbottom, the always quick-talking conductor, who became less talkative. After collecting the fare, she hurried back to the front of the train. "Drive," urged Statham Parker. "Oh yes, drive." The driver, who had just taken a nap, woke up from a dream, put on glasses with thick positive lenses, and slammed on the accelerator. The driver seemed to be unskilled in steering the steering wheel, and on straight roads, he always hit the pavement and street lights. But the enchanted car hit nothing. Rows of lampposts, letterboxes, and trash cans jumped to avoid the car when it drove over, and returned to its original position when it passed. Peter looked at the scene outside the car and found it quite interesting, and he didn't know how the bus was remodeled. Before Peter could return to his senses, St. Mungo's Hospital is here, woke Peter up. The group walked down, and when Stan Sankpark left, he enthusiastically shouted to Peter, "Welcome to take the bus next time, Peter York." Then the bus thudded directly and disappeared from everyone's eyes in an instant. At this time, everyone was in front of the Chingley department store in London, England. This is an old-fashioned red brick department store with a sign "Closed for renovation" on the door. The old lady Longbottom went to the window and said to an ugly doll, "Augusta Longbottom wants to visit the Curse and Hurt Conference Cronbottom and Alice Longbottom." 35. The doll in the window nodded and waved his linked fingers. "Let's go," Mrs. Longbottom said to everyone behind her, and then went straight through the glass window. Peter raised his eyebrows and followed suit. Once inside, it is the waiting area of the hospital. Compared with the deserted outside, it is very lively inside. There are visitors who consult various ward numbers and floors, and therapists in dark green robes who are busy shuttling through the crowd. There are also all kinds of patients suffering from all kinds of strange magical injuries. Peter saw 3 patients with cactus all over their heads and green faces, and was rushed to the hospital by the therapist. There was also a witch slowly with a wand, and a comatose man floated in, and the whole person seemed indifferent. This gesture instantly attracted the attention of those around him. "Merlin, Mrs. Carter, what's the matter with Mr. Carter?" A female therapist apparently knew them and hurriedly asked. The therapist took over the witch's husband, hurried a few spells to check, and then asked in surprise, "Mrs. Carter, why are there so many curses on Mr. Carter? And why is his brother missing? He has suffered what attacked?" "I did it," said the witch angrily. "This guy can't change a shit, and he is dating other witches behind my back. If I didn't know how to use black magic, I would definitely use black magic to cut off his lifeblood. See if he still grows out." When Peter heard this, he felt a chill in his crotch. My God, the witches in the magic world are too fierce. Even if they drink the potion, they can grow back, and his husband may have a psychological shadow in the future. Peter quickly followed the old lady Longbottom, and they went directly to the spell injury department on the 5th floor. "Mrs. Longbottom, why are you here?" a middle-aged female therapist said in surprise. "Dallas, how are they doing, Frank?" asked Mrs. Longbottom. The therapist named Doris looked at the group of people behind Mrs. Longbottom, then shook his head and said, "Frank is still a little manic, especially when he can't hear noise, so if you want to visit, there should be fewer people. Otherwise the patient will hurt you or yourself." 99. "I see, thank you, Delice. We don't have to go in all. Just let me and Peter go in, and the others will stay outside," said Mrs. Longbottom. The Algies nodded, and although Neville wanted to go in, he held back and leaned against the window to look into the ward. Under the curious eyes of the therapist, Peter followed Mrs. Longbottom into the ward. As soon as he came in, he saw a man and a woman with thin faces lying on the 2 hospital beds, both of whom were asleep at this time. Mrs. Longbottom couldn't hide the grief in her eyes, and said softly with some choked sobs, "Although they are still lying here alive, they don't even recognize Neville, who they love most. It's better to live without being here forever. Die. So, child, if you have a way, please try it. If it can be cured, it is Merlin's blessing, but if not, we won't blame you. Don't worry, ma'am. I'll take a look at their situation first. Maybe things aren't that bad." Peter sympathized with the grieving old woman and quickly comforted her. Then he took out his snakewood wand and came to Frank. The wand was placed on his temple, and with a flick of it, a silver silk thread was drawn out from Frank's head and floated in the air. "This is..." The old lady Longbottom looked at the silk thread in midair suspiciously. "It's Mr. Frank's memory," Peter explained calmly, and then said, "Our normal people's memory is coherent, like a performance from beginning to end in a drama. But Frank and their memories were tormented by the cruciatus, and their minds collapsed. The body could not bear the pain. They activated the self-protection mechanism and blocked all senses, including memory." 99. "And these memories are like a mess now. If they don't sort out, they will only be better than lunatics even if they wake up." Speaking of which, Peter's wand lightly picked out a memory, closed his eyes, and felt the contents of the memory. It was very confusing. Almost all the memories seemed to be crushed, and there was no clue at all. Peter opened his eyes, and with a wave of his wand, the long memory silver thread in midair instantly dissipated. "Peter, how is it? Is there any hope?" Mrs. Longbottom asked in a trembling voice. With a smile on his face, Peter nodded and said, "It can be treated, but the treatment time is a bit long. It will take about half a year." "Well, because I need to rebuild the memory for them." 5. The old lady Longbottom couldn't believe it when she heard it, and then the strong old lady burst into tears, as if in a dream, grabbed Peter's hand, and asked tremblingly, "Is what you said true? Peter, you are not lying to me." Peter nodded with a smile and said, "It's true, ma'am. Under the treatment of St. Mungo's, the rest of their physical conditions have almost recovered, except for the memory aspect that has not been resolved. Perhaps the wizards in the magical world are used to forgetting the spell, so the research on memory is not as advanced as Muggle." 35. "You have to thank Professor Lockhart next door. I have his inheritance, and I have the ability to solve Frank and Alice's illness." 35. The old lady Longbottom was weeping with joy and nodded her head. Okay, ma'am, you calm down first, and I have to sort out the memory of the patients first, so that they can at least be sensible first. Peter reassured. Okay, you do it first, Peter, don't worry about me, I won't disturb you. The old lady Longbottom looked like she was afraid of disturbing Peter. What a pity for the hearts of parents in the world. Peter sighed, then walked up to Frank and started again. The long silver thread of memory was picked out by Peter and then skillfully combed through these memories with his wand, at least making it readable. 3.2. Human consciousness originates from the long memory. The memory is chaotic, and the consciousness ceases to exist. So what Peter has to do now is to wake up the patient's consciousness. He keeps pulling out Frankenbarton's chaotic memory, keeping only the clearer parts, just like a film editor, and reducing the unsmooth parts first. Peter had already tested it on hundreds of repeat offenders, so at this time, he was familiar with revising his memory. It took more than 3 hours. When Peter himself felt a little backache, he finally sorted out his memory. Peter breathed a sigh of relief. Then the wand lightly tapped Frank Longbottom's forehead, and the memory thread that he had combed out instantly retracted into his brain. Then Peter snapped his fingers and a sobriety spell was cast on the patient. Then quietly wait for the patient's response. The patient opened his eyes, started doing it, looked at Peter in front of him suspiciously, and asked, "Who are you?" "Oh, Merlin. It's really cured." The old lady Longbottom looked at the scene in disbelief, rushed over to hug Frank Clonebarton on the bed, and cried with joy, "My son, you are finally awake." The hugged Frank looked at the old woman in front of him with a bewildered face. The closeness in his heart made him not resist the old woman's embrace, and he still asked, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" The old lady Longbottom froze, immediately raised her head to look at her son, and asked nervously, "Frank, I am your mother. Don't you remember?" "Mom? I don't remember." Frank Cronbarton shook his head, confused. "Peter, what's going on?" Mrs. Longbottom hurriedly turned her head to look at Peter beside her. "Ma'am, I have already said that it would take more than half a year to cure them. The crucifixion turned their memories into a pot of porridge. He has no way of remembering you and the others now," Peter explained. The old lady Longbottom breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this and looked lovingly at the confused but conscious son in front of her. 02, she said gratefully. "Peter, you can do this. It's amazing. I never dreamed that Frank would have a lucid day, but you made it happen. Thank you, Peter." "Thank you so much." The old lady Longbottom was so excited that she wanted to bow and thank her, but Peter quickly helped her up. He hurriedly said, "Madam, don't do this. This is what I should do. I have only initially cured Mr. Frank, and I have to treat Miss Alice." 35. "Yes, Peter, you continue. I won't disturb your treatment," Mrs. Longbottom said quickly, looking at her sleeping daughter-in-law. "Nothing to disturb." Peter smiled and shook his head, then suggested to him, "Madam, you can try to chat with your son about his past. He is now completely amnesiac and will definitely feel helpless. You or his mother can give him a sense of security." The old lady Longbottom nodded gratefully, looked at her son who was sitting on the bed, and looked around curiously, with a very happy smile on her face. After Frank Longbottom's initial treatment, Peter found another hospital bed, skillfully extracted Alice Longbottom's memory, and combed the memory again. It should be because Frank had tried his best to protect his wife, but Alice's condition was not as serious as Frank's. Neville also once told him that after his mother woke up after the therapist's treatment, although she had no memory and didn't understand anything, she didn't attack the people around her like her father like crazy. At the same time, he also gave him candy paper. However, unlike the patients who suffered from amnesia due to the amnesia, Alice and Frank suffered a mental breakdown due to the torture of the cruciatus, and their consciousness could not stand the pain, which resulted in a disordered memory. So the memories of the two are like a mess, and it is almost difficult to unravel. However, compared to the more complicated Frank, although Alice's memory lines are also twisted together, it is not a big problem for Peter. After a complicated operation, Peter finished sorting out Alice's memory in just 2 hours. Then, with a tap of the wand, The memory was like a shrinking thread, quickly retracting back into Alice's brain. With another wave of the wand, a wakefulness spell fell on Alice. Alice slowly opened her eyes, looked at Peter in front of her, and asked equally suspiciously, "Who are you?" "Do you remember who you are?" Peter asked gently. "Me? I'm Alice Longbottom. Why am I here?" Alice asked with vigilance while looking around. "Don't worry, Miss Alice. This is St. Mungo's Hospital. You're safe now," Peter kindly reassured. "St. Mungo's Hospital? I seem to have heard the name, but why can't I remember it?" Alice Longbottom frowned and recalled, but she had no clue. Seeing Alice pondering, Mrs. Longbottom asked Peter in a soft and excited voice, "Is Alice remembering this?" 35. Peter shook his head and said, "Her symptoms are much better than Mr. Frank, but now she only remembers some of the memory fragments, like she remembers her name as Alice Longbottom, but not St. Mungo's Hospital. You guys. Some of them she will remember, but some of them she will forget." "That's fine. That's fine," Old Lady Longbottom said contentedly. "This is much better than the previous appearance of a dementia who can't even eat and drink. Now that my preliminary task is completed, please call the therapist, come over and check again, madam, and then we will formulate the next treatment plan," Peter said with a smile. Okay. I'll call Delina here." The old lady Longbottom smiled happily, and she hasn't had as many smiles in the past 10 years. The old lady threw out her wand in excitement, summoned a female lion patron saint, and said to it, "Go and call Delina over here and say there is an emergency." The Patronus nodded humanely and then left through the walls of the ward. "Madam didn't expect you to have Dumbledore's improved Patronus charm," Peter exclaimed in surprise. Frank was a member of the Order of the Phoenix founded by Dumbledore. He learned it from Dumbledore. Later, in order to contact me in time during the war, he taught me this magic," Mrs. Longbottom explained. 223. Then she said to Peter gently, "If you want to learn, I will teach you the Patronus charm first, and then I will teach you how to make it pass the message." "That's great, thank you, ma'am," Peter said happily, "but I have mastered the Patronus charm, and I just need to improve it." 35. The old lady Longbottom looked at him in surprise, and then suddenly smiled and said, "I forgot that you are a genius of magic spells. Advanced spells like the Patronus charm will certainly not be difficult for you." "You are exaggerating," Peter said embarrassedly, then opened the window of the ward and said with a smile, "Maybe they should be let in, especially Neville. He should really want to see his parents now." Mrs. Longbottom followed Peter's line of sight and saw her grandson, who was looking inward from the window. Her eyes were full of love and said, "The most pitiful child in these years is this child." He witnessed it with his own eyes. In order to prevent him from being affected by the torture of his parents, we can only use the Oblivion spell on him, and when he is sensible. Had to follow me to regularly visit my crazy parents. I didn't want him to go, but he was stubborn. 99. Then he can be happy now. I don't want it long. Maybe at Christmas time, Frank and Alice can spend Christmas with you at home," Peter said with a smile. Peter took a few steps to the door, opened the door, and walked out. Immediately outside, the Algie couple and Neville all looked at him eagerly. "Fortunately, come in and see Frank and Alice. They are all awake now," Peter said with a smile, and then reminded, "But they don't remember people yet, so you have to be mentally prepared." 99. "Really? This is really great," said the Algerian Longbottoms in disbelief and excitement. Neville was also very happy and nervously looked into the door. "Go in and have a good chat with them about the past. It will help to restore their memory," 35 Peter said with a smile, and then stepped aside to let them in. Peter didn't go in at the door. He looked inside with a smile on his face, full of happy family, but a little homesick. He had been at Longbottom Manor for more than half a month, and it was indeed time to go home. Just thinking about it, a middle-aged woman in a dark green therapist uniform hurried in. "Mrs. Longbottom, you sent me a letter saying that there is an emergency. What happened to the 2 patients?" The 39 therapist asked eagerly. "Then I saw 2 patients sitting on the hospital bed who were talking to the Longbottom family warmly and immediately widened their eyes and opened their mouths. Merlin's beard," How is that possible? She was originally the therapist in charge of Franco and Alice, but she saw that two patients who were obviously irrational and unable to take care of themselves were just like normal people at this time, which made her unbelievable. Delina, you're here. My son and daughter-in-law have woken up. Please check them to see if they have any problems, Mrs. Longbottom said with a smile. The therapist named Dilena stared blankly at the curious eyes of the two patients looking at her, and suddenly came over, hurriedly walked to the hospital bed, threw a few spells on the two patients, and was examining the patient. After a while, his expression became even more shocked. Dilena turned her head in disbelief and asked the old lady Longbottom, "Madam, how did you do it? You actually awakened the patient's consciousness. Although their memory has not recovered, as long as they rest for a while, they can be normal." Home! Exclamation point. When the old lady Longbottom heard this, the smile on her face became even greater, and she said proudly, "It's the guest I invited. He is a magical genius, and it only took a short time to wake up Frank and Alice." 35. Oh. Delina Derwent's eyes lit up, and she asked with reverence, "Which master of magic is so successful in memory spells? Can you recommend me?" The old lady Longbottom laughed even more happily when she heard the words. She looked at the teenager outside the door and called out, "Peter, come in." "Ma'am, are you looking for me? Did you check that something is wrong?" Peter looked at her puzzled. "No, this therapist is looking for you. He wants to see you, the master of magic," Mrs. Longbottom said with a smile. The ward had a soundproofing spell, so Peter didn't hear anything from the outside. So he looked at the therapist suspiciously and asked inexplicably, "Master of magic? Me? What do you mean?" At this time, Delina was also very surprised to see Peter's appearance and asked Mrs. Longbottom in disbelief, "Madam, what do you mean Frank and Alice were cured by this child?" "Of course." Mrs. Longbottom nodded affirmatively and introduced with pride, "Don't look at him young. He caught two dark wizards when he was a first grader, and one of them betrayed Frank and Ellie. Trader of Silk. Is the recipient of the Merlin Medal or the champion of the International Wizarding Duel Competition. It's the champion of the youth group. In fact, there is also the senior group," Peter corrected embarrassedly. In order to increase the topic, the Daily Prophet deliberately downplayed the category of the youth group and directly said that Peter was the duel champion. Many wizards in the UK who knew about this matter subconsciously believed that the youth group champion was the duel champion. Last semester, Peter killed the 1,000-year-old basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets alone, Neville added, sticking his head out of his mother's arms, and he invited us to eat basilisk meat. It's delicious. Plus it's magic. Woolen cloth. Alice Longbottom fondled Neville's head dotingly. Although she had forgotten many things, she only remembered her own child. Looking at his mother's gentle eyes, Neville leaned on his mother's arms very happily. This was something he could do in his dream, but now it has come true, which made him very grateful and admired Peter. Hearing their words, Delina walked up to Peter and asked in surprise, "So you're Peter York?" "I'm Delina Derwent. It's a great honor to meet you." "I didn't expect your memory spell to be so powerful. It's actually helpless for us. Two of the patients were cured so quickly." "Actually, it's not a cure, and their memories haven't recovered, so it will take some time to restore their memories before it can be considered a cure." Peter shook his head and said, "What? You mean you can restore their memory?" Delina was shocked again when she heard this. She thought that being able to regain consciousness was already her greatest ability, but she didn't expect Peter to restore their memories. It seemed completely impossible to her. Peter wasn't too surprised by the therapist's fuss. The memory spell has been researched to the deepest point, and it is actually related to the soul. Because the memory is the soul, and this is also the result Peter got after experimenting with hundreds of prisoners. The wizards are very shy about the study of the soul, just like the 3 unforgivable spells, which are all spells that act on the soul, so they are strictly prohibited by the Ministry of Magic. Moreover, they are used to the convenience of borrowing magic. As long as there is enough time, Wizards can easily heal major injuries on the body, but they do not delve deeply into the delicate work of memory, which touches the soul. Peter's current level of memory spell magic has far surpassed Lockhart's. After all, no one can be as bold as Peter and violate the laws of the Ministry of Magic and experiment with memory spells on hundreds of prisoners. Nowadays, there are still many people in the Muggle world who have become idiots in prison, and those prisoners whose characters have changed greatly. Peter smiled politely at the therapist, then walked up to Mrs. Longbottom and said, grave accent, now that the first phase has been completed, I don't need to do anything anymore. Next, I need you to collect friends and relatives, their memories of them, preferably all their memories from when they were children to the present, and then I will come back to reshape the memory numbers. Well. Hearing Peter's goodbye, Mrs. Longbottom said reluctantly, can't we stay for a few more days? We haven't thanked you well. 35. No, ma'am. I've been disturbing your house for a long time, and I'm really homesick. Peter shook his head, politely refused, then looked at the two people on the hospital bed, and said, collect their memories. Please inform me in time. I will come quickly. The Longbottoms nodded to Peter. Since you miss home so much, let Algie take you back. Old Lady Longbottom ordered. No, ma'am. I have my own way to go back. Peter shook his head and said with a smile. Then a golden phoenix appeared out of thin air in the room, hovering in the air. See you next time, everyone. Peter nodded to everyone with a smile, then grabbed Phoenix's feet with both hands and disappeared into a flame. Leaving everyone looking at each other in dismay, there was a look of wonder in their eyes. After returning home, Peter fell into a leisurely situation again, spending time in the manor except occasionally accompanying his Aunt Christine to some important parties. The memory collection work of the Longbottoms was a tedious task, so it could not be completed in a short time, so Peter thought he would wait leisurely until the start of school. But in the evening of mid-August, when Peter and his aunt were having dinner, the housekeeper Welsh came in and reported, Little young master, there is a classmate of yours outside the manor. Do you invite him in? 35. Peter's hand paused, and he asked in confusion, classmate? What's his name? Why did he come here at this time? He's the Harry Potter you took over in person last time. I think he looks like he's running away from home with all his suitcases with him, said Wells. Harry Potter. How did he come to me? Wasn't he supposed to take the night bus to the Leaky Cauldron? Peter said in surprise. After all, he wasn't too close to Harry Potter, so why did he come to him? And now is the tense time for Black to escape from prison. The people from the Ministry of Magic thought that Black escaped from prison to find 223 Harry Potter, so they should control him more strictly, but they would not let him run around. Coming. He seems to be your junior. Welsh invites him in. He must have nowhere to go if he came here so late. Christine said quickly, putting down the tableware. After a while, Harry Potter came in, and Wales was helping him with a suitcase. Peter, can I stay with you for the night tonight? I escaped from the Dursleys. Harry said a little embarrassedly. After all, he and Peter were the only ones who were within the city limits of London and were relatively close. Peter looked curiously at Harry's thoughts, only to realize that because of his appearance, after blowing up Vernon Dursley's sister Maggie, Harry escaped in the chaos and then took the bus straight to him. Coming. Peter was speechless at this time, thinking that he was waiting for Harry Potter's Minister Fudge at the Leaky Cauldron, which made him a little funny. At this time, the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic are probably looking for traces of Harry Potter all over the sky, and they may even think that Harry Potter has been captured by Black. In this case, the most anxious is Fudge. After all, during his tenure, Black escaped directly from Azkaban, and now he has captured Harry Potter, whose life and death are still unknown. Then his ministerial career is probably coming to an end. The identity of Harry Potter's savior is still a lot of attention today, until Harry Potter announced the return of Voldemort. The image was damaged under the rendering of the Ministry of Magic. So the disappearance of Harry Potter would be a matter of great concern to the Ministry of Magic. You came here by ordinary bus, Harry. Don't you know that there is a night bus in the wizarding world? As long as you stand on the side of the road and stretch out your wand, you can summon it, very fast, just like a phantom. Same shape? Peter asked amusingly. I don't know, Harry said sarcastically. Okay, it looks like you haven't eaten yet. Harry, come on over, we happen to be having dinner too. Christine interrupted Peter's words and said kindly to Harry. No, I'm not hungry, Harry said, looking at the food on the table, shaking his head. Then the stomach growled loudly in the living room, making Harry even more embarrassed. Okay, Harry, since you're here, don't be restrained, come and eat. Peter said with a smile, I know you've been cooking and serving the Dursleys all night, and you must be very hungry if you haven't eaten a bite. 55. How did you know, Peter? Harry asked in surprise when he heard Peter's words after sitting in the newly added chair. Peter York, don't use your mind-reading skills to show off, it's too rude. Kristen obviously knew his nephew and used mind-reading skills to read other people's thoughts, glared at Peter and reprimanded, AC/DC. Then he enthusiastically handed Harry all kinds of food and invited Harry to live in the manor in the following days. I'm afraid not, Peter said, shaking his head. Seeing his aunt staring at him and Harry's embarrassed expression. Knowing that they had misunderstood, Peter quickly explained, the magic alert I set up outside the manor has been triggered, and a wizard is coming. I think it should be someone from the Ministry of Magic. They should be looking for Harry crazy. Looking for me? Why are the Ministry of Magic looking for me? Harry asked in confusion. It's a special time. A man in Azkaban has escaped, and the Ministry of Magic thinks he's looking for you, so they're very concerned about your safety. The Ministry of Magic didn't expect it, so they should have tracked it here. Peter explained, and then said with a smile, this time the Ministry of Magic moved quickly, and I think Minister Fudge's credit. Before he spoke for a while, Wales, who was standing at the door, was hit by a confusion charm that came in from outside and stood there dumbfounded. Then several Aurors came in, and in the middle of the Auror stood the short, stout Minister Fudge. As soon as Fudge saw Harry, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then with a complaining tone, he said kindly, Harry, you are such a little troublemaker. You run out of the house without saying hello, and the Aurors are full of the whole world is looking for you, thinking you have an accident. Minister Fudge, you rushed in so suddenly and cast a spell on my butler. What does this mean? Does it mean that you can break into other people's houses at will? Peter looked at Fudge coldly and said. Hearing Peter's voice, Fudge turned his head to find him and said in surprise, Peter York, I didn't expect you to be here. Oh, this is your manor. Sorry, emergency. We thought Harry Potter was kidnapped by a dark wizard, so special measures can only be taken. Dark wizard? You're talking about Blake. Haven't you caught him yet? He probably doesn't have a wand, so he still can't find it. Peter said with a face full of surprise. Fudge was immediately embarrassed by Peter's yin and yang and explained, we suspect that he may have found another wand, so he could escape the pursuit of the Auror. After all, he was once the minion of the mysterious man. You know who's minion? Black? Are you sure he's Voldemort's man? Peter asked rhetorically. Hi. Aurors and Fudge looked at Peter in horror when they heard Voldemort's name. Fudge looked at Peter as if he was trying to persuade an ignorant and reckless teenager, and said, Peter, I know you live on the Muggle side, so you don't know you know who, but when you know who used to ravage the wizarding world, no one was there. Dare to call his name, because it will bring disaster to himself. The minister, I ask you, do you think Voldemort is dead? Peter asked directly. Hey, why do you ask such a question? Peter. Fudge looked at Peter strangely and said, Of course the mysterious man is dead. Then why are you afraid to call out his name since Voldemort is already dead? That's too cowardly. You are the Ministry of Magic, Mr. Fudge. You are the minister. Don't you even have the courage? How can you lead the wizarding world? After all, if Voldemort comes back, you can't even say his name, and who can you expect to raise your wand at him? Peter looked at Fudge and the Aurors with a smile on his face, but his mouth was not polite at all. The mysterious man can't possibly return. Peter, your joke is not funny at all, Fudge said angrily. Then I ask the minister not to be so afraid of the name Voldemort. You represent the image of the entire Ministry of Magic. Since Voldemort is dead, there is no need to be afraid of him, isn't it? Otherwise, you adults would pass on this kind of fear to us children all day long. What a sin and a joke. After all, an old guy who has been dead for more than 10 years, you are all afraid of this, so what else would you do? What does the Ministry of Magic do? 99 Peter looked at Fudge with a half smile. I won't tell you. Now that we've found Harry Potter, let's say goodbye. Fudge was a little overwhelmed by Peter's words, so he didn't tell him at all. Turning his head to Harry with a reluctant smile, he said, Harry, come with us. I have reserved a room for you in the leaky cauldron, and there will be a few Aurors guarding you to protect your safety. In special times, we need to ensure your safety. Harry was a little overwhelmed, looked at Peter and Christine, then at Fudge and the Aurors, shook his head and said, No need, Minister. I live here, and Peter is here to protect me. Know something? I'm afraid not, Harry. This is a Muggle residential area. We can't send a large number of Aurors here, and it's easy to be exposed. So for your safety, it's safest to move to a specific area. We can't put you in any danger. 35 Fudge said, shaking his head, in a firm tone. Don't you still want to forcibly take him away? As for the Aurors, they can't even deal with a guy who has been tortured by Dementors for more than 10 years, so don't make trouble. Harry, since he wants to live here, I will keep him safe. There's no need for the minister to be so anxious for Harry. Peter walked up to Harry, looked at Fudge and said, Peter, don't make trouble. Do you think you, a 15-year-old child, still want to duel with a dark wizard who once blew up a street? Fudge said to Peter with a bad look. At least the 12 dark wizards who attacked my manor at night, I didn't let any of them leave my manor alive. If the black you're talking about is really coming here to catch Harry, he better pray he doesn't come here. Otherwise, let alone that he once blew up an entire street, even if he was possessed by Voldemort, he still wouldn't want to leave here alive. Peter said coldly. Hearing Peter's words, Fudge's eyes widened, and he remembered the fierce man in front of him. When he was a freshman, he had eliminated 12 dark wizards from abroad and captured the record of 2 mysterious men. And Harry, who was behind Peter, looked at Peter's back at this time, as if he saw a mountain, and looked at him with admiration and envy. He thought how great it would be if he had such strength. Peter didn't bother to pay attention to the thoughts of these people. He walked directly to Wales, who had been confounded by the confusion charm, waved his hand lightly, and instantly removed the spell on him. Huh? Master, how did these people appear here? Wales looked at these people vigilantly and instinctively pulled out a pistol to protect Peter. Okay, Wales, don't worry. These people are the so-called government departments of British wizards. They won't mess up. After all, they just forcibly broke into our manor. Peter pressed the pistol in Wales's hand and said mockingly, The bullets in this pistol were specially customized by him for wizards, and he engraved on it the runes that restricted magic power, which he learned from the handcuffs of the forbidden magic. Even if the wizard uses the iron armor curse to block in front of him, the bullet will ignore the magic power of the iron armor curse and hit the wizard directly. This is what Peter prepared for his Aunt Christine and the housekeeper Wales after the Dark Wizard night attack, to deal with wizards who want to be mean to them. Of course Peter wasn't worried, Kristen or Wales, leaking the bullet's secret to the Muggle higher-ups. Because the above runes are not just carved exactly the same, they have the ability to ban magic. Because it is a kind of rune in ancient runes after all, it still needs the supplement of magic power, so it is useless for Muggles to get it. Peter York, have you forgotten that you are not yet 17? You cannot use magic outside of school. This time I saw it with my own eyes, and I also let a Muggle who is not your relative see things in the wizarding world. Do you want to be expelled from school and charged by the Ministry of Magic? Fudge seemed to have caught Peter's handle, and said sternly with an angry and smug tone, Master Minister, don't slander me, I don't have a wand on me, or you can let the Auror search me. Peter said innocently, with open hands, loose short sleeves and empty hands. There was no possibility of hiding a wand. You are using wandless magic. And I saw it with my own eyes, so you can deny it. Fudge said angrily. I'm sorry, Minister Fudge. In order to prevent myself from accidentally breaking the laws of the Ministry of Magic one day, I deliberately recited all the laws you made, so I am very familiar with the terms. Even if you took me to Wisengamot for trial, if I checked my wand and didn't have the magic you've accused of, then I'm innocent. Not even if you're a minister. Unless you want to overthrow Weisengamore and make your own dictatorship club. Peter said with a smile. Then he looked at a middle-aged Auror coldly and said, Welsh is not an outsider. He has been around since my grandfather's time, took care of my father and me for 2 generations, and is my most respected family. Next time if anyone dares to use magic wand on my family again, I will cut off his arm, no matter if he is a dark wizard or an Auror. The middle-aged Auror was so intimidated by Peter's eyes that he dared not look directly. He was the one who used the confusion charm on Wales just now. 0 for flowers. Peter York, don't go too far. We are officials of the Ministry of Magic. We came here just to take away and protect Harry Potter. What is your intention to provoke the Ministry of Magic several times? Fudge said angrily. What's the intention? Peter looked at Fudge and sneered. Minister Fudge, I don't care if your Ministry of Magic's prestige can be used on wizards, but this is the Muggle community. Looking for trouble? Are you planning to invade Muggle territory? I happen to have a phone call from the Queen and the Prime Minister. Do I need to confirm with them? When did York Manor become the Ministry of Magic's territory? Or are you really prepared to be like those brainless pureblood families, ready to fight with Hemp Melon Start War? After being chased by Muggles hundreds of years ago, he finally invented the Muggle expelling charm, and after hiding for a few days, do you feel that his strength has greatly increased? Peter York, don't forget you're a wizard. Are you going to betray wizards and join the Muggle camp? Fudge snapped. I didn't say that, Lord Minister, but you seem to have forgotten that I am a nobleman of the Muggle world. My property is here, and my family is Muggle. You mean to let me abandon my family? Then I am afraid that many wizards in the wizarding world will not agree. After all, they have Muggle relatives more or less. Said with a smile. Fudge has never been treated like this since he came to power. He wanted to put this guy Peter directly in Azkaban, but he couldn't. This guy was slippery. His mouth was full of sarcasm, but he couldn't be caught. Hold the handle, what a headache character. After thinking about it, he felt that Harry Potter should just live here, and he would send more Aurors around the manor to protect Harry Potter at all times. Let's go. Fudge didn't want to stay here any longer and turned to leave. Wait, you guys take Harry Potter away. Peter's voice came suddenly. Fudge turned around, looked at Peter in surprise, as if to confirm that he heard correctly, and asked, You mean let's take Harry away? Harry looked at Peter in surprise, wondering why Peter suddenly let him follow the Aurors. When you wake up tomorrow morning, Ronald and Hermione will both be at the Leaky Cauldron, and I'm sure you'd prefer to be with them. Peter explained to Harry with a smile, his eyes glowing a faint blue light. Seems very mysterious. Then he turned to look at the Aurors around him, pouted and said, If I leave Harry Potter behind, there will be a lot of transvestites around my manor, and I don't want people to think we are a weird place here. So, let's take Harry Potter away. 35. Harry was more willing to go to the Leaky Cauldron as soon as he heard that he would be able to rendezvous with his 2 partners tomorrow. Then Peter stood in the doorway, watching the Aurors, surrounded by Fudge and Harry, disappear into the night together. Then he glanced at a black dog in the grass not far from the door, turned to Wales and said, Give the dog in the grass a few dishes that we haven't eaten yet. He looks hungry. Next, Butler Welsh saw the dirty big black dog in the grass and quickly said to Peter, Young master, you should go first. It looks like this is a stray dog. It has a lot of bacteria. Don't get infected. Peter looked at the big black dog vigilantly watching the 2 of them on the grass, smiled meaningfully, and then said to Welsh, Don't worry about me. Since this dog can come here, it is fate. Give him something to eat. Don't starve. Master, do you want to keep it? Wales looked at Peter's interest and thought he wanted to keep a dog. Peter shook his head and said with a smile, It's just pity. It seems that he has suffered a lot since he met me. It's okay to give him a full meal. Wales looked at the black dog and nodded. He has been with the young master, and he still knows him very well. It seems that this black dog is not easy, but he did not ask more questions. After all, the young master just told him to give him a meal. Just enough to eat. Peter looked at the black dog as if he wanted to leave, and said lightly, Let's have a light meal first, so that we can have the strength to continue on our way. The black dog looked at Peter talking to himself, with doubts in his eyes, and then his whole body exploded with a look of vigilance. But Peter ignored his appearance, turned around and went back to the living room, leaving him alone. Welsh carried a new plate with some dishes in it, came to the black dog a few meters away, put it on the ground, and said calmly, "This is the food my young master gave you. Eat it." The big black dog listened to Welsh's words, then looked at the fragrant food in front of him, swallowed, but his eyes showed vigilance. The master and servant both spoke to him in a human tone. "He came out? But it shouldn't be. Don't worry, there's no poison in it. Our young master just gave you food for pity. Leave here after eating, we don't like trouble here." Welsh said lightly, then turned around and entered the house, leaving him alone. The big black dog looked at the fragrant food in front of him and wanted to leave, but his stomach kept growling. Although he rummaged through the trash can for some discarded food, he was still hungry. Looking up at this classical house and the somewhat mysterious young man inside, after hesitating for a while, he stepped forward, lowered his head and devoured the food on the plate. Inside the house, the three of Peter stood in an invisible corner outside, quietly watching the black dog eating its food. "Peter, why do you care about this dog? Is there anything special about him?" Christine asked curiously. "Aren't those people from the Ministry of Magic looking for someone who escaped from prison, that guy outside?" Peter said calmly. "You mean that black dog is a fugitive?" Both Christine and Wales were a little surprised, and then they were puzzled by Peter's actions, why they wanted to cover up a prisoner. "It's just a guy who was wronged. There's nothing wrong with him except that his brain is a little stupid." Peter pouted and said, and then stopped looking outside, "Don't worry about him. It's none of our business. After eating he will leave by himself. He still has something to do." After a while, keeping an eye on Wales outside, he turned back and said, "He's gone." Peter nodded indifferently. He didn't take this episode to heart. Soon it was time to start school. Peter's textbooks were sent directly by Owl, so he did not go to Diagon Alley. After being driven to King's Cross Station by Butler Welsh, he found that there were suddenly many wizards and several Aurors hiding around with inferior disillusionment spells, as if there would be dangerous people rushing out at any time. There are also a few directly nondescript dressed as muggles, walking around, scanning their eyes everywhere. It's a pity that their strange appearance has attracted the Muggle guards, wondering if they are lunatics or deliberate troublemakers, so I always want to ask these wizards, and they use the forgetfulness spell to forget what happened just now. Peter shook his head, and a Blake rattled the Ministry of Magic, and he rushed straight into the wall to platform 9 3/4. The Ministry of Magic became more martial law on the platform, and almost every door of the carriage stood an Auror, as if he was worried that Blake would come in. Peter went directly to the front of the train, walked in, and then found a box. After entering, he directly locked the box door so that people outside would not disturb him. When Peter was fascinated by the magic book, there was a knock on the box door. Peter looked up, only to find that the twins were sitting at the door with various funny movements, expressing their desire to come in. He looked at the two brothers amused, and then waved. The box door was unlocked by him. "You guy, lock the door when you come in, sit comfortably in the box, and wait for us to find you one by one." The twins complained. "You learned magic in vain? Can't even a single guiding spell?" Peter gave them both a blank look. "You think everyone is you. Using magic is as easy as eating and drinking." The twins pouted. "How was the trip to Egypt? I saw the photos you took in front of the pyramids in the Daily Prophet." Peter asked with a smile. "Of course, we also followed Bill to play in the pyramid. There are many secret passages, and some secret passages are said to have not been discovered, and they were also arranged by ancient Egyptian wizards with very dangerous magic." George said happily. "And we originally wanted to trick Percy into a new secret passage and let him stay in it for a while, but Bill found out, and we were not allowed to enter the pyramid again." Fred said with regret. "Why did Percy provoke you and make you play tricks on him like this?" Peter said amusingly. "What else? This guy received the badge of the president of the student council during the summer vacation. He has to use a glasses cloth to polish the badge 3.2 every day, and even wear it when he eats. It's enough." George pouted and said, "We were going to steal his chairman badge and replace it with the fake I'm Percy the Big Stupid badge we gave him, but this guy is so obsessed with power that he wears the badge to bed. On the body. Let's not even find a chance to attack," Fred said with a look of regret. It's no surprise that Percy can get the president's badge. After all, he is the highest level in his grade, and he has won 12 O's. He was a prefect before, and he deserves it, Peter said with a smile. Percy would be more pleased if he knew you were complimenting him like that, said the twins in unison. By the way, this is a present for you. Fred took out a small gift box from his bag and handed it to Peter. This is what we found in the coffin of the Egyptian pharaoh when we were exploring the pyramids, and I brought it to you, George said proudly. Peter took the small gift box and unpacked it suspiciously. Inside was a golden green scarab. Thank you. You haven't touched this thing with your hands, right? It's a thing stained with corpse poison. Peter looked at the scarab in the gift box speechlessly and said to the two brothers, I don't seem to have touched it. At that time, Bill put on dragon skin gloves for us to prevent us from touching things. It is said that they, the Spellbreakers, did this every time they went to the tomb, so we never took them off. The twins thought for a moment, then shook their heads and said, Then you have to thank Bill for his carefulness. This scarab beetle eats carrion for a living. Although it is dead now, the corpse poison on it will not be less, so you will be lucky, Peter said angrily. These two guys always like to do some unreliable things. Hee. I didn't pay attention. Be careful next time. The 02 twins sneered and said, sending a poison to their friends. If Peter didn't know a lot, they would be murdering people. Do you still have this thing hidden? Hurry up and hand it over. It's okay for you to kill yourself, but don't harm others. Peter stared at the two and said, No more. We just accidentally broke into the pharaoh's tomb at the beginning, just picked up this thing, and Bill chased after him, and then he wouldn't let us run around. The twins shook their heads quickly. That's good. You two guys are always worried. I'm really afraid that one day you will be killed by yourself. Peter looked at the two of them speechlessly. Peter, you sound like my mother's tone, the twins said with a smile. Peter, you better destroy the scarab. You said this thing is very dangerous. George looked at the gift box in Peter's hand and said quickly, No, the scarab in the pharaoh's tomb is a rare thing, and it is well preserved. It just happened to be given to Professor Snape. He should be interested in it, Peter said with a smile. Speaking of which, the Ministry of Magic doesn't know what's going on. In order to arrest a fugitive, with such a big fanfare, almost half of the Aurors and some batters were on the platform. These guys don't show up very often. Fred, looking at the Auror walking past the window, he muttered. Before long, Alan and Cedric joined them. A group of friends are very happy to meet each other and discuss their vacation life with each other. Not long after the train started, the Hogwarts Express began to leave the platform. Dong dong dong. There was another knock on Peter's box door. Alan, who was closest to the door, opened it curiously and saw Neville Longbottom of Gryffindor and asked curiously, Are you okay? Is your toad lost again? No, Senior Alan, I'm here to find Peter, Neville said naively, then looked up and saw Peter's eyes lit up. Alan raised his eyebrows and looked at the new-looking junior in front of him. He used to be arrogant and unconfident, but at this time, his face was full of smiles and he was refreshed. Although he still looked a little honest, but the cowardly temperament of the past has been swept away. Alan stepped aside to let Neville in, then said to Peter, Peter, I'm looking for you. Peter was reading the book, and when he heard Alan's voice, he raised his head, saw Neville, and then smiled and asked, Why did Neville come to me? Could it be that your grandma and the others have already completed the collection task? Do you need me to do it? No, Peter, some of my parents and their friends are still abroad, so it will take a while to find them. Neville shook his head and said, but with hope in his eyes, he took out from his bag a piece of parchment, handed to Peter, and said, This is what my grandma asked me to give you. She said she promised to teach you the improved Patronus charm. But I'm sorry I don't have time now, so write the spellcasting skills first, come down and give it to you, and you can contact her at any time if you don't understand anything later. Oh, it's so hard for Mrs. Longbottom to remember this. She's busy with Frank and Alice right now. Peter took the parchment and looked at Neville gently. Thank you to your grandma for me. Let her not have to worry about me. The most important thing is to retrieve the memory of your parents first. Others, there are so many professors in the school, I can ask them. I see. I'll tell Grandma. Neville said with a naive smile, showing closeness to Peter, happily pulling out a brand new wand and saying to Peter, Look, this is me. The wand that my grandma took me to buy from Ollivander. It is very easy to use. My dad's wand. I have given it back to Grandma. Grandma said that when Dad is completely healed, he can use his wand again. Really? Congratulations, Neville, Peter said with a wink for him. Didn't I say before that your dad's wand would be back in his hands soon? Didn't I? Don't you think this is fulfilled? Use your wand well. Your magic power is no worse than others. I believe you will soon catch up with others, or even surpass others. Thank you, Peter. If it weren't for you, I would never have dreamed of having the life I have now. Neville looked at Peter gratefully and admiringly. My grandmother said, when Mom and Dad are healed, they will hold a grand event. Celebration. You must come when the time comes. Peter nodded with a smile and said, Definitely 223. I will go to St. Mungo's regularly on weekends. I believe that it won't take until Christmas to complete the memory structure of your parents. And then you can saw them on the way home. 35. That's great. My mom doesn't want to be in the hospital anymore. She says she just remembers me and doesn't want to leave me. We managed to persuade her to stop going to Hogwarts with me. Neville's face was filled with a sincere smile, and his whole body was filled with happiness. Peter looked at what he looked like at this time, and suddenly had an idea. Directly lock the door, and then cast the traceless stretch spell, instantly expanding the box to a large space of 500 or 600 square meters, and the whole group seems to have been shrunk many times. Wow! Neville looked at the scene in amazement, and looked at Peter's eyes even more with admiration, and he had an advanced spell such as the traceless stretching spell. Peter, there are people from the Ministry of Magic in the carriage now. If they see you doing this, you will be punished. Cedric said to him worriedly, wondering why Peter had suddenly used the invisible stretching charm. Don't worry, I have already hidden our box and used the ignore charm. Even if those people come to the door, they won't be able to find it. Peter said confidently. Then he turned to look at Neville and said with a smile, I think you're in a good condition to practice a spell, so think about trying it? Neville looked at Peter in surprise. He didn't expect Peter to teach himself spells, and nodded in surprise. Not to mention that Peter is powerful and can do a lot of magic. When he was in Longbottom Manor, he personally experienced the rapid improvement of his strength, and in just half a month, he made up for the magic knowledge of the first and second grades that he had lost. The spell I'm teaching you now is called the Patronus Charm, and it's the magic on the parchment that your grandma asked you to bring. It's a very old white magic. It has a restraint on black magic creatures, and it's a good spell to drive away Dementors and Voldemort bats. 35 Peter introduced. Peter, this is an advanced spell. I mean, I'm only in the 3rd grade now. Have I learned this spell? Neville said incredulously. Trust me, Neville, this spell is not difficult, and it is very suitable for your current state, because it requires the happiest memory and the determination to protect. I see this characteristic in you now, and it will definitely succeed, yes. Peter said confidently. Afterwards, Peter spent an hour repeatedly handing over the pronunciation skills of the Patronus Charm, the wand swing, etc. to Neville. After confirming that Neville remembered it, he took him to the side and asked him to follow the instructions. The way he taught him to cast the Patronus Charm. Do you think Peter can really make Neville successfully cast the Patronus Charm? It's just over an hour, it's unlikely. Alan said to the partner next to him in confusion. I also don't think it's possible. We have practiced for so long, and we still haven't summoned the physical Patronus. If we want him to succeed in such a short time, where can we put the face of seniors? Fred vowed. Said. Me too. Fred and I were on the verge of condensing the physical Patronus during last semester's vacation, but after a whole vacation, there was still no progress. I don't believe a 3rd-year student can achieve it. George also agreed. I think it's possible. You should also feel the change in Neville. He is very happy now. I can't find anyone who is so happy from the bottom of his heart. I think this is also Peter, who wants to take advantage of the reason for teaching him the Patronus at this time. Rosedrick looked at Peter and Neville with a smile, full of anticipation. God guard, Neville shouted, raising his wand. But nothing happened. Peter, you see I just can't do it. Am I learning too early? Neville said disappointedly. Peter shook his head. He leaned down to look at Neville's unconfident eyes and said firmly, Neville, you have to believe in yourself. Don't you want to cast this spell for your parents to see at Christmas? They'll be happy for sure. Neville, tell me now, are you happy now? Think about it. It won't be long before your parents go to platform 9 3/4 to pick you up. Sit together, and they can listen to the fun things you'll be doing at school. They'll be proud of you, and they love you so much. Neville. Listening to Peter's words, the happiness in Neville's eyes bloomed instantly, and the magic power around him seemed to feel his extreme joy and kept shaking. Now, try again. You have to always remember how happy you feel now, and then think about whether you want to guard this happiness so that your parents will not be endangered again. Peter said softly. Neville nodded. His eyes were firm. He raised his wand again and said aloud, God guard. Immediately, the silver mist poured out from Neville's wand, more, and finally seemed to congeal. Looking at Neville's somewhat reluctant appearance, some successors were powerless. Peter walked over to Neville and whispered in his ear, think about the Lestranges, they're not dead yet, and if one day they hear your parents are all right, you say they'll have what's the reaction? After all, Azkaban is not safe, and someone has escaped from it now. As soon as Neville heard the surname, his pupils shrank, his eyes became firmer, the wand in his hand crackled, and then more silver smoke poured out and gathered together. In the end, in front of Neville, a silver lion with its head held high and roaring appeared. The lion was majestic, walked up to Neville and looked at him. Neville stared blankly at the male lion in front of him. His hand involuntarily touched the lion's head. The lion was almost as tall as Neville, but rubbed his hand very intimately, and then it turned into smoke and dissipated. Clap, clap. The loud applause from the surroundings sounded, instantly awakening Neville. He looked at Peter, who was full of smiles, looked at his hands in disbelief, and asked, I really succeeded. Yes, Neville, you have succeeded, and you are still a majestic lion. Peter nodded with a smile and said admiringly, you are the real Gryffindor. Just look at your lion patron saint. The patron saint is a reflection of your heart. Nothing says you belong more than it. 35. The other partners also applauded in amazement, and the twins even whistled, came over and patted Neville on the shoulder, saying, I really didn't see it. Neville, who is usually timid, I didn't expect that. There's a lion hidden in my heart. It's really good. The Patronus is the symbol of Gryffindor, which must be the envy of many Gryffindor people, including us. Alan and Cedric also sincerely congratulated Neville, and they were very surprised that they succeeded in summoning the Patronus in just an hour. Neville looked a little embarrassed by the crowd, and his face flushed. Okay, don't bother Neville. Now Neville, who is 2 years younger than you, has successfully cast the Patronus, but Aaron, Fred, and George are still standing still. Don't you feel ashamed? Better practice your guardian charm. Peter taught the 3 of them a lesson. Why are the 3 of us being scolded, Cedric? Peter, you are too partial. The twins muttered. Because people have long been able to summon the Patronus. Peter said to the 3 of them angrily. What, Cedric, you have been able to summon it long ago. I don't believe it. The 3 looked at Cedric in surprise and instinctively shook their heads in disbelief. Said, show these 3 slackers your Patronus. Give them a reason to keep slacking. Peter said to Cedric. Cedric nodded with a smile and waved his wand, God guard. I saw a dog-sized badger happily jumping out of Cedric's wand, and after running around this kind of person, it disappeared. It's another Patronus representing the college logo. Cedric, you are really amazing. The 3 looked at Cedric's Patronus in surprise, and then complained, you can't spell the Patronus anymore. Tell us, now there is one less troubled brother. I also succeeded before school started. Cedric said a little embarrassedly. Don't make excuses for your laziness. Cedric has been practicing spells all the time during his vacation, which is much better than 3 days of fishing and 2 days of netting. Peter said directly. We also studied hard. It's just that the talent is not enough. The three quickly said. Come on, Fred George, except for the few days when you went home. You two played crazy when you were in Egypt. How can you remember this? As for Alan, he went to France and his face was full of tears. It's brown, and I don't even remember where the wand is. 5. Peter glanced at the three of them and said angrily, Peter, it's not fair. You read our memories again. The twins covered their chests with their hands and looked at Peter warily and complained, We don't have a bit of privacy in front of you. I'm afraid we'll even be wearing any underwear. You know it all. I think I need to learn a clemency. Alan said in agreement. I'm not at all interested in what underwear you wear. This time I'm just checking to see if you've practiced the Patronus charm well, otherwise I don't want to bother you at all in your head full of waste. Peter rolled their eyes at them and complained. It's over, Peter is infected by Snape. How does his tone become more and more like Snape? The twins said, making a fuss. Giggle. Neville was amused by them and sat on the side watching the twins play tricks. Boom. The train suddenly braked, causing Peter and his group to almost stop. What's the matter? Shouldn't you be at school yet? Why did you stop? Alan asked suspiciously and then wanted to look outside through the window, but a layer of frost suddenly formed on the glass, blocking his vision. The temperature dropped suddenly, and everyone's breath was clearly visible. What's going on? Neville asked, a little scared. There's something in the car. You all have your wands and Patronus spells ready. Those things are greedy. Peter said solemnly. The lights on the train suddenly went out, causing a burst of cries. Peter, what is it that got in the car? Alan couldn't help asking, his expression a little nervous. Dementors, Peter, Cedric said. I've read in books that when Dementors show up, that's what happens. The temperature suddenly gets colder, and the memories of feeling happy fade away. Peter nodded. He waved his wand, and a ball of light flew out from the top of the wand, instantly illuminating the entire space, making everyone around him feel at ease. Hearing the sound of the door opening next door, followed by screams and sobbing in fear, made the companions around Peter nervous. With the movement outside the door, the temperature in their box gradually dropped, and the exhaled breath turned into mist. The door of the box was locked by Peter, but the things outside pushed open the box door as if nothing was there and broken, only to see it was wearing a ragged cloak that looked like a gray fog, with a dry, corpse-like hand on the doorknob. On the face covered by the cloak, only a mouth like a black hole leaked out, and greedily took a deep breath towards Peter and the others. Peter immediately felt that all his happy emotions had been sucked away, negative emotions suddenly flooded up, and bad memories from the past were constantly recalled in his mind. And the people around Peter were even more unbearable. The twins had lost their previous activity and hugged each other in fear. Alan and Cedric shrank back, and Neville sobbed softly, as if remembering something sad. Peter came to his senses, tried to concentrate, and yelled at it angrily, Get out. We don't have the person you're looking for here. Dementors turn a deaf ear. They feed on the positive emotions of human beings. They finally have the opportunity to come out of Azkaban. Of course, they must seize the time to have a good meal. After all, the memory of those prisoners, how can there be the pure happiness of children, which makes them even more delicious? Peter was really P*************** D this time, and I don't know what the Ministry of Magic was thinking. Letting a group of Dementors into a carriage full of students was not a matter of putting a group of hungry wolves into the sheep, and a flock of delicious and tender lambs. However, he did not directly use the Patronus charm to drive him away, but instead looked at his comrades, gave them a sobriety spell, and said, Okay, now is your chance to practice. Use what you have learned on it. Patronus charm. Drive it out. 35. AC/DC. My brain is full of sad emotions now, and I can't recall any happy memories at all, and I can't cast the Patronus charm. Alan shook his head and said. The twins nodded as well. Don't get caught up in your emotions. Think about the memories we used to get along. And the happy memories of you and your family. You can't forget these things. 35 Peter encouraged, then turned to Cedric and Neville, said, "And Neville, you have all successfully cast the Patronus charm, and it is not difficult to cast it again. Carefully recall your feelings when you cast it successfully, and you will take the lead in casting it." Cedric nodded, pointing his wand at the Dementor, trying to recall positive emotions. Neville also nodded nervously, took out his wand tremblingly, and blushed as he recalled the memory of the successful cast just now. "God guard. Shut up, guard." The two shouted loudly. Afterwards, both of their wands successfully poured out the silver mist, but compared to the skilled Cedric, Neville's on-the-spot performance was not very good. But when the two's patron saints showed, the temperature in the box began to warm up, and the sadness gradually weakened. "Elu, Fred, George, you guys follow along too." Peter turned his head and said to the three of them. The three also seized the opportunity and raised their wands one after another. "God guard. God guard. Call God guard." 99. The three people's wands poured out a warm silver mist, and their emotions affected by the Dementors also recovered. Cedric's Patronus was the first to successfully condense. His badger-shaped Patronus bared his teeth and rushed directly to the Dementor, slamming into the Dementor, causing the Dementor to be hit directly on the door frame of the car. Superior. Inspired by Cedric, Neville's Patronus was also successfully formed. His lion Patronus roared towards the Dementor, biting hard on the Dementor's waist, as if to bite it in two. Cut. The box was filled with positive emotions because of the appearance of the two patron saints. The twins once again used the Patronus charm with a consonance. "Shut up, guard." 9. Shut up, guard. I saw two identical magpies flying out of Fred and George's wands. After circling happily for a few times, they quickly joined the camp and kept pecking at the Dementors with their beaks. "Yeah, I finally succeeded." The twins gave each other a happy high-five with one free hand. I'm the only one who didn't succeed," Alan said enviously. His Patronus charm just poured out a cloud of mist, but he still failed to condense the Patronus. Peter stepped forward, patted his roommate on the shoulder, looked at him encouragingly and said, "Alan, try again. I believe you can succeed. You are the second most powerful person in Slytherin besides me. There is no reason to be worse than others. F****KU. When complimenting me, don't forget to bring yourself." Alan scolded with a smile, then looked at his partners. All looked at him with encouraging and believing eyes, and bursts of warmth poured out of his heart. "God guard." Alan chanted the spell again, looking firmly at the Dementor opposite. I saw that the mist gushing out of his wand gathered more and finally condensed into a goat. As soon as the goat appeared, it was extremely aggressive with its horns and slammed into the Dementor. "Oi! I succeeded! I succeeded!" Alan raised his wand and cheered excitedly, while commanding the Patronus to attack the Dementors. At this time, the Dementor was surrounded by a badger, a lion, two magpies, and a sheep, which made him look a little pitiful. The tattered cloak on the Dementor's body was ripped even more by the attacks of several patron saints, revealing the skinny and rotten torso of the lower body. "It's disgusting. Let me see what the real face looks like under the cloak." The twins were very curious about the image under the Dementor's cloak and controlled the Patronus to lift the cloak on its head. The Dementor didn't expect such an encounter. It just wanted to suck the happy emotions from these people, but it didn't expect that when it encountered a hard stubble, each and every one of them would restrain their magic. Looking at these animals that attacked him, he would probably be torn to shreds by them, so the Dementor opened his black hole-like mouth and made a harsh sound. The sound penetrated the wall and penetrated very far, and everyone's attack suddenly stopped, and then some wondered what this Dementor was doing. Peter's eyes suddenly flashed blue, then his expression became serious, and he shouted to the crowd, "Get behind me, this beast is calling for other help." After hearing Peter's words, everyone knew the seriousness of the matter and quickly gathered around Peter. They can still deal with a Dementor, but if they come in a group, they have no confidence. At the same time, in the other compartments, in the name of searching for Blake, the Dementors who absorbed the happy memories of the students suddenly became irritable when they heard the same kind of call for help. and rushed directly to the compartment door and quickly flew towards Peter. In their box, there were also some Aurors from the Ministry of Magic in the carriage, who saw the behavior of the Dementors and exclaimed, "No! The Dementors are rioting. Stop them." It's a pity that no matter how the Auror stopped, the Dementors inside and outside the train rushed to the front compartment, and even a few Aurors who were too close were directly sucked by the violent Dementors. In one breath, if it wasn't for a companion to save him in time, I'm afraid the soul would be sucked out. Peter and the other car, the air became colder and colder as the Dementors gathered more and more. "Peter, we can't take it anymore." The twins and the others shouted at Peter, only to see their patron saints fade as the Dementors attacked them. Peter looked at the dense number of Dementors, picked up his wand and sneered. It's really unfamiliar. Such monsters shouldn't exist in the world. He remembered that these Dementors defected directly to the Ministry of Magic in the later stages, just because Voldemort agreed to them and could eat human emotions at will. "God guard." Peter took out his snakewood wand and said to the Dementors that filled the sky. I saw a very large silver snake flew out of Peter's wand, spread out its wings that covered the sky, and rushed towards the Dementors in the air. It is a solid layer of light shield, which blocks the Dementors back. As soon as Peter's mind moved, the patron Saint Feather Snake opened its huge mouth, stretched out its fangs, and bit the Dementor at the head, directly biting the Dementor into two pieces. The Dementor let out a shrill scream, and then was directly corroded and dissipated by the bright aura of Feathered Serpent, leaving only a tattered cloak. When the other Dementors saw this situation, they suddenly became agitated. They didn't expect the Patronus charm to have the ability to kill Dementors. Peter turned his head to look at the crowd and said, "These beasts are rioting now, and they are likely to hurt the students in other boxes. Follow me and drive these ugly monsters out of the whole train." 39. Listen to you, since they are all called companions, now let's deal with these monsters together. The twins excitedly directed the Patronus to attack the single Dementor. These monsters should stay in Azkaban. People in the Ministry of Magic don't know if their brains have been eaten, and they let these monsters run around. Alan also directed his goat patron saint, contradicting everywhere. Ghost. Cedric did not speak, but looked at his badger Patronus with serious eyes, grinning and chasing the panicked Dementors everywhere in the air. Neville no longer looked scared at this time, and with an excited face, he let his lion patron saint bite a Dementor and violently tear it apart. Peter's Feathered Serpent is the most ferocious, and its size is the largest, directly tearing up Dementors one by one. Theoretically, the Patronus charm can only defend against the Dementor, not kill it. But Peter knows the principle of mutual growth and mutual restraint. The Patronus is a purely bright and positive thing, and the Dementor is a completely dark creature, so Peter, for a fatal blow, when he controls the Feathered Serpent to attack, when he bites the Dementor, it directly injects the power of light into the Dementor through the fangs. The Dementor was completely unable to absorb the power of light in its body, but instead seemed to have been injected with powerful sulfuric acid. In a short period of time, 6 or 7 Dementors were torn apart by Peter's Patronus. Coupled with the Dementors chased by several other patron saints, the Dementors fell into a disadvantage and began to flee frantically. "Chase, don't let them escape," Peter said to the surrounding partners, and then controlled the Feathered Serpent to chase these fleeing Dementors. The partners were also very excited and asked their Patronus to chase down the single Dementor. Starting from the head of the train, a huge feathered snake guardian god, leading a group of animal guardian gods, fiercely chased the Dementors fleeing in a panic, chasing them all the way to the rear of the train, driving out the Dementors in the entire train. Many students have seen this shocking scene, the dreamy silver-feathered snake, its huge body wrapped directly around the train body, raised its head, spread its 2 huge wings behind it, and faced the Dementors outside. Growled. And around it, there is a mighty lion, a badger, a goat, and 2 cheerful magpies, all around, exuding a bright and joyful mood, guarding the train and being in harmony with the mid-air Dementor confrontation. Wow, that's cool. What kind of magic is this? It can actually drive away the Dementors. In Harry's box, Ronald looked at the scene outside in amazement, especially the giant winged snake with its head held high, very gorgeous and spectacular. 0 for flowers. I want you to read more books, Ronald. This is the Patronus charm. It is said to be the only advanced magic that can deal with Dementors. I heard that it is difficult to learn, and many adult wizards can't master it. Hermione rolled her eyes at Ronald, also amazed looking at the patron saint outside. Then she looked at Harry worriedly and said, Harry, are you sure you're really all right? When the Dementor came in just now, your face became very scary. It's all right, Hermione. Luckily the Dementor just came in and rushed out. Harry said happily. Eat a piece of chocolate, Harry. It's good for you. The middle-aged man who had been sleeping all the time woke up at some point, handed a piece of chocolate to Harry, and said gently, thank you, Professor. Harry looked at the haggard-looking professor in surprise, took the chocolate, and said politely, You're welcome. Just call me Lupin. I think you all guessed that I'm your defense against the dark arts professor in the new semester. The middle-aged man said gently, Professor Lupin, your name is written on your suitcase, Hermione reminded. Miss Hermione Granger, right? She's a smart girl. You can also eat a piece of chocolate. It can alleviate the influence of the Dementors, Lupin said admiringly. Thank you, Professor Lupin. Hermione politely took a piece of chocolate and put it in her mouth. You're the Weasleys' kid, so have a piece too. Lupin gave Ronald another chocolate. Thank you, Professor, but do you know my dad? Ronald asked suspiciously. I know Arthur and Jasmine. Your family's red hair is always easy to remember. Lupin said simply, looking at the three of them with gentle eyes. Then he looked at the landscape outside and said in amazement, What a good Patronus. I didn't expect so many people on the train to be able to use the Patronus charm to drive out the Dementors. Are they from the Ministry of Magic? As soon as the voice fell, an angry voice came out from the mouth of the huge feathered snake. Aurors of the Ministry of Magic, this is Peter's voice. He made the snake. Harry said in surprise as soon as he heard the voice from the giant snake's mouth. That's right, Peter's voice. Didn't think he was the one who kicked the Dementors out. That's amazing. Ronald was also shocked. So, the Patronus around the giant snake are Peter's companions. I didn't expect that they all mastered the Patronus charm. I don't know how they did it. Hermione guessed it smartly. Those two identical magpies must be the patron saints of Fred and George. Ronald said with certainty, They are chatting just like these magpies. They are the most troublesome. That badger must be Cedric Diggory. Peter's the only Hufflepuff in their group. Harry said, That goat should be the patron saint of the remaining Ellen 223 White. Hermione guessed, then looked at the majestic male lion suspiciously. Who is the guardian of this lion? God? Peter and their group, there should be no one else. Why not guess that the lion is Alan White's patron saint? Ronald asked rhetorically. Alan White, he's a student of Slytherin. You expect him to be a student of Slytherin and the patron saint is a lion. Hermione rolled a glance at Ronald, said angrily, and then guessed, although I don't know where this lion patron saint is of students, but most likely of Gryffindor, 5. I really hope my patron saint is a lion. It's so majestic. Ronald said enviously, looking at the majestic lion outside. Only if you can learn it. Hermione said with a blank look at him. Peter and his group have learned. Why can't I? Ronald retorted. Not to mention Peter, in their group. Cedric is very good. Alan White is the head of the year at Slytherin College, and Fred George, you are their brother. You should know them best. They, although not as good as Peter and Cedric, they are also very good. Do you think you can match them? Hermione asked directly. Why do I think that Peter's friends are looking for great people? Ronald thought about it, and suddenly felt incomparable, and asked strangely. That's because good people are always attracted to good people, so they come together. Hermione said of course. Then aren't you very good? Why make friends with scumbags like Harry and me? Ronald pouted. Because I have to take care of you two idiots. One day you will kill yourselves recklessly. Hermione glared at Ronald, with an expression that you dare to retort. Hermione, Ronald, stop arguing for now. Let's look outside. Peter threatens to tear the Aurors apart if they don't take the Dementors away. Do you think he's really going to do that? Harry moved quickly. Their attention said, Peter should just scare them. I remember I read in the book, the Patronus charm is only to resist and drive away the Dementors, and there is no record of killing them. Hermione is very superstitious about the knowledge in the book, and she speaks her mind. Children, I listened to what you just said. Are you saying that these patron saints are cast by students in the school? Not adult wizards. Lupin interjected in surprise. Yes, Professor. That voice was Peter York, who is 2 years older than us, a student of Slytherin, a great man, and Ronald's twin brother's best friend, and a nice guy to get along with. Hermione said. He's a student of Slytherin? Gryffindor is getting along with Slytherin so well now. Lupin said in surprise. At that time, because Voldemort was rampant, Slytherin and Gryffindor were almost incompatible. Together? It's not, Professor, it's just Peter. He gets along very well with everyone in every house, so his friends only include a few houses. The other Slytherins are pretty annoying, Harry replied. Especially the nasty Malfoy. Always likes to make trouble with Harry. Ronald groaned angrily. Ronald, Harry, don't talk nonsense in front of the professor. Hermione reprimanded quickly, gesturing to the two guys with his eyes to shut up and not speak ill of other people in front of an unfamiliar professor. Only then did Harry and Ronald realize that they were a little blunt and quickly shut up, in case this professor graduated from Slytherin. Seeing the movements of several people, Lupin said with a gentle smile, Don't worry, I used to be a student who graduated from Gryffindor. Speaking of which, I'm still your senior, and I fought with many Slytherin students. Really, Professor Lupin, you are also from Gryffindor. What a surprise. The three of them were suddenly very surprised. They didn't expect that the new professor would be a graduate of Gryffindor, and then they felt a little more cordial. Okay, I'll leave first. I have to go and see how this matter is dealt with. Lupin got up and said, he is now the only professor on the train and has the responsibility to protect the students. Professor Lupin, I think you don't have to go. Harry said suddenly, then stared out the window in stunned eyes, pointing to the serpent Patronus who was frantically biting the Dementors outside, and said, Peter seems to be impatient. His Patronus is now attacking the Dementors. Hearing this, Lupin ran over a few steps, leaned against the window, and stared blankly at the scene outside the window, only to see a giant snake flapping its wings, biting the Dementors that were fleeing around in the air sensitively and swiftly. Every Dementor bitten by it seems to have been poisoned by light. Its body is rapidly corroded, and finally it emits a piercing scream. Fall. How did he do this? He really killed the Dementors. Lupin was surprised to see the one-sided killing outside, very surprised, but soon he found out that 3.2 was in Peter's operation, and said in awe, what a fantastic idea. To actually inject the positive energy of light into the body of a Dementor. Dementors are dark creatures. Of course, it is impossible to absorb and digest light, and they will only be killed. The three of Harry also squeezed in and looked at the battle outside. In midair, the Patronus of Peter and his party changed their offensive, no longer guarding the train, but actively attacked. Peter was responsible for the fight, while the Patronus of the other companions was responsible for driving out the surrounding Dementors and trapping them in one place. And cooperate with Peter. In midair, accompanied by screams, the Dementors died tragically, leaving only the cloaks slowly falling down like rain. Well, why do I feel a little pitiful for these Dementors right now? Ronald murmured, staring out the window. Several people immediately nodded in agreement. Sounds loud. Peter York, stop. These Dementors are the property of the Ministry of Magic. You can't slaughter them at will. One of the Aurors who knew Peter shouted anxiously. In their knowledge, the Patronus charm does not have the ability to kill Dementors, so they thought Peter's warning just now was just to frighten him, so they didn't take it to heart. Peter York is now well known at the Ministry of Magic, a typical thorn and a slippery thorn. During his first year, he had a conflict with the Aurors, which was resolved by Dumbledore. Afterwards, he continued to fight against the Department of Prohibition of Misuse of Magic. He received dozens of warning letters in a row for using magic outside of school, but he refuted them all because he had never used a wand, and finally let the Department of Prohibition of Misuse of Magic give up the monitoring of this headache. Not long ago, the Auror and Minister Fudge who came to the door were mocked again, and this incident was very lively in the Ministry of Magic. So these Aurors ignored Peter's warning, but wanted to let him suffer a loss after his magic was exhausted, and then they went to rescue. Unexpectedly, the situation was wrongly judged once, and the Dementors died so many at once. The Auror at the head is already very remorseful. You must know that these Dementors are not only the guards of Azkaban, but also the executioners of death row prisoners of the Ministry of Magic. Usually those who have been sentenced to heinous crimes are used Dementors. Kiss to settle. So the Dementors are, in a sense, the deterrent of the Ministry of Magic, and now this Dementor is being slaughtered. Seeing that Peter was still chasing the Dementors unmoved, the Auror leader said angrily, "Stop, Peter York. You attack the Dementors for no reason, just want to provoke the Ministry of Magic. Not the Muggle world, we can only arrest you if you do this again." The feathered snake in midair stopped attacking and rushed directly to the Aurors. Although he knew that the Patronus couldn't hurt people, he was still taken aback by this sudden action. The giant snake's white eyes stared at the leading Auror, and a voice came out of his mouth and said in a mocking tone, "Attack for no reason? Huh. You are quite good at saying this. If you want to check whether there is black in the carriage, then check it out for yourself. Laziness yourself, but instead get a bunch of hungry Dementors. Isn't that putting hungry wolves into the flock? Just ask the students. Each of them is sucked into a lot of emotions by these greedy guys. Some Dementors are greedy and want to absorb more. The students are not Azkaban prisoners and need emotional food for these beasts. If they can't help it and accidentally give the students a Dementor kiss, will you be able to pay for the lives of innocent people? Or can a simple apology be enough?" Peter's voice was so loud that everyone in the car could hear his words, which immediately aroused the emotions of all the students, and many people agreed with indignation. That's right, what the hell is the Ministry of Magic trying to do? Put the Dementor in the car, and as soon as it comes in, it sucks at us, sucking all the joy out of us, not at all to find people, but to come looking for something to eat. It treats us like food. As soon as the Dementors came in, I was in a grief, and I couldn't recall a single happy memory. It sucked all my joy away. I nearly passed out. The Ministry of Magic is rubbish. After searching for so long, I couldn't find Blake, but now they are intercepting halfway with Dementors. These Dementors don't look for anyone at all. They just keep absorbing our happy emotions. I have to tell my mother. The students had been sucked by the Dementors and fell into negative emotions. At this time, they were provoked by Peter's words, and they all expressed their disgust for the Dementors and anger for the inaction of the Ministry of Magic, and loudly scolded the Ministry of Magic. I got up and wanted to vent my discomfort. As soon as the Aurors heard the scolding from the students in the carriage, their faces became very stinky, and it was indeed their fault. Stopping the train halfway is actually their last resort. These Dementors are already starving out of control. Especially the students in the train are full of laughter, and the whole train is full of cheerful emotions, which makes the Dementors how to endure. In the end, after negotiating with the Dementors, let them get on the bus in the name of search to suck the joy of the students and have a feast, but they are not allowed to hurt the students. But they did not expect that there would be a variable like Peter, and they were unwilling to contribute at all, and even used the Dementor as a training tool for their companions, which would eventually lead to a Dementor riot. Don't be alarmist. Peter York, we've made a deal with the Dementors. We won't hurt the students, the Auror leader exclaimed. It's just the Dementor's instinct to suck in positive emotions. Everything we do just to catch Blake early. Hee, you Aurors would believe the words of a bunch of beasts who can only be controlled by instinct. I really don't know if you are naive or stupid. Peter said sarcastically, I think I can take this matter. The Daily Prophet said, let's see what everyone thinks of this. Oh, forgot, the Daily Prophet is the mouthpiece of your Ministry of Magic, and articles like this will definitely not be published. But I do think another Quibbler would be good too, or maybe Wizards Weekly. I can also post it in the French Daily. I have a good relationship with the Rosier family in France. They have shares in the French Wizard Daily, so the French can have a good discussion about the practices of our British Ministry of Magic. What do you think? Sample 35. The wizards in the British magic world and the French magic world, like the two peoples in the ordinary world, do not like each other and always like to make fun of each other. British wizards are proud of Hogwarts and proud of Dumbledore. Then the French wizarding world is proud of Beauxbatons and proud of Nicole May. British wizards think that French wizards are rambunctious. Then French wizards think British wizards are old-fashioned and old-fashioned. If Peter really wants to take this matter to France, the French Daily will definitely be very happy to accept it and even put it on the headlines, causing national discussion. And then the British Ministry of Magic will be disgraced and thrown into other countries. The Aurors suddenly looked like they were being fed, and when they thought of that scene, they were probably going to be blown away by the roaring letters of angry British wizards. The leading Auror simply conceded defeat and said in a pleading tone, "Peter, I will bring the remaining Dementors back immediately. Can you put them a yard? After all, they're the guards of Azkaban. If there are fewer, if so, Azkaban will be unsafe. There are many dark wizards imprisoned there." 99. It's not safe? Blake ran out. Is it still safe? Peter's sarcastic voice came. Don't come to Azkaban in the future. Then you are funny enough. The Auror's face was flushed, and he didn't know whether he was angry or ashamed, and finally he could only squeeze out the words and said, "This is just a special case. It will make up for it." Peter's patron saint, quietly watching the Aurors, said after a while, "If you want to let go of these Dementors, you can let those of you who can communicate with the Dementors convey my meaning on your behalf. That is, they must swear that they must stay in Azkaban forever. Otherwise, if they dare to come out to wreak havoc in the future, I will make them destroy all the Dementors. Not a single one. Such monsters belonging to hell should not appear here." The Aurors looked at each other in dismay, and then the leading Auror confidently assured, "We can agree to this matter. The Dementors obey the orders of the Ministry of Magic. They will not appear outside Azkaban without the orders of the Ministry of Magic." Local. Really? You really believe them? Hee. Peter's mocking voice came 223, then his voice became serious. "But I don't believe them. I need them to agree. These beasts can do anything for food. If one day someone promises them that they can suck human emotions at will in exchange for help, do you think these beasts will agree?" 99. Cough cough. Shouldn't there be such a thing? The headed Auror said in a hesitant tone in surprise. "Okay, hurry up, I don't want to miss tonight's banquet. Otherwise, I'll just kill these guys and save time," Peter said impatiently, and the patron saint of feathered snakes raised his fangs to the air. The surrounded Dementors roared, ready to rush over at any time. "Wait. We'll arrange someone to convey it on your behalf," the Auror-headed quickly said. Then an Auror who was able to communicate with the Dementors brought to the roof of the carriage, made a hoarse scream, and communicated with the Dementors in the air. After the Auror uttered Peter's words, the Dementors in midair made a commotion and then attacked the surrounding Patronus. It seems that the negotiation failed. Peter's sarcastic voice came. "Captain, the Dementors don't want it. If they feel hungry, they need to come out and find something to eat. They say the prisoners on the island don't taste good and need to change their taste." The translation of the Auror is not good. Report. How is that possible? Didn't this Dementor obey the Ministry of Magic's orders? Why didn't they listen to us? Said the Auror in disbelief. The Dementors just listen. The Ministry of Magic that feeds them. Do you think they'll listen to you when better food is in sight? Peter sneered. So, today I'll send them to hell. Saying that, Feathered Serpent's patron saint fluttered his wings and rushed towards the Dementors who were trying to break the siege. On a viaduct somewhere in Scotland, above a train parked on the bridge, a feathered snake that looked like a giant silver dragon slaughtered and killed the fleeing Dementors, almost one Dementor at a time. And the other patron saints did not stop and joined the battle one after another, driving away the Dementors who fled in a hurry, preventing them from escaping. In the blink of an eye, the gray scene in the sky suddenly became clear, and there were no more Dementors, only 6 luminous silver illusory patron saints, standing high in the sky, looking down at the surroundings. Only the tattered cloak belonging to the Dementors, drifting in the wind, proved the existence of Dementors. The students and the Aurors in the train below were both shocked at the same time. I didn't expect that the Dementors, which the wizards heard, were so easily dealt with. Then the students in the carriage burst into cheers and applause, resounding throughout the whole train. Everyone excitedly discussed what happened just now and guessed who the patron saints who appeared just now were. Everyone was very interested in the Patronus magic just now and could not wait to learn this cool-looking magic right away. Only the Aurors at the front of the car looked a little complicated. They looked at the patron saint who was gradually dissipating in the air and listened to the cheers in the carriage, and they were a little overwhelmed. "Captain, why didn't we explain this to the minister? We lost more than 50 Dementors this time. They were all wiped out by Peter." "That's 1/6 of all Dementors," an Auror asked the leading Auror. "Hey, what else can you do? You heard Peter's kid, and look at the cheers in the car now. We can't arrest him." After going back, we told the truth that the Dementors had rioted, and Peter was killed by Peter. "Destroyed." The leading Auror sighed, and then instructed his subordinate, "Let the driver keep driving. It's been delayed here long enough." At this time, in Peter's car, a group of friends cheered excitedly and gave each other high fives to celebrate. "Yeah, it's so exciting. Did you see that my goat Patronus had a horn top and slammed the Dementor into Peter's Patronus's mouth and was bitten in half directly?" Alan said excitedly. "I was a little dissatisfied with my Patronus. What I wanted most was a serpent Patronus, but now I think sheep are not bad. Although the patron saint of our Weasley brothers is only a magpie, our patron saints can be superimposed on each other. The Dementors we encountered are all fleeing in confusion. Just now you saw the appearance of the Dementors we opened. Is it disgusting enough, like a rotting corpse? It really disgusts me." George also said excitedly. "Speaking of which, Cedric's Badger Patronus is powerful. I didn't expect Side to look so gentle, but his Patronus is very fierce, chasing Dementors everywhere. It is said that the Patronus is in the heart. The reaction, I can't think of Side, your heart is so surging, hee." Fred teased Cedric with a smile. "I didn't know the Patronus would be like this. I just asked him to attack the Dementor, and he wouldn't let him go. Badger's habits are like this." Cedric was a little embarrassed and tried to explain to his partner the difference between the patron saint and himself. "But speaking of it, our Neville is more powerful. His lion patron saint is stepping on Dementors one by one, and at least 10 Dementors have been defeated by him." The excited Neville surrounded him, showing off, "This is our Gryffindor warrior. His record today surpassed our seniors. Applaud him." Everyone laughed and applauded and cheered for Neville, and the twins sang "Neville is our king" to the tune of the eccentric sisters with laughter, making Neville blushed and kept hiding from the two brothers. Peter sat on the side, looked at the crowd with a smile, and then reacted, complaining and shouting, "Hey, don't forget me. I am the one who contributes the most. Why did you leave me behind? You don't count. If we count you, how can we compare?" The twins curled their lips and said, "You freak. Even if your grades are better than ours, we can understand your strength. But why is the patron saint better than us? We're so much older. Compared to your feathered serpent Patronus, our Patronus is like a notch off." "Yeah, don't count this guy Peter. Our Patronus can only drive out Dementors, but Peter's can kill them. If you count him, we haven't beaten any of them. After all, it's all his in the end. The Patronus is responsible for killing, we are just assisting." Alan echoed with a smile. "You guys. It's my fault that people are so good? It's a degenerate world." Peter shook his head and sighed. "Listen to this guy, it's so irritating." "Is there such a Versailles?" Alan scolded with a smile. Neville sat aside, listening to their conversation with a laugh, only to think that these seniors were too funny. "But Peter, why does your patron saint speak? Do you have any skills? Can you teach me?" Cedric asked curiously. "This is Dumbledore's improved Patronus charm. It can be used to send messages in time. If two people are far apart, the Patronus can be used to deliver messages in an emergency." Peter said with a smile, and then took out the sheepskin that Neville gave him. Paper and handed it to Cedric. "I learned from this. If you want to learn, Just practice according to the above, and come back to me if you don't understand. This is the parchment that Neville gave you just now? So you're just starting school? Cedric asked in surprise. Peter nodded and said nonchalantly, I looked at it when I was teaching Neville the Patronus charm. Dumbledore's idea was very clever. He incorporated the guidance charm and the voice charm into the Patronus charm, which happened to be 2 spells. I'm all familiar with it, good enough, so it's easy to learn. Well, I really can't compare with you. I'd better learn these 2 spells first, and then learn this improved version of the Patronus spell, Cedric said dejectedly. Cedric, don't compare yourself to this freak, or you'll be autistic sooner or later. Fred patted Cedric on the shoulder and said with a smile. Cedric nodded after hearing this, then looked at Peter expectantly and said, Peter, your Patronus can kill Dementors. How did you do it? I've never heard that Patronus can kill Dementors. Drop the Dementors. You are making history. Peter didn't hide it and explained with a smile. Actually, the principle is very simple. I just inject the bright and positive power of the Patronus into the body of the Dementor when the Patronus bites the Dementor. Dementors are pure dark creature. The power of the patron saint is in its body. Like poison, it will kill its horn. It's that simple. Then why hasn't anyone thought about this before? Fred said in surprise. Simple. Didn't you hear what Peter said? It's to inject the power of the Patronus into the body of the Dementor. We use the Patronus desperately to gather more Patronus power. Peter's method is to sacrifice the power of the Patronus, come and kill the Dementors. If you do this, I am afraid that your Patronus will collapse as soon as possible. Alan turned his head and replied to Fred. Peter looked at Alan in surprise. He didn't expect him to understand so quickly, nodded and said, This method is actually like what Alan said. My patron saint injects the power of light into the Dementors every time. Afterwards, it will lose a part of its power, so if you just observed it carefully, you will find that when my feathered serpent Patronus killed the Dementor, his body became a lot illusory. So this situation is only suitable for in special cases. In general, we only need to expel. Everyone understood when they heard it, and then temporarily gave up this method. They have just been able to successfully use the Patronus charm, and this method is far away from them. Okay, let's all change into school uniforms. Hogwarts 223 is almost here. With a wave of Peter's wand, the surrounding wide space shrunk back into the original box. Then I'll go back first. Peter, thank you for teaching me this spell today. My grandma would be very happy if they knew that I learned this spell. They always thought that my aptitude was mediocre, and I couldn't learn any great magic. Neville happily said goodbye to Peter. Have some confidence in yourself in the future, Neville. Don't you see that you have learned the Patronus charm that many adult wizards can't? If anyone calls you an idiot in the future, let them cast a Patronus charm first. Peter encouraged with a smile. I will, Peter, Neville said, raising his chest and looking at Peter with admiration. When the train stopped, Peter and his party got into a carriage to Hogwarts Castle under everyone's attention. Haha, Peter, after today's events, I'm afraid you are more famous, the twins said with a smile. You are no less. I just heard someone discussing those patron saints. Which of you are? Peter pouted and said indifferently. Hey, since we are all famous, do we want to give our group a big name? Fred said with a smile. That is, we used white magic to exterminate the Dementors today and completed a heroic act of justice. Otherwise, our group will be named the Hand of Justice? George enthusiastically suggested. Hand of Justice? Then you might as well say Justice League, Peter said speechlessly. Hey, that's a good suggestion from Peter, Justice League. It sounds cool. How about we want this name in the future for our group? Fred agreed. I agree. This title is amazing. We will all be members of the Justice League in the future. Alan also agreed. Cedric also smiled and nodded in agreement. Okay, stop playing, I'm joking. Do you take it seriously? The Justice League is the name of a group in a comic in the Muggle world, and you're not afraid of being laughed at by the words you use. You must know that many Muggle wizards have heard of it. That name. Peter reluctantly interrupted their thoughts. That's a pity. I think the name Justice League is a good name. It fits our group too well. Alan said disappointedly. Why don't we call it the Phoenix Society? Let's call it Peter's Phoenix. That sounds good too, Alan suggested. Then Dumbledore will come and ask you for royalties. He built an Order of the Phoenix decades ago. Peter rolled his eyes and said, "It's already there? It's a pity, but I'll just say that this name is pretty good. You see that Principal Dumbledore chose this, AC/DC, name. It's really a hero who sees the same thing." Alan gave up and still didn't forget complimenting himself. He successfully won the eyes of many friends. "Okay, don't mess with the names." Peter interrupted several people's plans to continue naming names and said, "The 5 of us are not together to do anything major. How simple it is. What else do we need to choose? Name." "I agree with Peter. We are all friends, and we just get together a lot and make these fake name groups. It's just a bond for us." Cedric agreed. "If we really formed a formal group, it will be uncomfortable." Alan and the twins saw that the 2 academic masters disagreed, and they gave up this plan. They were just on a whim, and they didn't really have such an idea. "Hey, why is it cold again? Did the Dementor appear again?" Alan pulled out his wand vigilantly, looked outside, and said suspiciously. Several other people also took out their wands, ready to release the Patronus charm at any time. "Don't worry, you will know the reason when you look up at the top of the castle," Peter calmly reassured and pointed to the sky. A few people stretched out their heads and looked over Hogwarts Castle in confusion, and found that there were many Dementors floating on it, constantly patrolling around the castle. Merlin's stinky socks. Is the Ministry of Magic going to turn the school into Azkaban? Get so many Dementors. The twins looked at the Dementors in the sky outside and exclaimed. "Peter, do we want to play again and get these things out?" the twins said eagerly. "Farewell, we were on the train for a valid reason, and now that no one bothers us, if we do, it will be considered a deliberate provocation of the Ministry of Magic." "I don't want to be locked up in Azkaban," said angrily, and quickly stopped these 2 guys who were afraid that the world would not be chaotic. "That's a pity. I haven't had enough of it just now. I always feel that my Patronus can't wait to come out," the twins said disappointedly. "I think you can't hide your desire to show off. Go back to your common room to show it. There are a lot of people who want to see your patron saint," Peter said directly. When the carriage entered the castle gate, 2 gloomy Dementors floated on both sides of the gate, staring at the students, as if to see if there was someone Black pretended to be. The students, who had already experienced the horrors of Dementors on the train, huddled together in horror, keeping as far away from them as possible. All Peter's students arrived at the school and went to the hall to attend the school opening banquet as soon as possible. Peter and his party came to the lobby, and after saying goodbye to each other, they all took their seats in their respective colleges. As soon as they came in, many students focused their attention on them with curious and adoring eyes. As soon as Cedric returned to his academy, the surrounding students rushed to his side, asking him whether he was involved in the Patronus who had dealt with Dementors before. After getting his nod to answer, they were even more excited. Hufflepuff had been at the bottom for a long time these years, and this time they finally had a showy student belonging to their college, and they were even more happy. "Cedric, that Badger Patronus must be yours, right?" A schoolgirl looked at him expectantly and asked. Cedric nodded with a smile. The surrounding students cheered suddenly. Nothing compares to the best student of their own academy. The Patronus that they conjured up is the symbol of their own academy, which makes them more happy and proud, and they all praised Cedric as the real Hufflepuff Chi. As for the students of Gryffindor, they were very curious about what happened at that time. As for the patron saints of their 2 brothers, there is almost no need to guess. Those 2 identical magpie patron saints have almost no other possibility except twins. MJU4 NDA2 NTC3 ODM1 NDQY NDMWH smiley face. Surrounded by the crowd, the twins performed the Patronus incantation among themselves. Seeing the 2 magpie patron saints appearing again, everyone cheered and applauded for the 2 brothers. "George Fred, whose patron saint is that lion? Is it really the patron saint of Alan of Slytherin? Don't you tell me it's true? Or I'll have nightmares," Fively Jordan asked eagerly. The other Gryffindor students also looked at the 2 brothers very curiously. The lion is the symbol of Gryffindor, and they should be very concerned about it. "Of course not," Ellen's patron saint is the goat, and the lion is the symbol of our Gryffindor. How could it be a Slytherin student? The twins shook their heads and said, "Who is that lion patron saint? I remember that there were only 5 people in your small group. How did 6 patron saints appear at that time?" Jordan asked curiously. "Of course someone went to our place," the twins said with a laugh, then walked to the side behind Neville, who was watching them, and cheered solemnly, "Happy and applaud for our lion warrior Neville, who is in Peter under his guidance. He learned the Patronus charm in just over an hour. And he is also a majestic lion Patronus." You can see the battle situation at that time, but Neville alone dealt with more than a dozen Dementors. They're running around everywhere. Merlin's beard is actually Neville. This is amazing. All the Gryffindor people looked at Neville with an embarrassed expression. Many people knew that Neville's grades were at the same level as Gryffindor. Among the students he was at the bottom of the list, and he did not expect that he would have mastered such profound magic as the Patronus charm. The 3 of Harry were even more surprised. They had the best relationship with Neville. They all knew that he studied very hard, but his academic performance was still not as good as the salted fish Harry and Ronald. Because he couldn't remember things, even the password to enter Gryffindor at ordinary times, he had to write it down on a piece of paper at all times, otherwise he would have to be outside the door and not be able to enter. Unexpectedly, after just one summer vacation, the earth-shaking changes have taken place. "Neville, show us. Let's see your Patronus," a student shouted. "No, the freshmen are about to be sorted. Let's sit down." Neville blushed and shook his head. It's a pity that the students of Gryffindor don't know what discipline is, and they all coaxed Neville into a Patronus. "Neville, make them one," the twins said softly in his ear, resting on his shoulders. "Did you forget what Peter said? To gain their respect, you have to show your strength so that no one will underestimate you." Hearing the twins' words, Neville looked at them with some surprise. He didn't expect them to say such words. It sounded like Slytherin's words. Seeing Neville's expression, the twins shrugged and said, "Don't forget that we are friends with the 2 Slytherin guys, and we will always get infected a little bit. And there is no difference between the Academy and Gryffindor. Gryffindor also admires the strong, don't you? Don't you want to be respected by them? 0. Ask for flowers." After hearing this, Neville looked at the long table opposite Slytherin and saw Peter, who was headed by the crowd, who seemed to notice his gaze and smiled at him. "God guard." Neville firmed his mind, waved his wand, and warm silver mist gushed out from the wand, quickly condensing a male lion taller than Neville, with a thick mane on his neck clearly visible. A majestic appearance appeared in front of everyone. "Wow, that's really cool." Everyone was fascinated by the lion for the first time, and they touched it curiously. Everyone loves this magic. Neville has learned this magic, and I must master this magic this semester. "I also want to see what my patron saint is," a student said confidently. He felt that since a scumbag like Neville could learn it, then he must be fine. The other students also nodded secretly, thinking that there must be no problem. "Many adult wizards can't master this magic, so I wish you all to learn it as soon as possible," the twins said with a smile, looking forward to seeing their expressions after a few months. You must know that they are all a little bit of church by Peter himself, but they have practiced for several months without success. In the end, it was by this chance and coincidence that with Neville's happiness as a guide, they gathered everyone's emotions and they succeeded by chance. Otherwise, they would not have the confidence to succeed so quickly. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff are so lively, not to mention Slytherin, because of the majesty of Chief Peter. Not many people dare to ask him. But Alan was surrounded by a circle of people, curiously inquiring about what happened on the train, and when he heard all the Dementors rushing towards them, he seemed to have seen such a scene and took a deep breath. Hearing Peter stand up again, a Patronus spell drove all the Dementors out and took the initiative to attack with everyone's Patronus, and looked at Peter and Alan with adoring eyes. Peter looked at Alan and everyone's reaction with a funny look. Now these students are always curious, and then he joked and said in a regretful tone, "Why didn't anyone ask me? I'm not a man-eating monster." Everyone ran to ask Ellen. "It's so sad. Last year's 6th grade Chief Ender Rabbit, sitting in the second seat, heard Peter joking and said with a smile, "Because you are the boss, Chief, they think the boss can't do this kind of downgrade. So it's best to ask Ellen." "Ender, graduating in less than a year, where are you going to work? Is it going to the Ministry of Magic?" Peter asked curiously. Since last year's chief competition, the students of pure blood families who were looking for trouble have been eliminated. Peter's position in Slytherin has not been shaken. 223. Even the senior students who were originally in a neutral position have turned to Peter. Among them Andrew Abbott. "Yes, Chief, my dad works for the Department of Magical Transportation. After graduation, I went to his department for an internship. He wanted him to let me inherit his job in the future," Andrew Abbott said. Peter understands that this phenomenon of inheriting from the father's business is very common in the magical world. Ender's father is the director of the Department of Magical Transportation. When he graduates and enters the Department of Transportation as an intern, he will have an advantage over others and can smoothly integrate into the Ministry of Magic in the future. The biggest possibility is that Ender becomes the director of the Department of Transportation. This is also one of the reasons why Peter does not like the Ministry of Magic. The entire Ministry of Magic is almost controlled by pure blood families. No matter how good Muggle wizards want to join the Ministry of Magic, they are only the lowest level staff or responsible for chores. Or the cleaning staff. The best place is the Aurors, because this place often comes into contact with dark wizards, and people are often injured, so those pureblood wizards who claim to be noble are reluctant to put their children in this dangerous position. However, under such circumstances, the senior management of the Aurors is still a member of the pureblood family, especially the director of the Aurors, and there are very few non-pureblood wizards. Having said that, Peter didn't have any problem with Ender Abbott. He said to Ender with a smile, "Ender, William Orff has graduated last semester. The next semester, I hope you can be my deputy, as deputy chief. Help me manage the college." "Okay." When Ender heard this, he immediately said in surprise, "I am willing to be chief. Thank you for your trust. I will do it well." Since the chief challenger last semester, no one dared to question Peter's strength, so now that the chief challenger has not started, Ender still has no doubt that Peter is talking big, but is very happy. After all, he was going to work at the Ministry of Magic after graduation, and the experience of managing the academy would give him an advantage, because the Ministry of Magic agreed with the Slytherin Academy chief system. Even if he was not the real chief, but it was very helpful. "That's good. After tonight's chief challenge, if I don't lose, you'll be my deputy chief," Peter said with a smile. "Chief, you will definitely continue to be the chief of the academy. I don't think anyone has the courage to challenge you," Ender said complimentably. "Okay, the freshman branch has started. Let's take a look first. I don't know how many Slytherin students there are this year. Every year, we have the smallest number of students in our college. I hope there will be more this year." Peter looked at the slowly opening door and said, "I saw a group of apprehensive freshmen under the leadership of Professor McGonagall, like little ducks who were just beginning their journey in the world, followed closely and came to the front of the lobby." In the end, Peter's hope did not come true. Slytherin had only 9 new students this time, which was still the fewest. After the new students were divided, Dumbledore stood up, looked at everyone happily, and announced to everyone Lupin, this year's new defense against the dark arts professor. But in view of his pale clothes and sick face, everyone looked at him suspiciously and applauded. After all, after so many unreliable defense against the dark arts professors, everyone all no longer trusts the defense against the dark arts professor. As for the applause from the students after Dumbledore announced Hagrid for the new Conservation of Magical Creatures class, it was more than Lupin. Looking at Hagrid's huge body with a silly face, Peter felt a little headache. This big guy always likes to get some dangerous things for students. If it really follows the original plot, if Harry Potter and the others have an accident after class and then Hagrid is completely rotten, then if they have to take care of those fried tail snails for a semester, it will be suffering. So in order to avoid Hagrid's rottenness, he still finds Hagrid tomorrow, and it is better to formulate a suitable course content for him, rather than to get some hippogriff. If it weren't for the time-turner darling, Peter would rather give up the course and, of course, Muggle studies. After Dumbledore finished explaining several precautions, he seriously warned the students not to provoke Dementors and then summon the food. The speaking time is only a few minutes, which is more than the leaders who speak for an hour or two at every turn. It simply won the hearts of the students. After eating and singing the school song, Peter left first, leaving the freshmen to the prefect. As soon as he entered the common room, he found that Professor Snape had arrived earlier than him. "Good evening, Professor. I didn't expect you to come so quickly," Peter greeted with a smile. "After the chief challenge later, Dumbledore wants to see you. Come to the headmaster's office," Snape said, looking at Peter, then handed the time-turner to him. "You don't have to go to my office to get 3.2, or remind you not to abuse it. It is overdrafting your future time, except for studying. Don't let me find you using it indiscriminately. Otherwise, I will take it back and turn it over to the Ministry of Magic." "I see, Professor, I won't mess with it." Peter nodded assuringly, then asked curiously, "What does Dumbledore have to do with me? I don't remember any interactions with him recently." "I heard that you successfully rescued the Longbottoms during the summer vacation. Dumbledore and I couldn't do anything at the time, but I didn't expect you to be able to treat it. Dumbledore is very interested in this. He should want to talk to you about it. After all, the Longbottoms are his favorite disciples, and he must be concerned about a few words," Snape said to Peter admiringly. Slytherin's chief competition has not changed much. The chiefs of the previous year have basically continued, and when all grades of chiefs have been competed, Peter directly stands up. He looked at the crowd and asked, "Does anyone want to challenge me? If you want to challenge me, please come on stage." 35. The people in the audience didn't speak for a while and waited for the result. Peter looked at the 6th and 7th graders and asked again, "Is anyone going to challenge me? If not, this year's chief I will continue to accept it with a smile." Among the senior students, especially those who participated in the Siege of Peter last year, they bowed their heads and dared not look at Peter. After waiting for a long time, no one came on stage. Peter smiled and said to Snape, "Professor, it looks like no one is on stage. You should announce the result." Snape nodded and said indifferently, "This year's head of the academy is still Peter York. He will be in charge of the entire academy for a semester, and all students must obey his leadership and have no reason to object." 02. All the students nodded and looked at Peter with reverence. This year is already Peter's 3rd year as the head of the academy. This is something that Slytherin has never done before. In the past, only the 7th grade students had the strength to defeat other opponents and serve as the academy chief, but Peter breaks that tradition with strength. Peter looked down at Ender Abbott, who was full of expectant eyes, turned his head to Snape with a smile, and said, "Professor, this year I want the 7th-year Chief Ender to be my deputy chief. Help me manage the college. I don't know your opinion." Snape rolled his eyes at Peter and said angrily, "As you wish." "Thank you, Dean," Peter said with a smile, and then said to the students around him, "Ender Abbott's strength is obvious to all, and everyone will follow his arrangements in the future." "I know, Chief." The students looked at him with admiration and nodded. Snape looked at Peter from the side with complicated eyes. After this student came to Slytherin, he gradually changed Slytherin, relying on his strength to make these rebellious students obey him, which was something he had never thought of. "Ender, you'll be in charge of tonight's meeting," Peter said to his new chief with a smile. "Okay, Chief," Ender said gratefully to Peter. Peter nodded, and Peter followed Snape out of the lounge. "Have you finished learning wolf poison potion? Come and practice with me tomorrow night, and try to learn it well within a week. It's better to be able to make it independently," Snape said to Peter as he walked. "I've read the book, but I haven't tried it on the ground, so I don't know the difficulty, but as long as it's not as difficult as making a phlegm, it's not that difficult for me," Peter said confidently. You are quite confident in yourself." Snape couldn't deny Peter's strength, but habitually attacked. "After all, it's very difficult for me to learn it with you, the Master of Potions, Dean," Peter complimented with a smile. "Hey, you should use this to compliment others. I didn't teach you much." Snape said, but the corners of his mouth couldn't hold back. Peter watched Snape continue to follow him and asked suspiciously, "Professor, are you going to the principal's office with me?" Snape nodded and said with a bad expression, "Your principal is worried that I will accidentally put poison into the wolf poison potion and poison the stupid wolf to death, so he wants to have a good talk with me. Now I just let you make wolf poison potion so that I don't have to concoct the medicine for that stupid wolf, and they don't have to worry about the potion becoming poison, the best of both worlds." "So I became a free labor force?" Peter said, pretending to be aggrieved. "I am a 5th grade student, professor, and I have to take the OWL exam at the end of the term, and I have to take 12 courses. There is not enough time. Don't try to squeeze anything out of me, greedy guy. I've already given you the precious feathered snake scales." Snape looked at Peter speechlessly, then suggested with a sneer, "You have to apologize to Dumbledore later." Said, "Maybe he can get a little compensation, after all. That stupid wolf is one of his most beloved disciples. He should not be stingy." The two soon came to the principal's office, but as soon as they entered the door, they found that besides Dumbledore, there was another person inside, the new defense against the dark arts Professor Lupin. As soon as Peter saw him and looked at Professor Snape's suddenly darkened face, he felt that the gunpowder was about to explode. "Ah, Severus and Peter, you're all here. Please take a seat. What do you need? Tea or pumpkin juice?" Dumbledore asked with a smile when he saw the two coming in from his chair. "Dumbledore, why is he here?" Snape asked in a low voice, looking at Lupin with disgust, as if he had seen something disgusting. "Remus John is asking me about the class, Severus. Calm down first. There are still students here," Dumbledore reminded helplessly when he saw Snape's reaction. Snape calmed down a little, snorted coldly, and sat far away from Lupin, sitting quietly without speaking. "Peter, I haven't seen you for a summer vacation, but you've always given me surprises." Dumbledore turned to look at Peter and said in amazement, "Frank and Alice, until Augusta asked me for help. Regarding their memories, I only knew that they had sobered up. Speaking of which, I would like to thank you very much. Once Augusta begged me to treat me with all my strength, but I was helpless, but you have fulfilled my wish for me." "That's what I should do, Headmaster Dumbledore," Peter said with a smile. "It's amazing to hear that you're going to use the memories of so many people to recreate Frank's complete memory, Peter, with such a grand and ingenious approach. Peter, can you explain to me? I'm very interested in this." "Interested?" Dumbledore crossed his fingers, as if he wanted to listen carefully. "In fact, the principle is not complicated. The memories of the Longbottoms are like a pot of porridge. It is almost impossible to reorganize them, so I chose to reconstruct the memory. By collecting everyone's memories of them, it is just like editing a movie. It's all about shaping their previous life experiences so they have complete memories and healthy personalities," Peter explained. After listening to Peter's words, Dumbledore frowned and said, "If you do this, Frank and the others will all remember who they are in the eyes of others." "Are they still the same?" "You don't have to worry about that, Headmaster." Peter understood Dumbledore's concern and said with a relaxed expression, "The memory I reconstructed is only temporary. The human brain can repair itself automatically as long as I build a complete memory. Those previously messy memories will gradually self-regulate and then slowly replace the constructed memories until all the replacements are completed. Their memories will truly be restored. Of course, this will take more than 10 years. Then I'm relieved." Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at him admiringly. "I didn't expect you to have such a smart idea. Maybe we old guys are rigid in their thinking and can't always think of a constructive idea. Sexual method, let alone thinking of using such a method, otherwise Frank and the others would be able to stand in front of us healthy now. This is not something you can decide, Headmaster." Peter shook his head and said, "And I also learned the modified forgetting spell from Professor Lockhart, so that I can have the most basic healing ability, and then combine with Muggle psychology. Only after research can we think of reshaping memory." "Yeah, I never thought that Lockhart could improve the Oblivion Charm. He has indeed reached an unparalleled level in the Oblivion Charm, but it's a pity that he is now being bounced back by his own Oblivion Charm and has forgotten all about it," Dumbledore sighed said. "Lockhart is not unmatched. He has been far surpassed by my student Peter. Even if the liar improved the Oblivion spell, he was only using it to steal other people's achievements. Snape, who had been silent, snorted and retorted. Yes, I forgot. Now in terms of memory, Peter, you are a well-deserved master of memory spells. Dumbledore patted his head and said with a smile. Professor, you're so wrong. I'm too early to be called a master. Peter shook his head and said, Okay, Dumbledore, it's time to get down to business. Snape interrupted impatiently what Dumbledore had to say. You asked me to make a wolf's poison potion for someone, but worried that I would turn it into poison and feed it to your beloved Dada, Professor. So I figured out a way. Snape cast a sneer at Lupin and sneered. He said, from now on, Peter will make the wolf poison potion for him so that I don't have to do things against my will. I'm afraid that one day I will add a little medicine into it, and you don't have to worry about being poisoned one day. It's a perfect solution to this matter. Let Peter make potions? Both Dumbledore and Lupin looked at Snape in surprise, as if to confirm that he was right. Of course, I know my student's potion level. You don't have to worry about him failing. Snape said complacently at Peter, then glanced at Peter, but you have to give my student some compensation. He's the best at the moment. The 5th grade is busy, and I have to take 12 courses, so I don't have that much time. Otherwise, you are most prepared to drink the wolf poison potion I made. As for whether there is any poison in it, I can't guarantee it. Alas, Severus, it's been so many years. Why can't you let it go? Dumbledore sighed with a headache looking at Snape's malicious eyes. Forgot? I have a deep memory of this incident, and I won't forget it at all unless I die. Snape snorted coldly. Severus, what happened back then was that we were young and ignorant and caused you harm. I'm here to apologize to you. Lupin said sincerely, his face full of apology. I'm not familiar with you. Please call me Snape, Professor Lupin. Snape said coldly, then looked at Lupin with hatred and said, There's no need for you to make a false apology here, and it's the other two who want to apologize. Come on your knees and apologize to me. Oh, sorry, I forgot. One of them is dead, the other is out of jail now, being chased by Aurors and Dementors. Snape sneered gleefully. Snape, what the hell are you talking about? As soon as the gentle Lupin heard Snape insulting his friend, his gentle expression suddenly became furious, rushed over, grabbed Snape's collar, and said fiercely, It's not a full moon today, Lupin. Do you think you can be my opponent alone? Snape said sarcastically, his wand resting on Lupin's chest. You all stop me. Dumbledore didn't expect things to turn out like this. He looked very serious, and with a wave of the Elder Wand in his hand, the two of them were directly pulled away and fell back to their respective seats. You are all in your 10s of years. Don't you fear losing face by doing this in front of your students? Dumbledore looked at the two who were not dealing with each other in dissatisfaction and reprimanded. Then he turned to look at Peter and said apologetically, Peter, I'm sorry to let you see such a scene. You go back first, and then we have time to talk. Chi-Chi, okay, Principal, then I'll take my leave first. Peter nodded obediently. He had seen it thoroughly today. He didn't expect Snape to have such a calm day and almost got into a fight. Peter, wait. Dumbledore stopped Peter as he got out of his chair and turned to leave. Peter looked back suspiciously and saw that Dumbledore directly conjured a small bottle, then used his wand to draw a silver thread from his temple, threw it into the glass bottle, handed it to him, and said, This is what I have about Frank and Alice. Memory, Augusta didn't have time to come. I just handed it over to you. I hope my memory can be useful to their condition. Peter took the bottle, put it into his carry-on bag solemnly, and said with a smile, Don't worry, Principal, I will keep it. Then Peter said goodbye again, nodded politely to both Snape and Lupin, and turned to leave the gunpowder-smelling office. After Peter came out of the principal's office, he walked slowly in the silent, all right, corridor. Now that the students have just returned to school, they are talking with their friends about the summer vacation, so few people come out for activities. When Peter came down the corridor, he bored and opened his system panel. This Ashes eating system was basically hidden except for the time Peter could remember. Looking at the more than 200 points above, Peter wondered what kind of magical animal gene should he choose? During the previous summer vacation, Peter also talked to Heyman Rogier in France, but the magical animals in Rogier did not have the genes that Peter liked, or did not meet Peter's requirements. As for the magical creatures such as thunderbirds, there is still no news, and even Peter is wondering if they are all extinct. But when Peter just passed a glass window and looked at the Dementors floating outside the castle, he suddenly had a thought. What about the genes of the Dementors? Dementors, wizards don't know where they come from. They are pure dark creatures. They feed on human emotions, especially positive emotions, and their black hole-like mouths can easily destroy human emotions. Souls sucked out. The Dementors were first discovered by wizards when they landed on the island of Azkaban. Later, people discovered that the Patronus charm can effectively resist Dementors, so they gradually established Azkaban on the island, imprisoned the sinful wizards here, and signed an agreement with the Dementors. Dementors can absorb the emotions of prisoners at will, in exchange for them serving as Azkaban's guards. Dementors, such dark creatures, have rapidly expanded from dozens to nearly 1,000 through Azkaban's support over hundreds of years. It is difficult for Peter to understand the brains of the top officials of the Ministry of Magic. Before this, the Dementors recognized that there were no natural enemies, and even the Patronus was only able to resist. However, the Ministry of Magic can be very unsuspecting. The population of Dementors continues to expand. You must know that Dementors are completely dark creatures that feed on humans. Hasn't anyone at the Ministry of Magic wondered if they'll be able to stop the Dementors when they're no longer content to stay in Azkaban? However, in Peter's opinion, since these short-sighted wizard executives can hand over the bank of the wizard's economic lifeline to the goblins who have been betrayed several times, it is not difficult to understand that they will let the number of Dementors increase to 223. Maybe the top of the Ministry of Magic will be very happy about this. After all, the horror of Dementors has always been regarded as one of the authorities of the Ministry of Magic. Dementors have the ability to absorb human emotions and absorb souls. This ability actually does not have much effect on Peter. If Peter had 2 exchange opportunities, Peter would not have the idea of integrating Dementor genes. But Peter wanted to see if the Dementor's ability to absorb souls could have an effect on the Horcrux. He still had a crown left in his hand, and he wanted to see if he could fuse the Dementor's genes with him. That piece of soul of the crown sucked out? As soon as he thought of it, Peter directly disappeared, turned and walked out of the castle. He quietly came to the edge of the forbidden forest behind the castle. Invisibility was invisible in front of the Dementors. The 2 patrolling Dementors rushed over as soon as they saw someone appearing outside the castle. They were not polite to the snacks that were automatically delivered to the door. But Peter was already prepared. He directly summoned the Patronus, bit one of the Dementors fiercely, and injected the power of the Patronus into the body of the Dementor. Immediately, the unfortunate Dementor seemed to be attacked. Sulfuric acid corrodes in general, and quickly corrodes and melts away. The other Dementor was startled and wanted to run away immediately, but was quickly entangled by Peter's patron saint of feathered serpents, and then got into a box that Peter had prepared earlier. Peter, AC/DC, quickly closed the box, shrunk it down with magic, stuffed it into the dragon skin bag, and quickly left the place. Peter's action was fast, and the whole scene was less than a few minutes long, so almost no one knew what was going on here. Of course, except for a black dog hidden in the dark in the distance. The black dog looked at Peter's movements with surprise. He originally wanted to find a way to enter the castle, but he didn't expect to meet Peter here, and also saw Peter kidnap a Dementor, such a fierce student he had never seen. Peter went straight back to the dormitory and saw Alan, who had just taken a bath. Alan looked at the box Peter took out in surprise and asked curiously, "What is this? Professor Snape gave it to you?" "No, it's a Dementor I just caught from outside the school," Peter said without concealment. "What, you tied a Dementor back?" Alan was very surprised. Looking at the roar from the box, he asked inexplicably, "Why did you bring back a Dementor?" I have learned the Patronus charm, but I can't use it. I'm just curious about their body structure. After all, they absorb human emotions and souls, and they look like a dark creature that specializes in dealing with humans." Peter scoffed. "Then do your own research. I don't have any interest." Alan lost interest when he heard it, and lay down on the bed and said worriedly, "Then you have to pay attention to close it. Don't take advantage of it. We ran out while we were sleeping. If we were kissed by a dementor in our sleep, we would be laughed at when we died. Don't worry, when did I become unreliable? And I put a lot of magic on this box to make sure it won't come out." Peter comforted with a funny smile. "Okay, I'm going to sleep first." Alan was very relieved about Peter's ability, nodded, and got into the quilt. Peter listened to the roar in the box and used the Patronus again. The Patronus got into the box and suppressed the Dementor before Peter opened the box and walked in. The box was simply stretch-free by Peter, but also the size of a football field. When he came to the box, he saw that the Dementor was being entangled by the Patronus, unable to move. The body was constantly eroded by the Patronus's bright aura, and it kept making a roar. It seemed that it was caught by the Patronus. Very uncomfortable. Peter didn't care about its reaction. He stepped forward and put his hand to the Dementor. He felt a cold breath quickly invade his arm, but was immediately locked by Peter's Patronus. Peter resisted the urge to withdraw his hand, opened the system panel, and said, "System, give me fusion Dementor genes." Ding! Dementor gene detected. "Does the host confirm the fusion?" the system asked. "Confirm." Host confirmed. Gene fusion started. "Please wait," the system prompted. This time, Peter felt a warm current that was different from the previous fusion. Instead, a bit of cold energy gushed out of his body and quickly rushed into his throat. After a while of itching in Peter's throat, Peter involuntarily exhaled. Suddenly, a cold breath was sprayed out by Peter, making the surrounding air cool down. Ding! The fusion is complete. After the system improvement, the host can absorb human emotions to provide energy for the body in the future. And the host has the ability to eat souls, and can enhance the power of the soul by absorbing the soul. The system prompts. "System, do you mean that I can survive without eating and just by absorbing emotions?" Peter asked in surprise. "Yes, host, in the future, human emotions, whether positive or negative, can be absorbed by you and become your food," the system replied. "That's not bad," Peter said with a smile, and then asked, "System, what does it mean to absorb the soul to enhance the power of the soul?" Host, the quality of the soul of ordinary people is constant, and it will not increase or decrease. Even through meditation, it is difficult to be effective, but through the power of Soul Eater, you can effectively absorb other people's souls, thereby enhancing yourself. "Soul," the system replied. "So, if I absorb enough souls, wouldn't I be able to become a god directly?" Peter said in surprise. "It's not the host. The power of the Soul Eater is like the host usually eats. You can only absorb so much, but if you insist on it, you may burst yourself in the end," the system replied. And the host, when absorbing other people's souls, they will also accept other people's memories. If too much is absorbed, the host's main personality is likely to be lost, and thus become other people, or become a lunatic with multiple personalities. "That's a bummer. It makes me happy," Peter said disappointedly. If the host wants to absorb souls, it is best to absorb those souls whose quality is lower than their own, such as soul fragments or the souls of newborn children. The system said again. "System, your thoughts are dangerous. You actually tempted me to absorb the child's soul," Peter said in shock. "The system only gives advice. Everything else is up to the host to decide," the system said. "Well, I can barely believe your words," Peter said indifferently, and then said to himself, "As for the soul shards, don't I have a Voldemort soul shard in my hand right now?" Entering 5th grade, professors became suddenly strict with their students and kept talking about the importance of OWL grades. Peter and the others did not have final exams this semester, but ushered in the more important ordinary wizarding ranking, OWL, exam, which determines the future student's graduation destination. Much like the high school exam in the previous life, the professors uniformly require that if you want to enter the advanced class, the OWL score must be above E good. In addition, there are no compulsory courses or elective courses in grades 6 and 7. All grades must meet the standard before entering the advanced class. However, unlike other people's anxiety, Peter is still at ease. Although he has 12 courses, he has a lot of free time with the help of the timeshifter. Lupin, a new defense against the dark arts professor, succeeded in gaining acceptance from his students in his first class, and defense against the dark arts quickly became the most popular course in the school. But in comparison, Hagrid's class on the protection of magical creatures has become a disaster. Although Peter reminded him early in the morning, Hagrid, a wise guy, forgot Peter's words and couldn't wait to tell the students. Show off your own hippogriff. The result can be imagined. The hippogriff is not a good-tempered animal. The first class caused Draco Malfoy in the 3rd grade to hurt his arm, although Malfoy took the initiative to provoke, but Hagrid's responsibility not too small. Peter didn't pay attention to Hagrid anymore. He had already tried his best to remind him early, but since Hagrid didn't listen, he wasn't a nanny, so he didn't need to pay more attention. Anyway, Hagrid and the Potter trio helped. At the weekend, Peter received a letter from Mrs. Longbottom saying that the memory of the first stage had been collected, and he needed to go to St. Mungo to reconstruct the memory structure. Dumbledore opened a flow network from the headmaster's office to St. Mungo's, allowing Peter to travel from here to St. Mungo's regularly every month to treat the Longbottoms. Reconstructing memories for the Longbottoms is not difficult, but very tedious and boring. It took Peter a whole day to finally complete all the memories collected by Mrs. Longbottom and inject them into the memory in the patient's brain. By the time Peter returned to Hogwarts Castle again, it was already late at night. After a whole day of high-intensity work, Peter's nerves were a little tired. As soon as he came out of the principal's office, he noticed movement at the entrance of the Gryffindor dormitory not far away. I saw Blake, ragged and unshaven, hysterically arguing with the portrait at the door, looking like he wanted to go in, but was not allowed. Peter glanced at it and walked downstairs directly. Now Black was full of thoughts of revenge on Pettigrew, and Peter didn't bother to participate. Without Voldemort this semester, Peter wasn't much interested in the feud between Black and Pettigrew. It was only after Peter returned to Slytherin that Snape appeared gloomily in the common room, announcing to everyone that because of Blackguard's trail in the castle tonight, all the students had to go to the lobby to rest. There is a danger in the school. Peter, as the head of the college, is naturally responsible for the safety of all the students in the college, so when all the students were comfortably lying in their sleeping bags and slept, Peter had to follow Professor Snape to check Slytherin's various items. Room. Preventing Black from appearing here. Snape's face was gloomy all night, like a volcano about to erupt. Peter didn't dare to talk. He followed closely behind him and checked all the places, and returned to the lobby again to join all the professors. We checked all possible hiding places, but we couldn't find any trace of Black. Albus, has Black left the castle? Professor McGonagall said with a serious look. It's very possible. I remember that they were famous troublemakers in the school and knew a lot of secret passages. I think he probably entered the castle through a secret passage, and now he left through the secret passage, Professor Flitwick said. Then we need to seal up those sealed passages quickly, otherwise Blake will come in if he wants to, which is very dangerous for the students. Professor Sprout said with a worried look on his face. But how do we find these secret passages? We don't know exactly which secret passage Black took. Professor 99 McGonagall said with a frown. I think you can ask our new defense against the dark arts professor. After all, he was once a member of their group and must know these secret passages. Snape looked at Lupin strangely and then questioned, and I doubt it. He has his accomplices in the school. Otherwise, with that stupid brain of Blake, how could he have come to the castle so smoothly? 0. Ask for flowers. Severus, calm down first. I trust our professor, no one will tell him. You can't make such a groundless accusation. Dumbledore frowned as Snape looked at Lupin as if he was an insider. Looking at Dumbledore's firm eyes, Snape retracted his aggressive posture and snorted, Dumbledore, you always trust people too much. I won't change my opinion. I'll keep an eye on it. Sooner or later the fox's tail will be exposed. Severus, even if I die, I won't let Lily and James' children get hurt. If Black wants to hurt Harry, he has to step over my body. Lupin said firmly. Who knows? Snape said of Lupin, who didn't believe a word of it. Looking at the current scene, Peter felt a little urge to intervene and quickly figured out this matter, otherwise he couldn't stand Blake making a move here and there from time to time. After all, next year is the time for Voldemort's return. With the conflict between him and Voldemort, I am afraid that apart from Harry Potter, Voldemort hates him the most. Although Peter can rely on foresight to prevent Pettigrew from escaping and then prevent Voldemort from resurrecting, Peter prefers that things develop along the original plotline rather than the uncertainty of the future. One night's search was fruitless, and the next day the students resumed their usual routines, but the most common discussion was how Blake got into the castle. After all, Hogwarts' claim to be the safest place is not just talking about it. A lot of magic is arranged here, and it is difficult for people outside the school to enter the castle without permission. After a period of practice under Snape's guidance, Peter was finally able to make a wolf's poison potion on his own. In view of this, Snape threw the task of making the wolf poison potion for Lupin directly to Peter, and then completely ignored it, as if to make a clear line with Lupin. Tonight is the full moon night, so after making the wolf poison potion, Peter came to Lupin's office with the potion and knocked on his door. "Come in." Lupin's voice came from inside. Peter went in with the potion, only to find that in addition to Lupin, there was Harry Potter inside. Seeing Harry panting with his wand, Peter raised his eyebrows, as if Lupin was teaching Harry Potter alone. "Professor, this is your potion for today." Peter put the potion on his desk indifferently, then greeted Harry with a smile. "Harry, long time no see. Looks like you're studying with Professor Lupin? It's really rare." Lupin looked at the boy in front of him with a complicated expression, then picked up a large glass of potion on the table and asked with a smile, "So, you will help me make potions from now on?" "Yes, Professor Lupin, you can drink it with confidence. The effect of the medicine is not much different from that of Professor Snape. I still have a little confidence in potions." Peter smiled and nodded. "That's really bothering you," Lupin said with a gentle smile, 240, then frowned and swallowed a pot of potion with an indescribable expression. After a while, he recovered and sighed. "This potion is really hard to swallow as always. It looks like you really got Professor Snape's true biography, and even the taste has not changed. It seems to work well, so I can rest assured. I will make a potion for you every month, and please teach you not to forget to drink it," Peter said with a smile. There were a few herbs that Snape specifically told him to add, all of which were bitter herbs that added a strange taste, just to keep Lupin from feeling better. It can only be said that when Snape is childish, he is childish enough. "Professor, are you sick?" Harry asked with concern when he saw Lupin drinking the potion. "Forget it, it's just an old problem," Lupin said vaguely, not intending to tell Harry his furry secret for the time being. Peter looked at a large box in the middle of the emptied office, vibrating constantly, as if something was about to rush out of it, and asked curiously, "What's in this, Professor?" "Oh, it's a boggart I found and used to train Harry," Lupin explained. "Harry has a strong reaction to Dementors, so I turned the boggart into a Dementor with a confusion charm. Monster, let him resist the influence of Dementors by practicing the Patronus charm." As Lupin looked at Peter's eyes, he said, "How could I forget? Peter, you are very good at Patronus charm, and you can help your friends quickly master Patronus charm, which is an amazing achievement. Please guide Harry. His Patronus charm has been making little progress. 39. Peter didn't even want to participate in Black's affairs this semester, let alone the trouble to attract the physique Harry Potter. He quickly waved his hand, shook his head and refused. "Professor, you are so ridiculous. We only succeeded by accident. It's just luck, it's nothing. And Professor, you're the professor of defense against the dark arts, so I won't go overboard on this kind of thing." Seeing Peter's expression of rejection, Lupin didn't continue. "However, Professor Lupin, I think Harry may just not be under enough pressure. After all, this is just a Dementor transformed by boggart, and it doesn't have much power as a Dementor," Peter said with a smile, "or use a real Dementor. How about practice? I just caught one there. How about giving it to you as Harry's practice tool?" When the two heard Peter's words, they were dumbfounded. Especially Harry, looking at Peter's eyes with a look of resentment like, "Don't you want to kill me?" He can't even deal with Boggart's Dementors, let alone real Dementors. Don't come. The Patronus charm was not released, but was kissed by the Dementor. It would be funny. Thank you, Peter, but that's not necessary. Let's use Boggart instead, it's safer. Lupin said speechlessly, and then couldn't help reminding, Peter, you should let that Dementor go. Well, these Dementors are the property of the Ministry of Magic after all, and if they find out, they'll get in trouble for you. Don't worry about that, Professor. It's usually my troubles with the Ministry of Magic, and they can't wait to see me now. And I've killed dozens of Dementors before. 1 or 2 less makes no difference to them. Peter said indifferently. Harry had seen Peter's anger at Umbridge at the Ministry of Magic before, and the scene where he taunted Minister Fudge and the Aurors at York Manor not long ago, so he didn't have much reaction to Peter's performance. But Lupin was a little restless. He didn't expect this student with excellent grades in the eyes of other professors to have such contempt for the authority of the Ministry of Magic. Although he had seen Peter angry at the Aurors while on the train, he simply the Dementor was wiped out neatly, but I didn't expect him to be so rigid. Soon, it was time for the first Quidditch match. This time, the draw was between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. The weather on the day of the game was really not very good. The sky was overcast and it was raining heavily. Quidditch players wore goggles and chased fiercely on the field. Peter was sitting in the audience seat of Hufflepuff at this time, using his wand to make a transparent umbrella, looking up at the situation in the sky, a little bored, if it wasn't for Cedric. Peter should be in the library or Slytherin at this time in the common room, instead of the cold wind blowing here. Of course, the most important thing is that Peter knew that the Dementors would be in trouble today, and if he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of these things, it would be difficult to find opportunities in the future. Since Peter fused the Dementors' genes, Peter has a murderous intention for this monster that can suck human souls. He didn't know how the Dementors appeared, but from the memory of the Dementor he caught and the information obtained from the system, he learned that after these monsters sucked human souls, they would originally, wisdom was born in ignorance. And as more and more souls were sucked, the wisdom also increased accordingly. For hundreds of years, intelligent entities have appeared in the Dementor group and quietly hidden in the group, constantly testing the Ministry of Magic and using the Ministry of Magic to provide them with food. And even 1 or 2 from time to time the soul feeds them. But now with the increase in the number of ethnic groups, they are no longer satisfied with just staying on the island of Azkaban. So this time the Dementors were released from prison collectively and looked for Blake everywhere. Peter is well aware of the fact that non-me race 3.2 has a different heart, let alone a race that exclusively feeds on humans. Once it has wisdom, it must be vigilant. Even though he befriends the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest, and even is friends with the house elves in the school, Peter is on the side of humans when it comes to his position. Strange, Peter's idea is to kill them all before you can rest assured. As for the Ministry of Magic, which is complacent about relying on Dementors, Peter also doesn't like it. So he looked forward to Voldemort's re-emergence as the original plotline, and with those stubborn pureblood families trying to make a comeback. In his opinion, the magic world really needs a war, and only by eradicating Voldemort and the pure-blooded family behind him can the decaying magic world be reborn. It didn't take long for the students to be filled with joyful emotions, attracting groups of Dementors. Facing the delicious food so close, these Dementors obviously couldn't hold back and came to the arena one after another, greedy and greedy, sucking in the happiness of the students. The one who suffered the most was Harry Potter at the top. When he was chasing the golden snitch, he came to the vicinity of the Dementors. The Dementors had no scruples and rushed towards Harry Potter quickly. Harry had already learned the Patronus charm, and he used this magic right away, but he hadn't summoned the entity yet, so the cloud of white mist he summoned only blocked a Dementor's the first wave of attacks. Next, the second Dementor broke Harry's Patronus charm directly, rushing up to him and sucking hard at him. Suddenly Harry felt cold all over his body, a green light flashed in his mind and a shrill scream, and then he fell into a coma and fell off the broom. Harry was at a high altitude, and when he fell, there were many Dementors chasing behind him, which immediately attracted the attention of 02 on the field. My God, Harry fell. He's going to fall to his death. A little Hufflepuff girl next to Peter shouted in horror. Peter turned his head to look at the professor's chair and saw Dumbledore's expression was stern. Looking very angry, he pointed his wand at Harry, who was falling quickly, and said, "Slow down time." Dumbledore didn't use the loud voice spell, but his voice reached the ears of every student, and he saw Harry falling from the sky. As if he had pressed the slow release button, the speed of falling gradually slowed down and finally slowed down. Slowly fell to the ground. As expected of Dumbledore, Peter said with a sigh, then looked at the Dementors raging on the arena. His eyes turned cold, and he sneered, "If you die in such a hurry, it will be as you wish. God guard." Peter took out his snakewood wand and said to the arena. As soon as the voice fell, a huge feathered snake sprang out from Peter's wand, spread its huge and gorgeous wings, and quickly rushed towards the Dementors on the field. The appearance of the feathered serpent Patronus made everyone on the field quiet. "It's Peter," he shot. Some students said in surprise when they saw the huge feathered snake that radiated light. The feathered serpent Patronus didn't waste much time, biting hard on a Dementor, injecting the power of the Patronus through its fangs, then quickly flung it away and continued to rush towards the other Dementor. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen Dementors were bitten by the patron saint of feathered snakes, followed by screams. Their bodies were corroded by light from the inside out and finally vanished into ashes. Looking at the dozen or so tattered cloaks falling down, the students on the field burst into the most violent cheers after a short silence. Peter, come on. Kill them. Kill all these monsters, a boy shouted excitedly. Peter's Patronus is so handsome. Merlin, this is the first time I have seen Peter's Patronus clearly up close. Why is there such a Patronus? I'm so envious. The death of more than a dozen companions caused the arrogant Dementors to suddenly fall into panic. They gave up their plans to continue to absorb and wanted to escape from the arena. In particular, the leading Dementor, whose intelligence was no different from ordinary people, immediately made a shrill and hoarse cry, trying to summon the Dementors to protect it from escaping. But it also happened that his cry also attracted Peter's attention, and it was a fusion of Dementor genes. Peter was able to understand the Dementor's words. He sneered, "Beasts are animals, even if they have wisdom, they still care about it. I can't stand my animal nature. I'll take you first today." With a thought, the feathered serpent Patronus directly gave up attacking the surrounding Dementors, and the target went straight to the leader of the Dementors, turning into a beam of light with his fangs and quickly biting at it. As soon as the Dementor saw the Patronus attacking him, he panicked and quickly ordered the surrounding Dementors to stand in front of him, and then quickly fled outside the arena. "You're really smart. You actually know how to abandon the soldiers to protect the car," Peter said in surprise, then sneered, "But you still can't escape. A wise Dementor, but more valuable than these Dementors on the field." So a strange picture appeared on the field. Peter's Patronus no longer attacked other Dementors, but instead targeted a fleeing Dementor, and the surrounding Dementors seemed to be protecting the Dementor. The Dementor that escaped desperately stood in front of the Patronus. "What's going on? Why is Peter chasing a Dementor?" the students asked in surprise, puzzled by this behavior. Dumbledore originally wanted to release his Patronus charm to drive these Dementors out, but after seeing Peter's Patronus ferociously destroying the Dementors one by one, he sat back in his seat and watched with a smile on his face. Peter's great power. There was a puzzled look on Peter's face until he saw that Peter gave up the other Dementors and kept chasing after one. But gradually, Dumbledore's expression became serious, his eyes fixed on the fleeing Dementor. He found the Dementor that Peter was chasing and kept calling other Dementors to protect himself. And he also knows how to consume and block the Patronus in various ways. "Severus, have you noticed that the Dementor Peter is chasing is different from other Dementors?" Dumbledore asked Snape beside him seriously. Snape looked at the Dementor in the distance, and after observing it carefully for a while, he said in disbelief, "That Dementor seems to have intelligence." How is this possible? We all know that a Dementor is a dark creature with a simple brain. If a Dementor has a brain, it would be a mess. Professor McGonagall on the side heard the words of the two and covered his mouth in surprise. Said, "It seems that our Peter 240 also found out about this, so he is chasing the Dementor." Dumbledore said calmly, but frowned, as if talking to himself. These are how do Dementors have intelligence? How many of them are intelligent? They have never shown intelligence before. What do you want to do? Albus, why don't you tell the people at the Ministry of Magic about this? The dark creatures such as Dementors have intelligence. This is too weird. We can't be vigilant. You must know that the last Goblin Rebellion was not enough. It won't be long. Professor McGonagall said solemnly. Hey, tell them, I'm afraid it won't work. These Ministry of Magic people are full of splendens in their minds, and they can't hold anything else in their eyes other than calculating that petty profit. Dementors have always been considered by them to be the Ministry of Magic. Treasure property. Tell them there's something wrong with the Dementors. They'd be surprised if they believed it. Snape sneered. Let's put this aside for now. I think Peter knows more than we do, and he shouldn't mind telling us about it, Dumbledore said with a smile. Then his expression turned grim, and he waved his wand. But now, let's help Peter first. We can't let these intruders escape. Since he has a way to destroy this kind of thing, we will help him. Then, around the entire Quidditch arena, a thin film-like light curtain quickly rose, surrounding the entire arena. When the giant mask covering the entire Quidditch pitch enveloped the audience, Peter also noticed it, and he smiled. It seemed that Dumbledore was also dissatisfied with the decision of the Ministry of Magic, and wanted to use his hand to desoul these the blame stayed. However, Peter did not refuse to take advantage of this point. He was going to destroy all the Dementors here today, and Dumbledore's help was just enough to allow him to deal with this wise Dementor with all his heart. Peter directly controlled the Patronus of the Feathered Serpent and rushed towards the fleeing Dementor leader with all his strength, biting off the tattered robe that covered the Dementor's body. Peter was a little surprised, only to see that this Dementor was physically different from other Dementors. Compared with other dry and rotten bodies, his limbs had a clear sense of strength, like a dead tree in spring. But Peter, no matter what the change is, once again controlled the Patronus to attack the Dementor, and the Dementor leader made a shrill voice in horror to ask for help from his companions. But this time, Peter's companions on the venue have already summoned the Patronus, and they are eager to help drive away other Dementors who want to help. The Weasley twins had given up on Quidditch, and instead sat on broomsticks, unleashed their Patronus, and chased away the Dementors. Alan in the audience also released his Patronus at the first time. After driving away the nearby Dementors, he quickly rushed to Peter's vicinity, although he did not know that Peter was staring at a Dementor for himself. Hold on, but an instinctive choice helps Peter stop the other Dementors. And Cedric, who had already caught the golden snitch, also flew down from the sky and joined the battle immediately, releasing his Patronus to prevent the Dementors from running around. In the Gryffindor auditorium, Neville, who had just finished fighting with the provocative Draco, saw the situation on the field, gave up continuing to fight with Draco, and immediately released his lion patron saint, followed by the seniors. In the battle situation, relying on the advantages of the patron saint, the fierce impact bit the Dementor. Peter's Patronus fiercely tore apart the two Dementors in front of him, approached the leader of the Dementors, and stared at him eagerly. The Dementor leader turned his head in a panic and wanted to rush out, but was stopped by the protective shield arranged by Dumbledore and slammed back hard. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the Dementor leader gave Peter's Patronus a warning roar, but the Patronus approached, ignoring its warning. With no way out, it suddenly made a pleading roar, leaning over to Nabai, the patron saint, looking pitiful. This scene made everyone who paid attention to it for a moment. Although they could not understand the language of the Dementor, it was obvious that the Dementor was begging for mercy. Obviously, we guessed right, this Dementor is intelligent, and it's begging Peter's patron saint for mercy now, which is amazing. I'm afraid there will be another list of intelligent life in the future. Dumbledore sighed, looking at the scene on the field, but his eyes looked calm. But Snape was restless. He frowned and said, "Why did Peter hear it? Don't kill it quickly. Such dark creatures with hidden intelligence are not good for us." At this time, Peter also looked at the Dementor in surprise. He understood the Dementor's plea for mercy through the Patronus. This guy begged him to spare his life and expressed his willingness to surrender to him. Hearing this, Peter sneered, and then his mouth moved slightly, only to see a Dementor-like hissing sound from the Patronus's mouth at the same time, and then grabbed the Dementor leader's stunned effort and quickly bit the camera hard. The upper body of the spirit monster leader has injected a large amount of light power. The strength of the Dementor leader seems to be no different from other Dementors, but Peter felt it and found that it was at least several times more resistant to the Patronus than other Dementors, and the light power that Peter injected into its body was sufficient. It took more than 5 times more to completely destroy this Dementor. The other Dementors, without their leaders, seemed to have lost their backbones, running around everywhere, madly hitting the mask set by Dumbledore, trying to escape. Others rushed to the auditorium, but were blocked by the professors and Alan, their patron saint. Peter turned his head to look at the hundreds of Dementors in the sky, and said with a smile, "Today is really a feast." Then the huge feathered snake, waving holy fluorescent light, rushed into the sky, chasing and biting the Dementor. The students in the auditorium no longer dared to be frightened, but looked up at the sky, ignoring the rain, and cheered every time Peter's Patronus killed a Dementor. Grave accent, "Peter, eat me, this Dementor." The twins came to the top of Peter's head with their broomsticks on their heads, only to see them working together to use the Patronus to smash a Dementor into Peter's direction, as if they were walking around. The same as the ball. Peter smiled, and the Patronus of the feathered serpent opened its big mouth and bit into the Dementor that flew upside down. With a scream, he threw it away, and the Dementor immediately revealed a hole that was corroded by light and gradually dissipated. Lose. Perfect. The Weasley brothers get 10 points. The twins happily high-five each other, and then rush towards the other Dementors in the field. The surrounding students also cheered for the twins. Seeing this, Alan commanded his ram patron saint not to be outdone, raised his horns to find the right direction, and pushed a Dementor heavily in Peter's direction. He was also bitten by Peter's patron saint and successfully obtained cheers from the students. Hearing the cheers on the field, even Cedric, who has always been shy, joined in, only to see his badger guardian, yes, Patronus, rolled up his body like a ball and quickly rolled towards the nearest one of his patron saints, knocked the Dementor into Peter's side, and was bitten by Peter. "Neville, you have won too. We will be your Patronus." Ronald, who was in the Gryffindor auditorium, said excitedly to Neville. Not to be outdone, the other Gryffindor students encouraged Neville to join in and demonstrate their Gryffindor strength. Neville had never been so inspired by so many people as he is today, flushed, took a deep breath, and communicated with his Patronus. I saw his lion patron saint, raised his head and roared in midair, then quickly rushed towards a Dementor, pressed a Dementor under his feet with one palm, and then opened his mouth and bit the head of the Dementor fiercely. Dragged the Dementor to Peter's Patronus of the feathered serpent, threw it precisely into the snake's mouth, and continued chasing the other targets. "Oh, Neville, you are so handsome." Seeing Neville's performance, the students around him excitedly patted his shoulder and encouraged him. The students were no longer afraid of Dementors, and they all regarded this Dementor chase as a performance even better than Quidditch. Such a strong breath made the Dementors uncomfortable. Although they liked to suck on the happiness of human beings, the excessive happiness was extremely poisonous to them, and they did not dare to flee to crowded places in the auditorium. "Albus, is that why you won't let us intervene? Are you going to let Peter and the others wipe out these Dementors? Wouldn't the Ministry of Magic be unhappy?" Professor McGonagall looked at the performance of the students on the field. A rare smile appeared in his eyes, but then he asked worriedly. The surrounding Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout also looked at Dumbledore, wanting to hear his answer. Dumbledore looked at the patron saints who were chasing Dementors on the field, and said with a smile, "Since the children can solve this matter by themselves, let them solve it themselves. The Ministry of Magic can't be embarrassed for some Dementors." Students. Then he looked a little indifferently at the Dementors on the field who kept hitting the mask, and said calmly, 240, and I have reminded Fudge and the others before that I don't believe in these Dementors, but he insisted on doing his own thing. Resolutely put the Dementors around the castle. Now that they have broken in and attacked the students, it can't be counted. It's not easy for us professors to do it ourselves, but since Peter has a way to solve them, let's watch it. As long as we protect the students, let the students do it themselves. Hearing Dumbledore's words, the professors also put their hearts down, looked back at the performance of the students on the field, and discussed their patron saint with great interest. This is the first time I have seen so many students release the Patronus, and 2 of them are the logos of their respective colleges, which is really unexpected. Flitwick looked at the Patronus running around the field and exclaimed. Then he complained a little disappointedly, "It's a pity. There are no students from our Ravenclaw college among them. This Peter is also really. I have suggested him to communicate with the students of Ravenclaw more times, and also introduced him to a few beautiful ladies, but his team is still without Ravenclaw. Haha, Phileas, you are feeding him water according to the head of a bull. Peter is not someone who can listen to your suggestion, and whoever you make friends with has always been according to your own wishes. You do this instead, push him away." Dumbledore said with a disapproving smile. Peter is a very amazing little guy. Look at Neville. His grandmother Augusta and I wrote to me saying that he had been at Longbottom Manor for more than half a month, and he let Neville's child. It seems to have changed. Now I am at the top of my Transfiguration class, and I am more and more confident. I am impressed. McGonagall looked at the majestic lion Patronus on the field, full of smiles, said, "That's right. Neville's child was always very unconfident before, and his grades were at the bottom, but in my spell class, he was the first to successfully cast the Restoration spell this semester, even earlier than Hermione." "Stun me." 35 Professor Flitwick echoed. "He's always been pretty good in my herbal class, but now he's more talented, and his herbalism level is the best in his class." Sprout agreed with a smile. "Severus, how is Neville doing in your class? Has the progress been great?" Several deans asked curiously to Snape, who had been silent. "Obviously, Mr. Longbottom is dissatisfied with me as a potions professor. Except for not knocking over the bottles like a reckless, stupid lion, the potions he made are obviously not worthy of the term advanced ACDC." Snape said angrily. "Alas, Severus, you're too critical of your students. They're just kids, and we need patience," Professor Sprout advised. "But Peter York is also a kid, but I don't have anything to say about his abilities," Snape retorted. "But you can't expect every kid to be as gifted as Peter, and if you were to be like Peter, I'm afraid all of us professors would be laid off. After all, the kid is too smart and mature to be self-taught," Sprout said with a wry smile. Snape was silent, not speaking. After all, what Sprout said was the truth, but unlike other deans, he didn't have that much patience with students. If it wasn't for Dumbledore's insistence that he continue to serve as a professor, he would rather be in his own house, refining his beloved potion. Speaking of which, I think this kid Peter is very talented as a professor. Have you noticed that all the friends who are with him have learned the Patronus charm without exception, and they are better than their peers in their usual magic practice? A bit taller. Professor McGonagall said with a smile. "I asked Neville before, and he said that he just spent more than an hour on the train and was instructed by Peter to successfully cast the physical Patronus. Such ability is rare. I think if he returns to teach at Hogwarts in the future, he must be a very qualified professor." Professor Sprout also nodded and said, "Cedric, after catching up with Peter, has far surpassed his peers, and he has the ability to drive his partners to progress together." 99. And Peter's brain is flexible. We have learned the Patronus charm for many years, but we only use it to drive away Dementors, but we never thought that we could kill Dementors with the power of Patronus. Ghosts all have intelligence, but as long as there is an effective way to kill them, these dark creatures are nothing to worry about," Professor Flitwick said with a smile. The professors nodded in approval. The efficiency of the children is not bad. Now there are not many Dementors left on the field. It seems that the rescuers from the Ministry of Magic will not be able to catch up. Dumbledore said suddenly with a smile. Then all the professors turned to Dumbledore's line of sight and looked into the distance. I saw that the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic suddenly apparat and appeared in the distance, and they were rushing towards Quidditch, headed by Minister Fudge. This is the property of the Ministry of Magic. You can't kill Dementors. When the faster Aurors rushed to the Quidditch field first and stopped loudly, the last Dementor, the patron saint of the twins, was driven to come to Peter's patron saint. Then, just when Fudge arrived panting, he saw the last Dementor with his own eyes, and was bitten by a feathered snake patron saint with a pure white body exuding warmth and holiness. After tearing it off, his eyes widened, his face changed from red to purple, and his nostrils were panting. He put his wand to his neck, cast a loud-sounding spell, and shouted in exasperation, "Who is not keeping my orders? I said stop attacking. Stop attacking. Who is provoking the Ministry of Magic?" The cheering of the surrounding students suddenly stopped, and everyone looked at this short, pot-bellied old man without knowing why. "Fudge, you're here. Why don't you come to my office first? It's a little messy here. I have the black tea I just bought, and it tastes good." Dumbledore and a group of professors came down from the high platform and came to Fudge. He said with a smile, "Dumbledore, you must give me a reason. Why did your men wipe out all the Dementors at the Ministry of Magic? Who did it? You must hand him over. This is a blatant challenge to the Ministry of Magic. He must be severely punished. The 120 Dementors we sent here are all gone now. I need someone to be responsible for this," Fudge told Dumbledore angrily. The smile on Dumbledore's face faded, and he looked at Fudge with a serious expression and said, "Fudge, you swore to me before that the Dementors would be safe, but today they not only allowed them to break into the arena, attacked my students directly. If some students didn't react quickly and directly use the Patronus charm to repel the Dementors rushing towards the auditorium, I'm afraid it would be difficult to end today. Maybe you can give me an explanation." Dumbledore's deep blue eyes stared straight at him, causing Fudge to turn his eyes away uncomfortably, and he said in a weak tone, "Dumbledore, you also know that Dementors are a group of unintelligent things. They just feel the game on the field. I can't help it, because it's a delicious plate of food for them after all. You just need to get rid of them. Why kill them? Fudge, they want to hurt the little wizards. You actually said they just couldn't help it." When the two female deans on the field heard Fudge's words, their faces showed disbelief, and then roared at him furiously. Angrily confronted by the two ladies, Fudge consciously lost his words. His face was embarrassed, but then he said with a strong tone, "There is never a record of killing Dementors in the magic world, and we suspect that this is the use of an evil forbidden spell to kill Dementors. Drop the Dementors. We need them to go to the Ministry of Magic for questioning." Fudge, the magic to get rid of the Dementors isn't actually evil magic, as long as anyone with some vision can recognize it. It's just a little trick of the Patronus charm. And they're my students. They're in order to protect themselves, and the classmates just wiped out these invading Dementors. Will I allow you to take them away? Dumbledore refused sternly. Dumbledore, you can't prove it by yourself. We just normally bring people to the Ministry of Magic for questioning. This is the right of the Ministry of Magic. Even if you are the greatest wizard, you can't stop it," Fudge said sharply. "Long time no see, Minister. I heard you want to arrest me." A frivolous voice came from the crowd. Fudge turned his head and saw Peter. His eyes widened, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Peter York, it's you. You're so bold. You killed dozens of our Azkaban guards before school started. We mercifully ignored your fault, and now we are doing the same trick again, killing hundreds of precious guards at the Ministry of Magic. Are you trying to subvert the Ministry of Magic? Master Minister, don't give me a high hat of rebellion. I'm only a 5th grader now. Even if I have the heart, I don't have the power. You look at me too highly. And don't mess up the primary and secondary, right or wrong. What do you mean by killing your guards? Your Dementors are rioting for all to see, and many students have seen them with their own eyes. I killed them just to protect myself. Or do you think Minister Fudge thinks I am a small A wizard's life is not as good as a Dementor?" Peter said with a smile. "0. Ask for flowers. Of course you still have a way. That is to let your aurors wipe out the memories of the students present. Then I'm speechless. You can convict at that time. Peter seemed to be beguiling him, he said in a tone of voice, and then seemed to react, covered his mouth and smiled and said, "Oh, I forgot that the most powerful wizard, Dumbledore, is still here. I'm afraid you need to get his approval first." Fudge, P*********** D off by Peter's taunting, exclaimed, "Self-defense? You're going to kill all the Dementors for self-defense? Are you fooling our brains? And I've never heard of it before. Is there any magic that can kill Dementors? Did you secretly practice evil black magic to do it?" 0. Master Minister, please think about it with your head. This is a large crowd. I use black magic to destroy Dementors. Can't the headmaster and other professors see it? Or do you think I can fool the so-called greatest Dumbledore and all the powerful professors? Peter said angrily, "Otherwise you bring another Dementor, and I will show you how to kill it with the white magic Patronus charm, so that I can prove that I didn't use it." Black magic? You've wiped out the Dementors out there. Where did we get the Dementors for you? Fudge stared at Peter like a furious walrus. You can't find it, I have one here. Peter took out a small suitcase from his pocket with a smile, put it on the ground, kicked the button, then stepped back and said to Fudge, "I used the Patronus charm on the spot. Should I be able to prove it?" 55. Then, regardless of Fudge and the Auror's reaction, when the Dementor in the box flew out, he waved his wand directly, and a huge feathered snake Patronus came out of the wand and bit the body of the Dementor. Peter smiled and walked to the screaming Dementors and the Patronus, beckoning to everyone, "Come on, the Minister and the Aurors. Since you don't believe it, come closer and I will explain it to you personally." Down. Look, my Patronus is now biting the Dementor's neck, and you can see that its fangs are injecting the power of light and joy into the Dementor's body, which I call the poison of light. Peter reached out to remove the Dementor's tattered cloak, revealing where the Patronus had bitten. Fudge and the Aurors just stood there stupidly, watching Peter explain to them seriously. The professors and Dumbledore were also stunned by Peter's actions, and then watched Peter's performance in disbelief. A smile flashed in Snape's eyes, and he was very curious about what he would do next. "Minister Fudge, you may have been in the Ministry of Magic for a long time, and your minds are a little inflexible. Otherwise, you should know that black and white magic is opposed to each other and incompatible with each other. Therefore, the ancient and pure white magic patron's saint spell can be 240, tackling a creature of pure darkness like a Dementor." Peter continued. "The magic world has used the Patronus spell to drive away Dementors for a long time, but I never thought about the principle that the Patronus can really resist Dementors. But I have taken a different approach and am very curious if the dark creatures such as Dementors are in the body. What will be the result of being added to the power of light? Now, all Aurors and Ministers, please take a closer look at the reaction of this Dementor." Peter's voice suddenly became louder, and he pointed at the Dementor behind him who was bitten by the Patronus. "Look, its body has been gradually corroded. The silvery white light on those wounds is the power injected by the Patronus, which shows that the Dementors can't absorb the power of the Patronus at all, which is for them poisonous. Now, Mr. Minister, do you understand?" Peter pointed to the Dementor behind him that had been corroded, and used his wand to pick up the only tattered cloak left. He looked at Fudge with a smile and said, "If you still see if I don't understand something so straightforward, then I can't help it. After all, it's not my problem anymore." Of course Fudge understood, and he was also very surprised by such a principle in his heart. After all, this technique was easy to understand, and it was very useful for the Ministry of Magic. After all, they still had to control Azkaban's Dementors. But he didn't want to let go of this guy who made them suffer a few times. He rolled his eyes and said sharply, "Let's not say that you killed so many Dementors. What happened to the Dementor you just made? You dare to capture Dementors privately? They're guard of Azkaban. You are provoking the Ministry of Magic by doing this. We have the right to punish you. Lord Minister, then you have wronged me. The Dementor was the one I had left before, and I was going to hand it over to the Ministry of Magic. Your request, this Dementor has been used to prove my innocence." Peter said innocently. "Do you think I'll believe your nonsense?" Fudge said with a sneer, given Peter York's use of dangerous magic and the killing of all the Ministry of Magic's guards at Hogwarts Castle, we suspect that you may have been with the fugitives. Black has connections, so I, in the name of the Minister of Magic, will temporarily take you to the Ministry of Magic for questioning. This is a right granted to me by the Ministry of Magic, and not even Dumbledore can interfere. If you want to take Peter away, then take me too. I also used the Patronus charm to take part in the Dementor campaign. Cedric jumped off his broom and stood behind Peter, said firmly. Who are you? This matter has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and leave. Fudge looked at him in surprise, and then said impatiently. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Cedric directly summoned his Patronus and said to Fudge, You should have seen a badger in the Patronus chasing the Dementors, and that's mine. And my name is Cedric D. Gory. Mr. Minister. Diggory? Fudge looked at his patron saint, his eyes cold, and then said with a threatening tone, I remember the Department of Fantastic Beasts. There is a Diggory. He is your father. You don't want your father to lose his job because of yourself? We're just punishing Peter York today. Don't get in the way of business. There was struggle in Cedric's eyes, but then he stood firmly behind Peter and said, This has nothing to do with my father, Minister. You don't have to use him to threaten me. And I did participate in the extermination activities just now. You want to, if you punish Peter, punish me too. And us, we also participated in destroying the Dementors. And our name is Fred/George Weasley. The twins rode and swept over the Aurors' heads, making them involuntarily bow their heads to avoid. Then directly he swooped down sharply, stopped in front of everyone, and swept the dust on the ground to Fudge and his party. Weasley, Arthur Weasley's good son. Fudge looked sullen and gloomy at the two red-haired teenagers. Minister, I'm sorry. My friends are always messy. Do you need me to cast a spell to help you clean up? Peter walked forward with a smile, waved his wand, and asked with concern. No need. Fudge snorted coldly, then took out his wand and waved it. His whole body returned to a neat appearance, looking very skilled. And I, Alan White, also participated in the siege of Dementors. Minister, if you want to arrest someone, arrest me too. Alan squeezed out of the crowd panting and stood behind Peter. And me. Neville hurriedly ran down from the Gryffindor stand and rushed in front of Peter. Seeing the majestic Fudge, his head could not help shrinking, and he mustered up his courage to say, I, Neville. Longbottom, also participated in this extermination. Longbottom. Fudge looked suspiciously at the person in front of him who was obviously several years younger than Peter and the others. You are the child of the Longbottoms. Your parents are excellent Aurors at the Ministry of Magic. You as their son. Why stand against the Ministry of Magic? 99. Neville also unleashed his Patronus, then summoned up his courage and said, I'm not against the Ministry of Magic. Those Dementors want to hurt us and our classmates, so we have to destroy them. Do you think you can stop me from taking Peter York with you? Now that you have admitted your crimes, let's go to the Ministry of Magic for questioning together. Fudge looked at the students standing behind Peter and sneered, said, And us. We also participated, a girl suddenly shouted, and then Hermione pulled Ronald and stood behind Peter and the others, and said in a lackluster tone, We also participated. Yeah, those Dementors hurt Harry Potter. They attacked Harry while he was playing in the sky, knocking him down. Had Headmaster Dumbledore not rescued him in time, he would be dead now. 39 Ronald Red shouted loudly. Harry Potter? Fudge's face was suddenly surprised, then panicked. After all, the reason he dispatched the Dementors with great fanfare was to capture Black and protect Harry Potter. If the Dementors hadn't caught Blake by now, the news of Harry Potter being attacked by the Dementors would have filled his office with envelopes of angry wizards. When the Ministry of Magic spared no effort to make Harry Potter the savior of the world, Harry Potter was already a symbol that could not be ignored, and his mind was now thinking about how to hide it. Peter stared at Fudge's change of expression and said with a smile, Minister Fudge, the Daily Prophet should not report today's events 02. After all, they are your mouthpieces. But do you want me to tell other people what happened today? A copy of the newspaper? How about the Quibbler? Wizards Weekly is a magazine, but it should be very interesting. How about sending another copy abroad? I also know Rosier, the shareholder of the French Magic Daily, and they should be very interested in British affairs. At that time, I will order thousands of copies for the school and give each student a few take it home and let their parents take a good look at what foreign wizards have said about us. Peter said with a smile. Hey! The people around looked at Peter in astonishment. Peter could come up with such a ruthless idea. If Peter really did the last thing, then the old British enemy in the French magic world, he definitely won't miss the chance to scoff at him. At that time, the British Ministry of Magic will be disgraced and thrown into the world, and it will be bought to give to the parents of students. I am afraid that they do not want the parents of students to send roaring letters to the Ministry of Magic angrily. Then Fudge will not be the minister. Fudge's eyes shrank as soon as he heard it. In recent years, although the British magic community has not participated much in the activities of the international magic community, the Department of International Magic Cooperation stands in the Ministry of Magic and receives wizards from abroad every day. Not to mention the French magic world, which is only separated by a sea. Many pureblood wizard families in the United Kingdom and France are related by marriage, and they're often in contact with each other. Fudge looked at Peter in front of him, as if he saw the small horns on his head, looked at him gloomily and said, Peter York, are you threatening me? How is that possible, Minister? Now you are embarrassing us. We were attacked by Dementors, so we fought back, but you said we killed the guards of the Ministry of Magic, and you are going to bring us to justice. Peter was full of innocence looking at Fudge, he said. If you want to arrest Peter, arrest us. He did it for the sake of us. A group of girls crowded over and surrounded Peter, led by Flora Shaker, among the girls from 4 colleges, almost up to the 7th grade, down to the freshmen. There are 60 or 70 people. Everyone looked at these girls in surprise, and then looked at Peter, wondering where he got so many supporters. Peter was also a little surprised at this time. He didn't expect these girls to stand up to help him, especially when there were only a few girls who could name him. This is your fan support group. Surprise! I said that this support group organized by Flora should not be underestimated. Ellen Pretty said in Peter's ear, her eyes full of ridicule. While Peter was speechless, he was very moved by these fans who supported him. It seems that he still has to give these fans some benefits in the future. It is very rare to be able to stand firm on his side on this occasion. We also participated. If you want to arrest Peter, arrest us too. Then the surrounding students were also agitated and stood around Peter. A student. Among them, a large number of Slytherin students stood on Peter's side, shouting to arrest the chief and arrest them too. The adults present looked at the scene in amazement and looked deeply at Peter, who was surrounded by the center. It was rare to see such a character. It's so similar. Dumbledore murmured, looking at Peter in the crowd, his eyes empty as if he was remembering something. You. Fudge was in a difficult situation at this time, and he couldn't really arrest all these students. If he really did this, his position would be at the top. Especially when he saw among his supporters Draco Malfoy, Greengrass, and other children from an important family in the magic world, which made him look at Peter with a look of fear in his eyes again. If Peter hadn't been too young now, he would have suspected he was vying for his ministerial position. No, headmaster, professor, said one of the students, running from a distance, horrified. The portrait of the entrance to Gryffindor has been torn up. It's black. He appeared. He wanted to go in, but the portrait wouldn't let him, so he was furious. I tore up the portrait 240. Minerva, you're in charge of the order. I and the other professors will go to check. Dumbledore said with a puzzled look in his eyes, then said seriously, then turned to look at Fudge. Minister, I'm afraid I don't have time to greet you now. Fudge was riding a tiger at this moment, and when he heard this, he suddenly became smart, with a happy expression on his face, and quickly caught up and said, Since Black has appeared, then we are just going to arrest him. This time we cannot let him run away again. Come with me. Be sure to catch him. Then, as if they forgot about Peter and the others, they turned around and followed Dumbledore and the others to the castle. The students behind Peter stared blankly at the finished Aurors and immediately cheered excitedly, shouting, We won. 35. Peter looked at the students who were cheering for him with a funny look, bowed to them sincerely, and then revealed a bright smile on his face and announced, "To thank you, I will be in the back kitchen tonight, preparing the basilisk meat. Banquet, this is my last collection of snake meat. You have tasted it last time, you should know the effect, this time is enough." As soon as the students heard the news, they cheered again. The last time the basilisk meat was unforgettable to them, and now they can taste it again. Of course, they are very happy. In the end, the Ministry of Magic and the professors did not catch Blake. Except for the portrait of the door of Gryffindor's common room being torn up, no one saw Blake, and the people of the Ministry of Magic could only leave in despair. The students thought that the Ministry of Magic had given up, and while they were cheering, a group of Dementors arrived at Hogwarts within half a day, accompanied by a dozen or so Aurors, who were resident in Hogsmeade. The students were very frustrated. There were also students who urged Peter and the others to destroy these Dementors. Of course, Peter refused with a smile. If he did it again, Fudge would probably jump. Harry Potter woke up after lying in the school infirmary for a long time after being in a coma. Unfortunately, his broom fell on the beater willow and was torn into pieces by the angrily beater willow. Although Cedric caught the snitch first, he honestly told Mrs. Hooch that the game was influenced by the Dementors, and he was willing to hold the game again. Mrs. Hooch asked Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor, for his opinion, but Wood rejected the proposal to play again, believing that Cedric won the match very brightly, and there was no doubt that the Gryffindor lost the match. The result of this match made Slytherin's Quidditch players very happy. Their rival Gryffindor had already lost a match, so they had a great chance of winning, and the Quidditch Cup would be back in Slytherin's hands again. This Dementor incident made Peter and his group very popular in the school. Everyone regarded them as heroes, especially the youngest Neville Longbottom, whose performance made many people admire him. Gryffindor students also gave Neville the kindness nickname of Lion Rider because of his patron saint image. In addition to Peter and his party, the other thing that was gossiped by the students was the conflict between Ronald and Hermione of the Potter trio. According to the big-mouthed Alan, it was Ronald's pet mouse that was eaten by Hermione's cat, so the two stopped talking to each other now, leaving Harry Potter sandwiched between them, running around like a busy little hamster. When Peter heard this, it was purely for fun, and he didn't want to participate. It seemed that the little mouse Pettigrew was ready to escape, and now he should be hiding in Hagrid's house. But whether this had anything to do with him, thinking about Peter lying comfortably on the grass, watching the twins fiddle with the big octopus tentacles basking in the sun by the lake. Fred and George are just cheap hands. I hope the big octopus can't stand it later. Just roll them 2 by 1 and take them into the lake to soak in the lake water so that they will never be quiet. Exclamation point. Alan looked at the two guys who kept going and said with a little malicious eyes, "Impossible, the big octopus is at least a few hundred years old. It has a friendly personality. When a student accidentally falls into the water, it will take the initiative to help save people." Cedric pierced Alan's fantasy and laughed. Said. The group was getting enough of the sun, and when Shan-Shan returned to the castle, they heard the students chatting, saying that Harry Potter had received a new firebolt broom, and many people went to watch. The twins and Cedric, who were fans of Quidditch, suddenly lit up and hurriedly pulled Peter to the crowd. At this time, Harry Potter was sitting on the long table, receiving the crowd's onlookers, and the broom in his hand was amazed by the crowd. The onlookers looked at him with admiration. Ronald seemed to have obtained the broom himself at this time, and loudly told the students around him not to touch the firebolt at will. "Harry, I heard that you got a broom." The twins, with all their strength, pulled Peter and a few people in and asked curiously, "Fred, George, Cedric, and Peter, why are you here?" Harry asked in surprise. "We heard from afar that you received a firebolt. Of course, we were very curious, so we rushed over," the twins said with a smile, and then saw Harry's injured broom. Their eyes suddenly lit up, full of fascination. Looking at it, he exclaimed, "Harry, who gave you this? What a big deal." Firebolt is the latest and fastest broomstick, and it's a special broom for international Quidditch competitions. I don't know, there's no signature on it. Harry said, confused and very happy. After all, such an expensive thing as the firebolt, even if Harry inherited the rich inheritance from his parents, he would not dare to squander it like that. When he and Ronald saw it, they could only stand outside the window and look at it enviously. You must know that a broom with a 2009 will alone will sell for hundreds of gold galleons. For brooms like Firebolt, the merchants directly write the price and negotiate. Basically, the price will not be lower than 500 gold galleons. That's a lot of money for many wizarding families, so it's just a matter of watching. Even the Malfoys, who dote on their children very much, let Draco act like a spoiled child, and they couldn't make the Malfoys agree to buy one for him. Peter didn't have much interest in these broomsticks, so after leaving a few broom-obsessed people to watch, he returned to the Slytherin long table. He was very busy during this time, even with a time shifter. In addition to regularly going to St. Mungo's Hospital to build memories for the Longbottoms, he wanted to make Lupin's wolf poison potion, and then he was facing the burden of 12 courses. Schoolwork. Tonight, he was going to take advantage of his free time to go to the Room of Requirement to solve the crown that he had kept for a long time. Otherwise, as Voldemort's return time was getting closer and closer, he was afraid that this Horcrux would appear around him. An accident he didn't want to see happened. It didn't take long for Ellen to tell him about the breakup between Hermione and the two partners. It is said that Hermione was worried that this firebolt of unknown origin would be Black's conspiracy, so she reported it to, Professor McGonagall. After Professor McGonagall heard about it, he took the firebolt away to have it checked carefully and returned it to Harry after confirming it was correct. Harry, who originally planned to use this firebolt, which is known to be the fastest flying, to show off his style in the next Quidditch match, suddenly had no tools and was unwilling to talk to Hermione. Peter didn't have much interest in the tantrums between these children. When it was late at night, Peter left the dormitory stealthily, followed the moving stairs to the 8th floor, came to the Room of Responsiveness, and entered a room where only himself able to enter the room. Peter took out the wooden box with the crown closed, put it on the ground, and opened the box, revealing the gray crown inside, and at the same time the isolated whisper sounded again, even more than ever. Even more intense, it seems that the soul piece on the Horcrux has been revived, trying to control Peter. Peter smiled contemptuously, picked up the crown, and looked at it carefully. The blue gem on the crown seemed to be contaminated at this time. It no longer had the luster that a gem should have, and it looked dull, and there were many more in it. Dusty impurities, it looks like a poor quality thing. Peter, unaffected by the bewitching whispers of the crown Horcrux, held the crown close to himself, and then opened his mouth. I saw that Peter's mouth seemed to have turned into a black hole, pitch black, with a strong soul-sucking suction. Peter sucked at the crown, and immediately saw a black thing like smoke on the crown being sucked out of the crown and falling into Peter's mouth. Peter didn't feel sick about it at this time. Instead, he looked at the crown as if he saw delicious food, and his whole body was filled with a sense of hunger, urging him to eat the food in front of him as soon as possible. The black smoke in the crown seemed to be endless, constantly coming out of it and being swallowed by Peter. A scream came from the crown, with feelings of panic and resentment. With the continuous gushing of black smoke, the crown became more and more lustrous, and the blue gems on it also became dazzling. Seeing this, Peter intensified his devouring force. He could feel the soul piece in the crown. At this time, it had not been sucked out by him, and was trying his best to resist Peter's devouring force. However, the soul piece in the crown is powerless after all. With a scream of unwillingness, a ferocious face composed of black smoke was sucked out of the crown. The face looked at Peter resentfully, trying to escape. But under the power of Peter's dementors, there is nowhere to escape. In the end, in an unwilling scream, all the black smoke was swallowed up by Peter. Peter snorted contentedly. He looked at the shiny crown on the ground and picked it up very curiously. Just as he was about to wear it on his head to test the effect, he felt sleepy for a while. Peter felt that it was the effect of swallowing Voldemort's soul piece just now. He yawned, braced himself, made a big bed, and fell asleep directly on the bed. Peter suddenly finds himself transformed into Tom Riddle. He has experienced the time in the orphanage since he can remember. He knows he is dreaming now, but he can't wake up. He can only experience Tom Riddle's life slowly experience. As soon as he can remember, AC/DC, he has been living in the Wu's orphanage in London at the time of the Great Depression, and the orphanage, which usually relies on donations from the wealthy, is even more difficult at this time. Not to mention Mrs. Cole, the head of the orphanage, who is a self-serving alcoholic who often uses the little relief money given by the government to buy alcohol, leaving the children of the orphanage hungry. Therefore, when faced with a few food, the children showed their wolfishness, relying on one by one to oppress others and snatch food. In this environment of the weak and the strong, Tom gradually relied on his superpower and the gift of controlling snakes from starvation from the beginning, becoming a person who made others fear and enjoyed the children in the orphanage. Food most treat. Mrs. Cole didn't care too much about the children. She racked her brains to get a little relief from the government and the wealthy aristocrats, and then stuffed it into her bag. And Tom was used to fighting for everything he wanted in this powerful orphanage society until he was brought back to Hogwarts by Dumbledore at the age of 11. The children of the orphanage are good at gaining the sympathy of others by acting, and Tom, who entered Hogwarts, is the best among them. Welcome, step by step, to form your own small force in Slytherin and trace your life experience. At first, he thought his wizard blood was inherited from his father, because he believed that a mother who could die in childbirth could not be a wizard. But after searching for a long time, none of the wizards in the magic world have the surname of Riddle. In the end, with his middle name Marvolo, he traced that his mother was originally from the Gaunt family of Slytherin descendants, and his father was a Muggle family living not far from the Gaunt family house. When Tom came to Gaunt's house with mixed feelings, his uncle Morphin Gaunt recognized him at once, mocked his bloodline, and threw him out unceremoniously. Tom came to Riddle Manor again, and saw his Muggle father, who was exactly the same as himself. When old Riddle saw Tom, he recognized him, and he wanted to drive him out with the same disgust in his eyes. Tom Riddle used legilimency to see the old Riddle's memory, and there was no witch and Muggle love scene he imagined. Merope Gaunt, who lives near Little Hangleton, happened to meet Tom Riddle, a handsome Muggle young man, and fell in love with him. But old Riddle already had someone he liked in his heart, and he loved him very much. For this ordinary-looking Merope with weird habits, old Riddle did not like her and often turned a blind eye to her. So, in order to gain the love of old Riddle, Merope used the love potion on the old Riddle, made old Tom Riddle fall in love with her madly, and took her to escape from here. Soon, Merope was pregnant with the child of old Tom Riddle, perhaps because he was too obsessed with love or too confident in himself, thinking that after having a child, old Tom Riddle would really fall in love with him. Merope stops his love potion for old Tom Riddle. However, Merope never imagined that the sober old Tom could not accept such a thing. He looked at Merope and her slightly bulging belly in disgust, then abandoned her without looking back and turned to leave. Knowing that his origin was a completely unexpected conspiracy, the last trace of goodwill in Tom Riddle's heart completely dissipated. At this time, the old Riddle was married and had children and lived a happy life. Tom Riddle looked at the warm Riddle Manor and felt extremely dazzling, so he raised his wand and killed all the Riddle family, including the old Riddle. He returned to Gaunt's house again, tampered with his uncle Morphin Gaunt's memory, and blamed him for the killing of the Riddle family, thus escaping punishment. Peter has no way to control his body at this time. He can feel all the emotions and feelings of Tom Riddle, but he can only watch Tom Riddle step by step towards the Voldemort he knows. It wasn't until a long time later that Peter woke up sweating profusely, lying on the bed panting heavily. Eyes were filled with joy at this time. He had dreamed of all the experiences of Voldemort's first 30 years, and if he continued to dream, he would probably not be able to tell whether he was Peter or Tom Riddle. No wonder the system reminded that the method of absorbing the soul to enhance his strength was not advisable. It was just a fragment of Voldemort's soul, which almost made Peter schizophrenic. If it really devoured the soul of a complete adult, then he would become another person. or split personality. The memory on the crown only lasted until Voldemort made this Horcrux, and although it was a little thrilling, it was also very rewarding. Although Voldemort in the crown has not yet reached the top of his strength, compared to other wizards, he cannot be underestimated, and even he has formed the predecessor of the Death Eaters, the Walpurgis Knights. And Tom Riddle's 30-year-old magical memory is a very rich wealth. As long as Peter gradually develops these memories and uses them skillfully, his strength will also increase rapidly. Peter got out of bed and wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking that it would be bad if he didn't have to use such skills in the future, or he would drive himself crazy. Then Peter picked up the crown. The crown at this time was very delicate. Peter put it on the top of his head curiously, and suddenly Peter felt a cool feeling spread from his mind. His thinking became very clear, and his mind was mixed with thoughts. They were all pushed back by an invisible force. Peter felt that he became very rational at this time, and he remembered many things that he hadn't noticed. It was like adding a power machine to his brain, which made the brain rotate faster. He tried to recall an extracurricular book he had just read in the library yesterday, and the content that he should have been unable to remember was presented in his mind without forgetting it. Peter felt very happy, but his mind was calm at this time, and his expression looked a little indifferent. After he took off the crown on his head, a happy smile appeared on his face. Looking at the crown in her hand like a baby, this kind of thing is simply a god's assistance in study and research. I really don't know how Miss Ravenclaw created this prop more than 1,000 years ago. No wonder even her own daughter coveted it, even betraying her mother and fleeing by stealing the crown. Being used by Voldemort to make Horcruxes is a waste. Although there are magic potions that increase wisdom in the magic world, the effects of these potions are very short-lived, and taking too many potions will have bad sequelae. But this crown is a permanent prop, and wearing it can achieve and exceed the effects of those potions. Of course, Peter also noticed that after wearing the crown, people are in a state of reason, their emotions will be greatly reduced, and their minds will be clear. So the crown is generally a double-edged sword, of course, the pros outweigh the cons. But for Peter, this crown is very useful to him. Relying on this crown, he can learn more magic knowledge most effectively. No matter in the Muggle world or the magic world, it is always the most precious. Learning to benefit people for life. Peter thought that if the role of the crown is not as magical as the legend, he will be a good person and find time to return this treasure to Ravenclaw in the future. But now Peter said that he had forgotten what he said before, and this crown will remain with him until he has completed the knowledge of magic. In the days that followed, Peter continued to soak in the library again. Unlike in the past, he now wore a certain wizard hat and was fascinated by the knowledge in the books. Relying on the crown, Peter's learning efficiency has been doubled, and even the homework assigned by the professors, he just glanced at it and wrote it down quickly without thinking. Peter lived happily in his studies until Black attacked Gryffindor again at night and temporarily stopped. As the head of the college, Peter joined the team of professors as a matter of course and was responsible for taking care of the Slytherin students. Afterwards, according to the twins' complaints, I learned that Black appeared directly in Harry's dormitory last night. He was standing in front of Ronald's bed with a knife at the time. Ronald just woke up and screamed in horror at the scene. And then Blake hurriedly fled. Professor McGonagall angrily questioned Sir Cadogan, the portrait of the gatekeeper, that Blake was able to enter the Gryffindor dormitory, but the braggart Cadogan confidently said that Blake had spoken the correct password, so he let him in. This answer made Professor McGonagall directly furious. She dismissed Sir Cadogan directly and replaced the terrifying fat lady. 0. Ask for flowers. This Sir Cadogan volunteered to guard the door of the Gryffindor common room in place of the fat lady after Blake tore up the fat lady's portrait, but was always rude, liked to drink, and liked to come up with some strange passwords, which were often changed. And the passwords are some very rude words. Frequent password changes made Neville, who had a bad memory, stumped, so he wrote the password on a note so that he would not be locked out by the portrait when he returned to the dormitory. This time, Blake was able to enter the dormitory through the portrait smoothly because he picked up Neville's note. Professor McGonagall got angry and put Neville into confinement and did not allow him to write down the password on paper. Point 0. But Peter and the others don't have much time to think about these things now. In Alan's words, even if Black appeared in front of him now, it would not be more terrifying than the upcoming OWL exam. As exam time approached, professors increased their 5th grade assignments in an attempt to fill these students' empty heads with knowledge. The 5th grade students also knew that this exam was about the future, so they worked hard to review. The energy potion was very popular among the 5th grade students, and the students forced their brains to concentrate on their own studies. Even the twins who have decided to open a shop after graduation are still immersed in their studies. If they fail the exam this time, Mrs. Weasley may be even more opposed to their dream. The OWL exam in the 5th grade is earlier than other grades, and the invigilator is from the Ministry of Magic, headed by the class of Gusilda March, who has a relationship with Peter, and serves as the director of the Wizarding Examination Authority. Also a member of Wisengamore. The OWL exam takes 2 weeks. The morning is the theoretical exam and the afternoon is the practical exam. The exam room is arranged in the auditorium. After 9 o'clock in the morning, the 4 college tables were removed and replaced with many small single-person tables, and the students of the 4 colleges took the exam in the auditorium. Ms. Marchbank sat in the front seat of the faculty and looked down at the students below. There was a serious examiner on the left and right, and a huge hourglass was placed on the table to calculate the time. Peter and many other 5th-year students, sitting below, were given the most stringent anti-cheating spells one by one and flew from the examiner to all the students. The quill was also provided by the Ministry of Magic. Anti-cheating quill. After the examiner gave the order, the students bowed their heads and made their own papers, and only the sound of rustling was left in the audience. The first exam was Transfiguration Theory. Peter saw it without any difficulty at first glance. He felt the surrounding atmosphere, but it looked like the high school entrance examination in his previous life. The results of this exam will determine whether you can find a satisfactory job in the future. If you don't have good grades, you will not be eligible to become a core member of the Auror and the Ministry of Magic when you choose a job in the future, which is very important for wizards. Important. Shaking his head slightly, he threw out other thoughts. Peter also lowered his head and worked on his own paper. This exam was very simple for him, but he still had to take it seriously. Theoretical stuff is not difficult for Peter, let alone now that he has a bonus for learning the artifact crown. So when others were scratching their heads and thinking hard, Peter wrote the correct answer without even thinking about it. 2 hours of exam time. Peter finished it in half an hour, and he checked it several times. So Peter raised his hand to hand in the paper, and, under the surprised expressions of the examiners and classmates, he walked to the front of the stage and handed in the paper. In the usual final exams, the students were not surprised that this scholar was able to submit the papers in advance, but under such a serious exam, Peter still submitted papers in advance, which suddenly made these students feel a deep gap, and they hurriedly bowed their heads to themselves. The exam paper meditated. The examiner, Ms. Marchbank, looked at Peter very surprised. Although several years had passed, she was deeply impressed by Peter. Seeing that Peter handed in the paper in advance, and looking at the answers on the paper, she asked gently, "No more checking, is it? There's still more than an hour left." "No, Ms. Marchbank, I've already checked, and I don't need to check again," Peter said softly. "Then you go out first. Remember the practice exam in the afternoon." Marchbank didn't persuade him any more, nodded and motioned him to leave from the aisle on the side. Peter nodded and slowly left the auditorium under the complicated eyes of many students. At this time, the students of other grades were in class, and Peter walked out of the castle alone and came to the stone bridge, overlooking the distant scenery. Then I glimpsed the direction of the beating willow in the distance. A big black dog was staying with a fat ginger cat, as if they were communicating with each other. A smile suddenly appeared on Peter's face. It seemed that the plot of Prisoner of Azkaban was almost over. Should he intervene? After all, this semester is generally a bit boring. The black dog in the distance seemed to sense that someone was looking at him and immediately looked at Peter's side vigilantly. Peter waved at him with a smile, and in the eyes of the big black dog full of surprise and vigilance, he did not continue to observe him, but thought that he still had 100 points to use. But seeing Professor Sprout busy in the greenhouse, Peter's eyes lit up. His eyes were focused on magical animals before, but he forgot there were magical herbs. Especially those herbs with various magical skills, their abilities are no weaker than magical animals. Peter turned and walked off the stone bridge towards the greenhouse. When we got to the greenhouse, Professor Sprout was taking care of her herbs in the greenhouse. "Professor, do you need my help? It looks like you're too busy alone," Peter said softly as he walked to the door of the greenhouse. Sprout looked up, saw Peter, and asked in surprise, "Peter, aren't you supposed to be in the exam room now? Why are you here?" "I've finished the exam, Professor," Peter replied with a smile, before asking, "Does the professor need my help? Why don't you check your child several times? This exam is very important to you," Sprout said worriedly, then wiped the sweat from his forehead, waved his hand and said, "You don't have to help. The most important thing for you now is the OWL exam. Don't spend too much energy on other things." Peter is helpless. Now the professors treat the 5th and 7th grade candidates like the parents of the children who are taking the college entrance examination. They are very careful and they are afraid that they will not be able to take the test. Seeing this, Peter said, "Professor, I'm thinking of picking a fresh mandrake leaf from greenhouse number 2. I wonder if it's okay." Sprout was a little surprised when he heard it, but then he seemed to understand and said with a smile, "You want mandrake leaves? Could it be that you want to practice animagus? This is not a good idea." Then he took out a key from his body and handed it to Peter, and said with a smile, "Go and pick it yourself, but be careful. You must wear the earmuffs at the door when you go in, although the mandrake is still immature, but if you accidentally hear their cries, you'll be in a coma for hours. You won't be able to take the afternoon exam by then." Peter looked embarrassed, as if he had been guessed by the professor, but in fact he just wanted to get close to the mandrake. As for animagus, Peter's own phoenix form is many times stronger than it, and he also has Boggart's transformation skills, so he can't use animagus at all, so it's completely useless to Peter. "Professor, don't worry, I'm usually very cautious. You know I'm a Slytherin," Peter assured with a smile. "I just know you won't mess around, so I can give you the keys with confidence, or else I'll have to be vigilant when I meet the Weasley twins." Professor 35 Sprout said with a smile. Well, Peter is a little embarrassed. These two guys were just kicked out of the greenhouse by Sprout a few days ago, just because they wanted to sneak some herbs out of the greenhouse to make their prank candy, and they were caught on the spot by the professor. After saying goodbye to the professor, Peter went to the second greenhouse not far away, took off a pair of earmuffs and put 3.2 on his ears, and then Peter opened the greenhouse door with the key. The most important thing here is mandrake. Mandrake is a very magical herb. He can run, jump, and cry. Although the sound is deadly, it is a very precious herb and can cure a lot of black magic damage, so it is rare in the magic world. Because these miraculous herbs, in addition to looking like a baby, are also fragile like a baby, they will die if they are not careful, and they need very careful care. But in greenhouse number 2, there are sheets of mandrakes, which is enough to demonstrate Sprout's attainments in herbal medicine. Peter was wearing earmuffs at this time and could not hear a sound. He came to a pot of mandrake, touched its leaves lightly with his hand, and said in his heart system, "Give me the genes of mandrake." "Do you confirm the fusion of the mandrake gene?" The system prompts. "Confirm. Fusion is starting, please wait." Immediately, a warm current poured out of Peter's body, running towards Peter's throat, remodeling his throat structure. Peter only felt his throat itch for a while, and then nothing happened. "The system is up?" Peter asked suspiciously. "The fusion has been completed, and the host has obtained the voice of death. As long as the host activates the skills, your voice can easily take the lives of others. Please use the host with caution." At the same time, the host is immune to the cry of mandrakes, and saliva can also be lifted. Petrification, especially the petrified eye of the host itself, can only be lifted by the host's own saliva. 35, said the system. When Peter listened to the explanation of the system, he was very satisfied, and he had one more attack method. In the future, when the enemy did not respond, he could directly attack the enemy with his voice. As for the latter one, Peter's expression was a little embarrassed, and he used his own saliva to remove the petrochemical. Can this operation also come out? 02. Now that he has achieved his goal, Peter will not stay here too long. He picked a leaf of the mandrake and put it in a bottle, then walked out of the greenhouse again, locked the door, and came to Professor Sprout's place. In the greenhouse. Professor, I've got the mandrake leaves. Peter smiled and returned the key to her, showing the glass bottle in his hand. Professor Sprout looked at the leaf in his hand and said with a smile, "You can get it, although I have no doubts about your level of transfiguration. It is not easy to become an animagus, except in addition to strength. Luck is also very important." I just tried it too. I didn't have high expectations. Peter smiled and shook his head, saying that he would not be obsessed with this matter. To become an animagus, you first need to keep a mandrake leaf in your mouth for a whole month. Under no circumstances should you swallow or spit the leaf out, or you will have to start over. Then on the second full moon, put the leaf soaked with your own saliva into a small transparent bottle and let it receive pure moonlight, but if it happens to be cloudy that night, you must find another leaf. The leaves are back. Then add to the vial one of your own hair. A silver teaspoon of dew must be collected from a place without sunlight or human contact for 7 full days. And a pupae of a ghost-faced hogmoth. Then let this mixture sit in a quiet, dark place, safe from prying eyes and alarms, until the next storm. While waiting for the storm to come, at each sunrise and sunset, do the following. Point the tip of your wand at your heart and say the incantation, Amato, Animo, Animad, Animagus. Then wait for the process of the storm, which may last for weeks, months, or even years. During this time, the clear bottle must remain completely undisturbed and protected from sunlight. Eye pollution will cause the worst mutation. At the same time, you must resist the temptation to check the potion in the transparent bottle before the lightning that comes with the storm appears. If you insist on repeating the mantra at sunset and sunrise every day, you will feel another heartbeat when the tip of a wand touches your chest. And this process of reciting the mantra can't be missing any time and can't go wrong. When the storm comes, the potion in the transparent bottle will turn blood red when the lightning flashes, and the potion at this time is the potion that can truly turn people into animagus. When completing all the above steps, no one step can go wrong, otherwise, all previous efforts will be lost and you must start all over again. This is why, throughout the 20th century, the Ministry of Magic has only 7 animagus on the books. This is also the reason why Professor Sprout is very confident in Peter's strength, but has no hope for him to practice animagus. Of course, Peter knew it himself, so he didn't choose to practice animagus. After all, the result of hard training was only able to turn into an ordinary animal, and it was still unknown. It's not as good as the animal transformed by Peter's own boggart skills, and he can change whatever he wants. There is absolutely no comparison. After chatting with Professor Sprout for a while, Peter said goodbye. Now that the first exam is about to end, he has to meet his mates. 240. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the auditorium, the 5th grade students poured out from the inside, with different expressions on their faces, some smiling, some frowning, and even a few crying students comforted by their companions. But when these people saw the leisurely Peter, their faces suddenly became complicated. They tried to break their heads and couldn't fill in the answers on the paper. As a result, the guy in front of them handed in the paper in half an hour, which made them feel embarrassed. Peter. Several partners came out together and waved happily when they saw Peter. Then the twins ran over excitedly, hugged Peter happily, and said excitedly, "Peter, thank you so much. You basically passed the syllabus you gave us. I think our test paper score is at least E." "Be quiet. Fred, George. Do you want everyone to know about this?" Alan quickly stopped the 2 excited guys. As soon as the twins saw the people around them, they quickly shut their mouths, pulled Peter, and walked out of the castle quickly. When the group came to the lake, The twins let go of their voices, took Peter's hand excitedly, dangled around him, and said, "Peter, you are so amazing. You basically passed all the questions you pressed. How did you do it? Did you use the prophetic ability? I think I can get at least an E in my transfiguration this time. Maybe I will get an O. I never thought I could get such a result." 9. Peter said it before, he won't use prophecy. How could he use it to cheat? He didn't give you the answer directly. Cedric silently refuted the speculation of the two. Then Cedric asked Peter in a puzzled way, "Peter, you asked us to collect exam papers from past years, and then you gave us the exam syllabus. There must be something to do with it, right? You give us say it." "Yeah, Peter, although I'm sure you didn't use prophecy, but your trick is too powerful. It's no different from predicting the future," Alan said in surprise. Peter looked at the curious looks of his friends and said with a smile, "Cedric is still careful. I asked you to collect OWL exam questions over the years just to study its exam rules. If you can observe carefully, you will have found that although the content of the test is different every year, the types of test questions are almost always different. There are even some question types that are tested almost every year. So I just need to sort out the question types of the exam papers of the past years, and it is easy to guess the question types of this year's exam. It is not difficult to give you an exam syllabus. It's not difficult to get a good score on the face test." Peter said that as a person who has experienced the Devil's College entrance examination review in the past life, it is just a drizzle for these. "Peter, you're amazing. But why hasn't anyone discovered this for so many years? Otherwise, it should be easy to get good grades in the OWL exam," Cedric said with admiration. He also used the exam syllabus given by Peter to review. As a result, when he took the exam, he found that many of the review content had passed the exam. This surprised him. If he hadn't known that Peter was disdainful of cheating with the ability to predict, must suspect that he read the test paper in advance to write such an accurate outline. Peter shook his head and said, "Do you really think that you can easily pass the OWL if you pass the test scores? Isn't it?" Several partners asked in confusion. "Of course not." Peter rolled his eyes and said, "The school and the Ministry of Magic hold exams, and the paper exams are just to test students' mastery of knowledge, but the most important thing is magic practice. And the purpose of all our studies is to let's master and use magic better. Can't turn things upside down." 35. Just like today's transfiguration exam, even if you answered all the paper exams in the morning correctly, but in the afternoon practice exam, if you can't even cast a spell, you will definitely fail. But if you didn't write a word on the morning paper and the practice exam in the afternoon, your transfiguration worked so well, the examiner would at least give you a passing grade. That's the difference. Because of all that, it's all just to test your mastery of magic. After listening to Peter's explanation, the excitement of several partners suddenly fell. That means that our hard work and review these days has actually not worked much, the twins said with some disappointment. "Of course not." Peter smiled and shook his head. "Did you forget that there are also history of magic, digital divination, and astronomy? These courses are all text-only courses. As long as you review them well, if you want to get a good grade, it's not difficult. The main part of my syllabus is for these courses. You can get a certificate in these courses. It will be good for you to find a job in the future." A few people heard that it was true, and then resumed the lively. During the lunch break, the 4 large tables in the lobby reappeared. Students took advantage of the time to finish their lunch, and then entered the small room next to the lobby in groups, where they waited for the examiner to call their names to practice the test. The students were called in small groups in alphabetical order. The students who were called immediately seemed to be rushing to the battlefield and walked in with hands and feet. As for the students who were not called, they kept muttering the transformation spells they could think of and then practiced waving their wands, occasionally poking the back of the person in front. The twins were also obviously nervous, and they tried to tease and relax in a cheerful tone, but at this time the classmates were not in the mood to listen to their jokes, and all of them were absent-minded. Peter's ranking is at the back. In fact, among their partners, only Cedric's is at the front. Alan White and the twins both start with W, so they are also at the back. After Cedric's name was called, several partners gave him a high five to encourage him, but after the next group of people all entered, he did not come out, and everyone guessed that he went out through another door. It wasn't until the twins and Alan went in that Peter realized that there were few people left in the small room, and he was getting a little bored here. 66. Peter York, from the door of the practice exam. Peter loosened his stiff body and walked into the lobby a few steps. Professor McGonagall stood at the door, smiled when he saw Peter, and said softly, "Professor Marchban is free. You can go to her, Peter." 35. She pointed to a very old lady behind a small table in the distance. Peter nodded gratefully to Professor McGonagall and then came to Professor Marchclass, who had been waiting. "Peter York, it's been a long time. The last time magic didn't see you, you were a pretty little boy. You've caught 2 dark wizards, and now you've grown into handsome guys." Professor Marchban looking at Peter kindly and saying hello. "Ms. Marchban, your body is still so strong and your complexion looks good," Peter said with a gentle smile. An old and bald old man next to him turned his head to look at Peter curiously, and the student in front of him who was taking an exam turned into a puppy that fell to the ground without taking 2 steps. Peter was amused by the puppy who couldn't stand up, and the old man 240 smiled encouragingly at the exam students. "Your mouth is still so sweet, but don't expect me to give you water," Professor Marchban said with a smile, his squinted eyes almost invisible. "You first turn the cup in front of me into a bird, then turn the rabbit into a hat, and finally use the vanishing charm to make it disappear." Professor Marchban pointed to the cup and a white one on the table. Said the rabbit. Peter nodded, tapped the cup with his wand. The cup suddenly turned into a beautiful magpie, flapped its wings and flew, flying around Peter and Ms. Marchban, and then obediently landed on the table and turned. "Look everywhere. Then point the wand at the rabbit. A red light flashes, and the rabbit transforms into a delicate and beautiful lace-trimmed lady's hat." "Oh, what a beautiful silent spell," Professor Marchban said in surprise, then picked up the hat on the table tremblingly, and after looking at it carefully, put it on top of his head with a smile. "It's very beautiful. Hat, I like it very much." Then he took off the hat reluctantly and put it in front of Peter, waiting for Peter's next operation. Peter flicked his wand, and the hat on the table disappeared instantly. "Very good. Peter, your exam is over. You can go out first," Professor Marchban said kindly. "Wait a minute, ma'am," Peter said, and with a wave of his wand the hat that had disappeared reappeared on the table. He said with a smile, "This hat is here for you. It looks just right for you. Your summoning charm is also good." Professor Marchban took the hat with a smile and put it on his head again. Peter then walked out of the door and saw several companions waiting outside the door. "Peter, you finally came out. How was your test? No accident?" Alan walked up and asked concerned. "Everything went well," Peter said with a smile, and then asked several people, "How about you? How was the test?" Several people said that except for some details that were not in place, everything went smoothly. "Others are fine, but when the professor asked me to turn the kettle into a pig, I didn't succeed in changing the water in it. When the pig walked up, the water in it was ding-dong. I wonder if it will deduct points," Alan said with some concern. "ACDC. It shouldn't be a big problem, you don't have to worry." Several people quickly comforted. The first class was finished, but everyone dared not relax, because there were still a series of exams to come, and tomorrow was also the more difficult spell learning exam. The group did not have time to go out to relax. Almost all the 5th graders buried themselves in their review books after eating, hoping to get a good grade by cramming. When Peter slept, he even heard his roommate Alan reciting a spell in his sleep. The next day's spell test was still not difficult for Peter, and he still handed in the theory test in half an hour. The practice test in the afternoon was to test a series of magic spells. Peter also cast it easily, and he cast spells silently. This time, it was the bald old wizard who tested him. After the test, the old wizard swears by Peter's silent casting of his spells will give him extra points to his charm score. And some students who tested at the same time as Peter, under the tension, even a girl directly set the table in front of the examiner on fire, and finally paused for a few minutes before changing to another table. The exam on Wednesday was herbal medicine, and Peter still completed it successfully. He even helped the classmates next to him to soothe the irritable geranium so that his hand would not be bitten by the venomous teeth of the geranium. In defense against the dark arts on Thursday, Peter and several partners released their Patronus during the practical exam, which surprised the examiners. The Patronus gave several people extra points, which made the group very happy. Only Peter has an ancient rune test on Friday, and the other partners have a day off. There is only a theoretical exam in Ancient Rune, but Peter's rune level has reached the proficient level at this time, so in the examiner's surprised eyes, Peter only took 10 minutes to answer all the questions on the paper. For him, the test questions are only at the level of primary school students, and there is no difficulty at all. During the weekend, except for Peter, who had nothing to do, the other partners were racing against time to review the potions exam on Monday. This OWL certificate in potions is almost a basic requirement for most jobs, so whether they like it or not, all students are desperately reviewing it. When the whole day's potions exam was over, most of the students had smiles on their faces. I thought my potions were about to fail, but it wasn't as scary as I thought. Before, my compound decoction had never been successful, but this time without Snape, I actually succeeded in making it. Fred said happily. Alan also said that although his potion grades may not be good grades, passing is no problem. Tuesday was the Conservation of Fantastic Beasts class, and given Hagrid's mediocre performance throughout the semester, Fred and the others expressed concern about their grades in this class. But it was not a problem for Peter either. Under the examiner's eyes, he correctly identified the shapeshifter hidden in the hedgehog with a glass of milk. For shapeshifters, milk is highly poisonous to them, so as seeing to feed it milk, it will erect spikes and be very vigilant. Then from the fire, without getting burned by the fire, feed and bathe the fire crabs, and then choose the food that is suitable for the sick unicorn from the pile of food. The subsequent exams went well. Since this exam lasted for 2 weeks, and like the astronomy class, the divination class, the arithmetic divination class, and the Muggle research class, it only took half a day to complete the exam, so Peter did not. A time converter is required for the exam. The divination class exam was the last exam for Fred and the others, so they were all very relaxed, joking outside the exam room. They didn't pay much attention to the exam results of this class. Peter, we can play for several weeks after this exam. You still have 5 exams? I really pity you. The twins said with a smile on Peter's shoulders. There are only 4, and I already took an ancient rune last week. Peter corrected with a smile. What do you have to sympathize with? Peter wants to get 12 OWL certificates, which is much better than a salted fish. In the future, he can find any job he wants, unlike us, who even collect certificates. Not even. 39 Alan said with a blank look at the twins. In the divination class exam, Peter was unlucky enough to be ranked last. He almost fell asleep when his name was called. As soon as Peter entered the examination room, he saw a boy in Hufflepuff staring wide-eyed, trying to see something from the crystal ball. Suddenly, the boy's eyes lit up and he directly shouted, "Professor, I see it. I saw a nose ugly bum. Does that mean he's my future enemy?" Pfft. Peter couldn't hold back. He broke the merit directly. This silly boy was too funny. The examiner raised his head from the opposite side of the crystal ball with a dark face, and the boy realized that what he saw was the reflection of the examiner. "Okay, you can go out," the examiner said blankly. The boy immediately walked out in despair. Obviously, his divination class was likely to fail. Professor Mashibin, who was sitting on the side of the invigilator, also watched the scene with a smile. Obviously, the jokes of her colleagues also made her very happy. As soon as she saw Peter come in, she greeted with a smile. "Peter, come here quickly. You are the only one left to take the test." The first test was the knowledge of tea leaves, and Peter completed it quite well. Then he looked at the lifeline and wisdom line on the examiner's palm. With the knowledge in the book, Peter also answered well. Finally, the old wizard with a tumor on his nose brought a crystal ball in front of Peter and said, "I hope you don't see my evil old face in the crystal ball, or I will directly fail for you." "I will, Professor," Peter replied with a smile. 0. Ask for flowers. Then he put his palms on the crystal ball, and the crystal ball immediately radiated light, which immediately attracted Peter's attention. The two examiners also noticed the scene and came over in surprise. Peter finds that the fog in the crystal ball has changed, and there are mysterious sounds. Peter was curious to get closer to see clearly, but his body sat up uncontrollably, his eyes glowing bright blue. Peter's thinking was very clear, but at this time he felt an inexplicable force pouring into his body, making him unable to control his body for a while. Then his mouth involuntarily said, in a mysterious voice, "The Dark Lord is lying there alone, without friends, abandoned by his subordinates, and his servant has been chained for 12 years and set off to join his master. The Demon King will come back with the help of a servant, stronger and more terrifying than ever. Tonight, before midnight, the servant will leave. Go and host meeting and point zero. But it all depends on the decision of the Son of Phoenix. He holds the Book of Destiny, and his will determines the future results. The Star of Salvation and the Dark Lord, who wins and who loses, are all in his mind." As soon as the words were over, Peter felt that great force withdraw from him, and he regained control of his body. Peter was in shock. He didn't know what happened to the mighty power just now. Could it be the invisible force of fate in this world? And shouldn't this prophecy come from Professor Trelawney's mouth? How did it change to himself? Just seeing the two examiners who were dumbfounded and looked at him in surprise, Peter sneered and said tentatively, "Professor, what you just said doesn't count. I look at the crystal ball again. This time I will definitely be able to see other futures." Down. "What the hell were you talking about just now?" The warlock with a tumor on his nose said in disbelief, "The Dark Lord has long since disappeared. How can he come back again?" "Okay, Morris, you're so old. Can't you tell the difference between true prophecy and false prophecy?" Although Professor Marchban was also very shocked, but then he came back to his senses, right, the colleague beside me corrected. Then he looked at Peter with a new look and exclaimed, "Peter York, I never thought you would have the gift of prophecy. This is a very rare talent, and there has been no new prophecy in the British wizarding world for a long time." 35. Then he asked Peter with a serious expression, "Peter, you should remember the prophecy of 240 just now. Who is the rescue servant you said to help the Dark Lord rise again? Could it be the escaped Black? I know it's Harry Potter, but who is the son of the Phoenix? Why can he control fate?" Of course Peter knew the content of the prophecy, but he couldn't say it, so he shook his head pretending to be puzzled and said, "I don't know the professor, and I didn't say this either, but a mighty force directly controlled my body. Let me say these words involuntarily. I don't know the meaning of these words." Professor Marchban was a little disappointed after hearing this, but he was already prepared, so he nodded and said, "It seems that this matter is difficult to figure out in a short time. The prophecy has always been fulfilled. It seems that we still have to do it in advance. Be mentally prepared." "Jersta, do you really believe what this child just said? This is obviously a prophecy made up by this child for the grades of the fortune-telling class. I wonder if she is getting dizzy. Morris, when did you become so unreasonable? Open your eyes and see clearly. Don't be deceived by your fear." Mashibin looked at his colleague with eyes that could see through the world, as if he could see through the fear in his heart, said, "I remember that you used to have a close relationship with old Trelawney. He was a very famous prophet, and he contributed many prophecies in the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries, and you should distinguish between true and false predictions. Right?" Looking at this situation, Peter finally understood why Harry Potter, after announcing Voldemort's return, suddenly turned from a popular savior to a liar that everyone hated. Just because people in the magical world were already frightened by Voldemort, unless Voldemort appeared in front of them, these people would bury their heads in the sand like ostriches, just like stealing bells. So Peter said, "Professor Marchban, since this Professor Morris doesn't believe in the prediction just now, I'll look at it again with the crystal ball. Can I predict something else?" Peter still has some obsessive-compulsive disorder. He doesn't want to a different score appears on the score. "I don't need children. I have lived for so long, and I haven't lost my eyesight yet. I can tell whether your prediction is true or false. Your prediction test has been completed, and you can go out." Professor marched and said kindly to Peter. Now that there is no need to predict anymore, Peter nodded and left the examination room with the eyes of the two of them after he said goodbye politely. At the same time, in the divination classroom, Harry came out in a trance, and he heard this prophecy from Professor Trelawney at the same time. During their divination class just now, Hermione and Trelawney clashed, knocked over the crystal ball, and left the classroom. After class, Harry found the crystal ball in the stairs, so he returned the crystal ball and unexpectedly heard Trelawney's prophecy. And what made Harry concerned was that when Trelawney said this prophecy, it was different from the usual babble. At this time, she moaned hoarsely and mysteriously, as if she was being controlled by something, and after the prophecy, she seemed to not remember anything. 0. After Harry told the prophecy to the two partners, they were also very surprised. It sounds like the prophecy is saying that tonight the servant of the Dark Lord will break free from the shackles, then go to join the Dark Lord and help him become stronger. Ronald analyzed and then said with a puzzled face, "It's easy to understand that the Star of Salvation is you, Harry, but who is the Son of the Phoenix? Why does he say that he can decide who wins and who loses, Harry, you, and the Dark Lord? Dumbledore has always been the only one who can fight the Dark Lord head-on, and he has a Phoenix Fox. Does the Son of the Phoenix mean Dumbledore? If you say that, Peter York also has a Phoenix and he's still very young, so he's obviously more of a Son of the Phoenix." Hermione rolled her eyes at Ronald, then said to the two, "We don't have to pay too much attention to Trelawney." "I have never believed her madness," Professor McGonagall said. "Every year she predicts 1 or 2 people will die, but so far it has not been fulfilled. This time she must be playing tricks again. Did you forget that in the first class of the school, she also said that she saw a black dog in your 3.2 teacup and said that you will have misfortune? But now you are all right, of course if the Dementor attack was unfortunate, she did." Hermione apparently scoffed at the prophecy, especially Trelawney's words. Although Harry accepted Hermione's words, there was always a sense of unease in his heart, especially when the prophecy said it would happen tonight. It's just that he doesn't have much time to think. As the 5th and 7th grade exams are coming to an end, Harry and the others are also approaching the final exam, so they are all busy reviewing now. Peter came out of the fortune-telling exam room and saw several companions waiting for him outside the door. All their exams have been completed, so they are all very relaxed. In the next few weeks, they will have no classes at all, except that the professors will talk to them about their course selection for the next semester and their future goals after graduation. Is free time. The twins were enthusiastically discussing their night tour plans. Peter didn't understand their brains. He knew that there was so much time for them to explore in the morning, so he chose to go at night. But the twins can confidently say that there is no atmosphere to explore during the day. Only night can give them the excitement, and they can also have a good time with Filch. In the past few years, the grievance between the twins and Filch has become bigger and bigger, and has surpassed the contradiction between Filch and Peeves. Filch is committed to trying to expel the two brothers from school, and the two brothers rely on Marauder. The map is also becoming more and more comfortable, and often 02 throws big dung eggs at Filch's office, making Filch even more angry. And what surprised Peter was that the twins didn't know how to make friends with Peeves. Basically, every bad thing Peeves did, the twins were indispensable. The cooperation of the three mischievous rascals often made Filch's veins burst, vowing to drive these three guys out of the castle. A few friends took Peter to the lake to bask in the sun. It's no wonder that the British always like to bask in the sun. There are too few sunny days here, and it is always rainy, so when the sun comes, many people can't wait. Get out in the sun. Bathed in the sun, several partners were enthusiastically discussing the prophecies they had made up in the divination test just now, and then curiously asked Peter about the prophecy of the divination class. They all knew that Peter had the ability to predict, so they would not make up like them, so they were more curious about what prophecies he had in the exam room. Peter told them the content of the prophecy without concealment. After hearing this, several people fell into silence, especially the news that Voldemort would return in the prophecy caught them off guard. Although they already knew the truth about Voldemort's death from Peter, they still felt a lot of shock for Voldemort's upcoming return. So, what's in the prophecy will happen tonight? How could it be so soon? I thought it wouldn't come until we all graduated at least. Alan said with some unease. The prophecy says the Dark Lord is more powerful than ever. To be stronger, I am afraid that the war he started will be even more terrible. Once my father and the others left the UK in order not to choose a side, and now do they have to flee again? This old devil can't die cleanly. Peter ruined his plan to return in the 3rd grade, and then he came out with a diary to make trouble in the 4th grade. Now it's time for a real return. The twins he frowned and looked very worried. Since the return of the Dark Lord is inevitable, then we must prepare in advance. We must face the coming darkness at any time. We have been against the Dark Lord before, especially Peter. If the Dark Lord returns, except Harry Potter, he is probably the one who hates is you. You have to be careful. Cedric said very seriously, then looked at Peter with a worried look. Peter looked at the worried expressions of his companions, smiled and waved his hands to comfort. Okay, don't worry so much. Even if Voldemort returns, he won't be able to jump out at once. Don't forget his loyal servant. They are all imprisoned in Azkaban. He is now isolated and helpless. No matter how strong a person is, he can't cause any big trouble. Besides, he has not returned yet. The prophecy just said that tonight his servant will break free from the shackles and go to find his master. At least within a year, the magic world will still be calm, enough for us to prepare for it. And don't forget Dumbledore, the chief examiner, Professor Marchban, and Dumbledore are old friends. She predicted that she would tell him about this, and Dumbledore would be ready. We don't need to worry about it yet. Yeah. We forgot about Dumbledore. He is so powerful, he will definitely come up with a good way to deal with it. The twins patted their heads and said with a smile, they believed in Dumbledore very much. But if only we had caught the servant earlier. Are you referring to Blake by the servant? He is now escaped, which fits the description of the prophecy, George said. Then he looked at Peter expectantly. Peter, can you use your prophecy to see where Blake is now 240? If we catch him, maybe we can change the prophecy and let the old Dark Lord continue. Lying there with no one to care about. Maybe it will boil him to death and save him from coming out again. 35. Several other partners also lit up, looking at Peter at the same time, expecting his answer. Peter shook his head dumbfoundedly and said, I'm afraid not, and I can tell you clearly that the servant in the prophecy does not refer to Blake. He is wronged. What? Blake was wronged? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned, and the twins said in disbelief, but during the holiday, we heard my father and mother secretly talking about Blake. My father annoyed at him, saying that if Black hadn't leaked to the Dark Lord the Potter's secluded addresses, the Dark Lord would never have found a trace of them. Now, Peter, you say he was wronged. How's that possible? I can't explain so much to you for the time being. I'll take you to see a good show tonight and you'll know. Peter smiled mysteriously and said to the crowd. In fact, Peter had also considered whether to stop Pettigrew from escaping, but after thinking about it, he decided to follow the original plot and let Pettigrew help Voldemort officially return. Because Voldemort wanted to be resurrected with Harry Potter's blood, which was what Dumbledore wanted. Even Peter knew that in the Goblet of Fire, Dumbledore had vaguely guessed Voldemort's purpose, but he chose to keep Harry Potter involved, just because Dumbledore wanted to be resurrected with Harry's blood as Voldemort wanted. Just because Dumbledore has guessed everything since he got Voldemort's diary, and also knows the truth that Harry Potter is Voldemort's Horcrux. The premise of completely destroying Voldemort is to destroy all of Voldemort's Horcruxes, which means that the remnant soul in Harry Potter's head must be destroyed. But after more than 10 years, the soul piece in Harry's head has been interconnected with Harry's soul, which is why Harry can speak snake language. It was impossible to just destroy the soul piece in Harry's head without hurting Harry, but it was impossible for Dumbledore to kill Harry himself. But as long as Voldemort returned with Harry's blood, the guardian magic of love cast by Lily would also flow in Voldemort's blood. Although this allows Voldemort to touch Harry, as long as Voldemort kills Harry himself, under the protection of guardian magic, Voldemort destroys Harry's soul piece first. Although Dumbledore himself was only guessing at this conclusion, he could not be completely certain, but Peter, who knew the storyline, naturally knew that Dumbledore's guess was correct. Peter didn't think he was a cold-blooded person, so he still decided to let Harry donate his blood to help Voldemort resurrect according to his predetermined fate, so that he could at least save his life in the future. Otherwise, if Voldemort didn't use his blood, Harry Potter's future fate would only end in being killed, and it was the pursuit of both good and evil forces, because as long as Harry Potter existed, Voldemort would not be able to die completely. Once people in the wizarding world know that Harry Potter is Voldemort's Horcrux, the Ministry of Magic and the wizarding world will treat Harry Potter as a ticking time bomb, faster than Voldemort can't wait to get rid of it. Even Dumbledore can't keep him. Therefore, Peter chose to ignore the chubby little mouse in Ronald's hand, and as a bystander, he did not participate in this event, so that the prophecy could be fulfilled smoothly. This was the way to hold Harry Potter's life. Several companions were very curious about the good show that Peter said, but Peter did not say that they had no good idea, so they could only wait for the time to come. Peter didn't get up until the sun hung over the top of the mountain in the west, and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll take you to a good show. But you must ensure that you are all bystanders during the process, and you can't make any noise. Otherwise, I won't take him anymore!" Several people were full of curiosity and swore to obey his words. Then Peter took the four of them and quietly went to Hagrid's hut, hiding on the side of the hill, watching the movement of the wooden hut below. At this time, there was only Hagrid in the wooden house, and he was sitting there sadly drinking suffocating wine. "Peter, what are you doing here with us? Are you just looking at Hagrid?" Fred asked in confusion. "Don't worry, wait," Peter said confidently, then looked to another place with a smile on his face. "Look, Harry and the others are here. Don't make any noise. Just watch it quietly." Several people also looked in the direction Peter was looking at and saw the Potter trio walking down from the direction of the castle, then came to Hagrid's hut, knocked on the door, and walked in. The friends turned to look at Peter, still puzzled. Peter smiled and motioned for them to continue watching. "Grave Accent, Minister Fudge, and Dumbledore are here. There is also a man with a giant sickle. What are they doing?" Soon they found 3 people walking in the distance, and Alan asked in surprise. "Oh, I see. I heard Harry and the others discussing in the common room before that Malfoy was injured by a hippogriff in Hagrid's class, and old Malfoy did it for this. Report Hagrid and that magical beast to the Ministry of Magic." George suddenly remembered and said, and then pointed to the hippogriff that was tethered outside the cabin. The Ministry of Magic should be coming over to that magical beast today. The Day of Judgment. But it looks like the trial didn't turn out very well, and the Ministry of Magic has come with executioners. Cedric said sympathetically, "I know the man with the scythe. He's my dad's colleague, specializing in the execution of magical creatures that harm wizards, is very unpopular in the Department of Fantastic Beasts. Do we need to remind Harry and the others? The ministers are here. They will suspect that Harry and the others want to let go of that hippogriff." Fred asked worriedly. "No, someone will remind them," Peter said with a smile. As soon as the words fell, a stone flew out of the dense forest in the direction of the Forbidden Forest and hit the back of Harry's head, causing Harry to cry out in pain. Peter and the others all looked in the direction of the Forbidden Forest, only to see a figure who continued to throw a stone, smashing one of Hagrid's clay pots, attracting the attention of Harry and the others in the house. Soon Harry and the others found the 3 of Fudge who were approaching the front door. Under the cover of Hagrid, the 3 quietly left through the back door. At this time, the attention of Peter and the others were all in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. After seeing the people in the Forbidden Forest, a few partners exclaimed, "Hermione Granger. How could it be her? Didn't she just leave through the back door?" Then they found Harry behind Hermione, even more surprised. "Idiot, have you forgotten the time turner?" They appeared in 2 places at the same time, obviously using the time turner. Alan rolled his eyes and reminded. "But where did they get the time changer? Isn't this thing very rare?" Cedric asked in confusion. "It should have been Hermione. I heard Ronald say before, and Hermione took all the courses like Peter did," Fred said. "Did they use the time turner like this just for a hippogriff?" George asked inexplicably. Then, Peter and the others saw that when Dumbledore invited Fudge and the Butcher into the hut for tea, Harry and Hermione in the Forbidden Forest quietly came to the Hippogriff and untied the rope. Take it into the Forbidden Forest. Come on, let's go to another place. Peter got up and said with a smile. Afterwards, he brought a few people to the other side of the willow. Peter used his wand to control a stone to hit a scar on the willow. The willow immediately stopped and did not move. Peter came under the tree, turned his head, and said to several people, "Come in with me first, there will be a good show going on later." Then he leaned down and got into a hole under the tree. Seeing this, several companions also got in, and along the long and narrow passage, they finally came to a dilapidated wooden house. It was used by Peter for a while, but it was abandoned after there was a room on request. There is dust everywhere now, and there are dog and human footprints on the ground. Seeing AC/DC this situation, Cedric looked at Peter and said, "It seems that someone has come here, and the footprints are obviously of an adult and of a dog. Are there people and dogs living here?" Peter nodded and said with a smile, "We haven't come back yet, we'll be watching a play here later. I know where this place is. It's the Screaming Shack. We're at Hogsmeade." The twins looked around, then looked out through the planks, and said in surprise, "By the way, what's the situation with the scratches on the surrounding walls? Why do they look like scratches from beasts? Could there be beasts that were locked here before?" Alan carefully observed the scratches on the surrounding walls. Solution asked. The twins were also attracted by Alan's words, walked to the wall curiously, looked at the scratches and analyzed. It seems that these scratches are at least a long time ago. They don't seem to be scratched recently. Maybe someone locked the beast here before. I heard from the residents of Hogsmeade that this place was haunted, and there used to be terrifying roars, which should be the roars of beasts. 99. It's so disappointing. I heard the Screaming Shack haunted before, and I was going to come over to see if I could meet a female ghost. I didn't expect it was just the roar of the beast. The rumors of haunting. The twins said in disappointment. Peter, has a werewolf been locked here before? Cedric asked Peter with a serious look after looking at the surrounding arrangement and the scratches on the wall. Peter looked at Cedric in surprise, then nodded and said, "You guessed it right. Werewolves did live here more than 10 years ago, and the scratches around were all left by the werewolves when they transformed into the night on the full moon. It's Professor Lupin, right? He was studying at Hogwarts more than 10 years ago. He was a werewolf, so the professors let him come here to spend his transformation time on the night of the full moon. There was no werewolf when he transformed into a werewolf. Reason, that's why these scratches are left," Cedric said firmly. Then Cedric looked at the surprised twins and said, "There should only be Fred and George with thick nerves who don't know about this, and Ellen should have guessed the identity of Professor Lupin as a werewolf as early as I did." 35. What do we mean by big nerves? The twins protested Cedric's assessment of them, retorting, "You didn't tell us that Lupin was a werewolf. How could we possibly guess his identity? As long as you pay a little attention, you will find that Professor Lupin does not show up at the school every full moon night and comes to class the next day looking weak. Besides, we all know that Peter is helping Professor Snape make the potion of wolf poison, the potion that helps the werewolves survive the full moon night. Also, Professor Snape came to substitute defense against the dark arts a few times, and he almost didn't directly say that Professor Lupin was a werewolf. Don't you realize that except for Gryffindor, the other 3 colleges are far away from Professor Lupin except for the class time?" Alan said angrily. When the twins heard it, they thought about it carefully, and it was true, and then said with a shy smile, "Hey, don't say it, we haven't found so many doubts. Oh, we usually focus on reviewing and making prank props. Here, I didn't notice this at all." Peter's ears are sensitive. He heard the movement from the far side of the passage and blocked. "Okay, someone is coming, let's hide for now." "I haven't mastered my disillusionment charm yet, Peter, use it on me." The twins licked their faces and said, "Don't be so troublesome." "And the illusory body charm is not safe and it is easy to be seen." Peter shook his head and said, then took out his wand with a smirk and waved it directly at the 4 of them. The 4 of them suddenly looked at their bodies in horror as their bodies became smaller and smaller, and then quickly turned into 4 chirping sparrows, jumping up and down on the ground. Peter retracted his wand and said to the 4 sparrows with a grin, "In order to avoid being discovered, I'd like to apologize that you have turned into sparrows. Anyway, it's all about watching a play, so it doesn't matter what you turn into, right?" Afterwards, disregarding the chattering of the sparrows and their angry little eyes, he used the floating charm to float the flightless sparrows to the beams at the top of the wooden house. And then he also used Boggart's transformation skills to directly transform into a sparrow. The sparrow nimbly flew to the side of the 4 sparrows. Seeing Peter's transformation, the 4 sparrows showed surprise in their small eyes, and then they rushed up angrily, kept pecking at Peter, chirping and accusing Peter's strength, and using the transformation technique to turn them into sparrows without saying hello. Peter smiled and looked at the sparrows in front of his companions, then motioned them to be quiet, and then looked down. Then I saw a big black dog biting one of Ronald's legs and dragging him into the wooden house. Ronald screamed in horror, holding a chubby mouse in his hand, and was dragged to the tip by the big black dog. Called the shack. Fred and George on the beam turned into sparrows. Seeing this scene, they immediately wanted to rush down to save their younger brother, but were stopped by Peter. Faced with the twins' incomprehensible expressions, Peter motioned for them to continue watching. Then, in the startled eyes of Ronald and the 4 sparrows on the beam, the black dog turned into a middle-aged man in ragged clothes. "Black. You are black," Ronald shouted in horror. Blake's unshaven beard picked up Ronald's wand, then a weird smile appeared on his face, and said in a hoarse voice, "Sorry for pulling you here in this way. But I have no other choice but to aggrieve you. You're trying to lure Harry here, right? You be asterisk 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 D. I won't let you succeed." Ronald thought that Black brought himself here to lure Harry over and kill him, so he turned towards Black angrily. Roared. Ronald had a look of horror in his eyes, but still wanted to get up and fight him. There was a glimmer of admiration in Blake's eyes, but there was no explanation. His eyes were fixed on the mouse in Ronald's hand, showing hatred. Just as he was about to come over, he heard the movement outside and hid behind the door directly. After a while, Harry and Hermione broke in, and when they saw Ronald, their faces showed surprise, and they quickly ran to Ronald's side. "That's great, Ronald. Luckily you're all right. Is that black dog crazy and dragged you here?" Harry hugged Ronald happily. Hermione also looked at the leg on Ronald's hand and said distressfully, "Ronald, please bear with me. We will take you to the infirmary immediately. These wild dogs have a lot of germs on them. Let Madame Pomfrey disinfect you later." "Don't mind me. That black dog is not an ordinary dog. He was made by Black," Ronald reminded nervously and loudly, his eyes fixed on the wooden door behind Harry and Hermione. When Harry and Hermione heard this, they turned around and raised their wands behind them. But they were immediately disarmed by a disarming spell, and Black walked out from behind the wooden door, staring at Harry, trying to squeeze a smile on his face, but because he hadn't passed by a smile for a long time, the smile looked very hideous. "Black." Harry gritted his teeth when he saw Black, with hatred in his eyes. He secretly followed the secret path pointed out by the twins and went to Hogsmeade on the weekend. At that time, he overheard the conversation between Professor McGonagall and Hagrid and Fudge, and learned that he was his godfather and that he betrayed his parents. Only then did Voldemort successfully find them, which resulted in his now living with both parents dead and living under a fence. Blake looked at the hatred in Harry's eyes, his eyes shrank, his expression blank. He took a few steps back in a panic, and then said with a wry smile, "You really should hate me." "Harry, I'm a sinner. You want to hate me." "Blake, I don't just hate you, I'm going to kill you." Harry roared with red eyes. On the beam, the bystanders looked at Blake's performance below, and the eyes of several partners showed doubts, and they thought of what Peter said earlier that Blake was wronged, and they all looked at the things below with bated breath. After a while, Lupin also appeared. The two hugged each other as soon as they met, and after some explanations, Harry gave the mouse in Ronald's hand to Black and Lupin after he doubted it. 0. Ask for flowers. Under the magic of Lupin, the chubby mouse turned into a short fat man with a wretched face and finally, under the pressure of the two, Pettigrew directly admitted that he and Blake had exchanged secrecy and betrayed the Potters. This time the truth of the matter was finally revealed, and the three Potters also let down their guard. Black wanted to kill Pettigrew outright, but Harry stopped him. He wanted to help Blake restore his reputation and put Pettigrew on public trial before being given the Dementor's kiss. At this time, there was another movement outside the door. Pettigrew took the opportunity to transform into a mouse and wanted to escape, but was hit by Lupin with a stun spell in time. 0. But then Lupin and Black were directly hit by two spells from outside the door and crashed into the wood pile in the distance. Snape walked in directly, looked at Lupin and Black with a sneer, and said, I finally caught it. Lupin, you help Black, I think. Black will be given the Dementor's kiss directly. And Lupin, you are imprisoned in Azkaban. You are really troubled brothers and sisters. I will be disgusted by your sincere feelings. Snot, Blake said instinctively when he saw Snape, and then sneered with a smile. You are really nosy. Why don't you take care of your dirty, greasy hair and come to join in the fun? Severus, listen to me. Sirius is wronged. The real murderer is Pettigrew. He's here now, Lupin explained excitedly. Shut up. Do you really think that I will believe what you say? God's eyes are open. Let me catch you today. I will be very happy watching the scene of you being embraced by Dementors. Think about that exciting. 35 Snape said maliciously. Gigi. A voice came from the roof, and it was Fred who saw the tense situation below and couldn't help but make a move. Everyone's eyes suddenly looked up, and they saw 5 sparrows standing on the roof beams, facing their eyes. Others saw a few sparrows, but they didn't suspect anything. But Snape looked suspiciously at the 5 sparrows above, especially after seeing 4 of them meeting his gaze. After instinctively retracting his head, an incredible association flashed in his eyes. Just as he was about to raise the wand in his hand, Harry Potter on the side suddenly stunned Snape with a stun spell while Snape was not on guard against him. Harry, how could you attack Professor Snape? Hermione said in surprise. Our main thing right now is to hand over the traitor Pettigrew to the Ministry of Magic and help Sirius to clear his grievances. Snape obviously won't believe us now, so he'll have to sleep first. Harry said with a shrug. Good job. Harry, let this nasty snot get a good night's sleep and save our plans. Sirius said with a thumbs up and a smile. 240-inch. Sirius, don't talk nonsense in front of the kids. We're going to call him Severus. Don't be so rude. Lupin reprimanded in disapproval. Okay, listen to you, but don't expect me to call him by his name, or I'll have nightmares. Sirius shrugged and said without any sincerity. The little sparrows on the beam saw that the people below didn't pay attention to it anymore. They breathed a sigh of relief, and then slapped Fred angrily with their wings, causing him to bark. If Harry hadn't pushed in, Snape would have to find them. Sirius looked at Pettigrew, who had turned into a mouse, with hatred in his eyes, wishing to kill him immediately, but then he turned to Lupin and Harry, who were looking at him worriedly, and put down his wand. He turned around and said to Lupin, Bigfoot, it's up to you to remove this traitor's animagus, or I'm afraid I can't help but give him a death curse. Seeing that his friend had given up his revenge, Lupin had a smile on his face and walked over to look at the comatose mouse on the ground. He turned him back into a human appearance with an indifferent spell and then made a rope to tie it up. The group left here with the tied Pettigrew and the unconscious Snape, wanting to return to the castle and tell Dumbledore about it. After Potter and his party left, Peter flew down from the beam, changed back to human form, and then changed his 4 companions back to their original forms. If I hadn't heard about this, I wouldn't have believed it. It's really surprising. Alan said with a face full of surprise. Who would have thought that Pettigrew, who was already dead, was not dead? A true traitor. And Blake was wronged. It made my jaw drop. It's disgusting. I didn't expect Scabbers, who has lived in my house for 10 years, to be Pettigrew. The twins said with disgusted and frightened expressions. We have lived with this traitor for so many years, especially Pearl West and Ronald. That mouse is their pet. They have been with them day and night, and if one day Pettigrew suddenly bursts out, their little lives will be lost. It's funny enough to say that Pettigrew is a real traitor, but is considered a hero by the Ministry of Magic and posthumously awarded him a Merlin First Class. And Black, an innocent man, was not tried by the Ministry of Magic. Directly into Azkaban. What are the people of the Ministry of Magic doing? Alan said sarcastically. Okay, don't talk about it for now. They should have left the hole now. Let's follow. There will be changes later. Peter reminded, don't forget that tonight is the night of the full moon. Professor Lupin did not drink wolf poison potion. Oops, Professor Lupin will turn into a werewolf. Ronald and the others are in danger. The twins reacted with worried expressions on their faces, turned around and wanted to run out. Cedric stopped the two of them and comforted, since Peter knew about this, but didn't stop it. He must know that Ronald and the others are not in danger, so don't worry. 35. Peter, is what Cedric said true? Ronald and the others are not in danger. The twins asked Peter, looking at them. Peter nodded and said, it's a surprise. Don't forget that there is Sirius next to Lupin. You don't have to worry. Don't forget the other pair of Harry and Hermione we saw before. They came from the future. If something happens, they won't show up either. The twins breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and then a few people followed quickly. As soon as they came to the entrance of the cave, they heard movement not far away. I saw the full moon in the sky. After Lupin saw the moon, after a painful change, his body changed into a fierce beast that looked like a wolf, but not a wolf, like a human, but not a human. With red eyes, he stared at the few people in front of him. Wake up, Lupin. Don't lose your consciousness. Sirius stopped between Harry and the others and Lupin, shouting loudly to the werewolf, trying to awaken his will. But apparently Lupin turned into a werewolf. He had long since lost consciousness, and only the violent desire for destruction and bloodthirsty thirst remained in his mind, and he rushed towards Harry and the others in a few steps. Immediately, he was slammed into the side by Black, who turned into a big black dog. Black's animagus was considered a large dog, so he effectively blocked the werewolf Lupin's attack on Harry and the others. Then the big black dog rushed to fight the werewolf fiercely, but the werewolf was not something that a dog could stop. After a while, the werewolf wounded the big dog that Blake turned into and approached Harry and the others with his fangs open. Peter, think of a way. The companions said anxiously to Peter when they saw this dangerous situation. Don't worry, they'll be fine. Peter reassured with a relaxed expression, but the wand in his hand was pointed straight at the werewolf Lupin in case of an accident. Suddenly, several wolf roars came from the Forbidden Forest. The werewolf who had approached Harry and the others stopped after hearing the sound, and then roared up to the sky as if in response, then turned and ran towards the Forbidden Forest. And Blake, who was lying in the distance, followed the trail of the werewolf Lupin, chased after him, and disappeared from sight. And Pettigrew, who was originally bound, took advantage of the chaotic opportunity just now, transformed into a mouse, and escaped here. These things happened in just a few minutes, so that the twins couldn't react. 3.2 is such a pity. Pettigrew has escaped. Now the grievances of Blake can't be washed away. Fred said regretfully. Harry should be able to testify for Black, and then the Ministry of Magic will be able to drop the charges against Black and the arrest. Cedric said hesitantly. How is it possible, not to mention Harry's words as a child, will the Ministry of Magic listen? Just by misjudging this matter by the Ministry of Magic, it can damage the image of the Ministry of Magic. Do you think the Ministry of Magic will admit it? 35 Ellen shook, shaking his head. He said sarcastically, unless they bring Pettigrew to the Ministry of Magic in person, they will have to admit it, or they will not even think that Harry Potter's words can wash away Black's grievances. 39. Peter listened to everyone's words and said with a smile, since you want to catch that mouse, let's catch it now. He hasn't run far yet. Peter, do you know where Pettigrew turned into a mouse? George asked in surprise. Several partners also looked at Peter. Peter nodded with a smile and said, I secretly cast a tracking charm on him before, and now his location is not far from here. We have to catch him before he operates away, or I really have to run away. Hey, do you feel that the surroundings have become a lot colder all of a sudden? Alan wiped the hair on his hands and frowned. It's Dementors. Look, they're flying over, Cedric said, pointing to the swarms of Dementors in the distance. The Ministry of Magic sent another group of Dementors, and they should have found Blake's trail as well. Peter, do we want to help Harry and the others? It seems that Harry's Patronus won't last long, George said anxiously, watching Harry use the incomplete Patronus charm not far away, struggling to resist the attack of the Dementors. Professor Snape is already awake. He won't let them do anything. Peter pointed to Snape behind Harry. At this moment, Snape stood up with a dark face, and then at a moment when Harry couldn't hold it any longer, a Patronus with a hidden figure flew out from Snape's wand, sending out bursts of light waves, knocking the surrounding Dementors out. Are expelled far away. Taking this opportunity, Peter and the others quietly left, and, under the guidance of Peter's tracking charm, they quickly followed the trail of Pettigrew. Under the moonlight, under the influence of Peter's magic, the mouse's footsteps, after a long circle, finally pointed to Hagrid's cabin. Merlin Stinky Socks, this little dwarf really knows how to hide, actually hiding in Hagrid's house. Fred exclaimed in surprise when the group tracked down to Hagrid's wooden house. Peter was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Pettigrew to not leave directly, but ran to Hagrid's place instead. He was really thoughtful. No wonder he was able to endure this for more than 10 years, living as a mouse for so many years without being discovered. Peter cast a protective spell directly. A fluorescent light shrouded the wooden house, and then said to a few friends, "You guys stay outside. If you see a mouse running out, knock him out, and then you can kill him. Give Pettigrew to Dumbledore, and Black should be able to wash away his grievances by then." For catching the bad guys, several people seemed very excited and nodded excitedly. Peter stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Hagrid, are you asleep?" "It's me, Peter. Open the door." There was a movement in the house. Then the wooden door opened, and Hagrid walked out full of alcohol, asking with a smile on his face in surprise, "Peter, why are you here? And it's so late." Then he found that there were other people and asked in surprise, "Why did you bring your classmates here?" "Come in, I just made some cookies to celebrate." "Celebrate?" "Hagrid, you look very happy. Can you tell me what's going on?" Peter asked with a smile. "Haha, of course it's something to be happy about." Hagrid hiccuped and said with a smile, "Today the Ministry of Magic came to judge my Buckbeak. Oh, Buckbeak is a hippogriff with wings. Beast, it was originally to be sentenced to death, but the little guy was very clever. He untied the rope himself and escaped. He will not die now. Of course I am very happy." "Hagrid, that hippogriff didn't escape by himself. If you want to thank Harry and Hermione, thank you. We saw that it was Buckbeak who secretly let go," the twins said to Hagrid with a smile, but the eyes kept looking into the room, trying to find the figure of Pettigrew. "Is it Harry?" "Oh, then I have to thank them. If it wasn't for their help, Buckbeak would have died." Hagrid was surprised, and then said even more happily. When the cool wind blew, Hagrid's mind became slightly clearer. He saw that his house was covered with a light film, and his face showed a look of surprise. He looked at Peter in confusion and asked, "Peter, are you here?" "What? How did you put magic on me?" "Hagrid, there's a man hiding in your house, and we're going to catch him. Save him and escape," George said. "Hidden people? How is this possible? My little house is enough for me to live alone. If I hide people, can I know?" Hagrid shook his head in disbelief and said, "Are you kidding me? It's not funny at all." Seeing that several of his companions were still trying to explain to Hagrid, Peter shook his head and went directly over Hagrid into the wooden house. In Hagrid's puzzled eyes, he waved his wand, and a speckled footprint appeared on the ground, glowing white, continuing under Hagrid's bed. "Flying mice." Peter waved his wand and chanted the flying charm. There was a movement from under the bed, a terrified rat squeak, but Peter's spell did not succeed in summoning the rat. Hagrid also heard the sound of the mouse under the bed and asked in surprise, "Ban? Isn't that Ronald's rat? How did it appear with me?" Peter watched Pettigrew get rid of his flying curse, and the smile on his face was even bigger. With a wave of his wand, Hagrid's big bed shrank into a small bed with sleeves of only 10 centimeters in length, revealing the corner of the wall. Fat mouse. Little dwarf, I didn't expect to meet you under this circumstance. The outside has been trapped by my magic, and you can't escape, Peter said with a smile as he looked at the shivering mouse. The fat mouse was like an ordinary mouse and didn't respond at all to Peter's words. Peter, this is an ordinary mouse. How come you still talk to it? And why do you call it Pettigrew? I recognize it. It's called Scabbers. It's Ronald's pet. You see it's missing a finger on its right hand. It's easy to distinguish. Hagrid said, puzzled. Peter looked at Pettigrew and said with a smile, You don't have to play it, Pettigrew. We heard what you were saying in the Shrieking Shack. We were there too. You just didn't notice it. And I put a tracking spell on you early. Otherwise, why do you think we are chasing here? When the mouse heard this, panic flashed in his eyes. Looking at Peter, who was smiling in front of him, he turned into a human shape and then quickly used his wand to read to Peter Avada Sua. Pettigrew is very afraid of Peter. He knows that this person is different from Harry Potter, and they are so easy to deal with, so the first shot is the death curse. Even if he can't kill Peter, he has to stop him. But when Peter saw the wand in his hand, he was already prepared. He directly waved the large stone slab in the house to block him, then quickly approached, flicked off a few magics with the wand, and quickly disarmed it with a disarming spell. After removing the wand in Pettigrew's hand, he added a petrification spell. Petrie, it looks like you've been pretending to be a mouse for more than 10 years, and the magic you've used is very unfamiliar. Even the magic spell released is soft, Peter said sarcastically. This Pettigrew's strength is not as high as that of Slytherin's 7th grade students. Apart from the bluffing death spell at the beginning, his 10-year life as a mouse has made him very unfamiliar with the use of spells. Of course, this does not mean that Pettigrew is useless. He used to be able to blow up an entire street with an explosion spell, and he could also learn animagos. His strength has surpassed that of ordinary adult wizards. It's just that Peter is weaker here. Petit Star Peter. Hagrid saw the Pettigrew star immobilized by the petrification spell, and his drunkenness dissipated. His eyes widened and he looked at him. Aren't you dead? How did you appear here? And became Ronald's mouse Scabbers? At this moment, Pettigrew only had the eyeballs to turn and was fixed there dumbfounded, begging Hagrid with his eyes frantically. Although Hagrid is naive, he is not stupid at all. Seeing Pettigrew resurrected from the dead, he thinks of Ronald's mouse again and again. He immediately looks at Pettigrew suspiciously and instinctively realizes that something is wrong. Fred, George, Alan, Cedric, you all come in. The mice have been caught, Peter shouted to a few buddies outside. As soon as several companions heard Peter's words, they ran in one after another, saw the Petit Star fixed there, their eyes lit up, they walked in quickly, and looked at the Petite Dwarf Star whose eyes were moving in front of them, and were amazed. Peter, what the hell is going on? Why did Ronald's pet Scabbers turn into a Pettigrew? Hagrid asked in confusion. Hagrid, let me tell you about this matter, it's like this. The twins ran over with a smile and told the whole thing from head to toe. The two of them sang and said clear and direct. Peter was relieved to see that the twins had done it for him. He walked up to Pettigrew and looked at Pettigrew with pleading eyes with amusement. Then he waved his wand and turned into a long iron chain, which automatically tied him tightly. Live. What? It was Pettigrew who betrayed Lily and James, not Black. Hagrid couldn't believe it after hearing what the twins said, then looked at Pettigrew who was bound, believed it completely, and raised his fist in anger, rushed towards Pettigrew. You despicable and shameless traitor. Betrayed Lily and James, and framed Sirius to be wronged. How dare you do this? Hagrid, calm down. Peter waved his hand quickly, stopping Hagrid's huge fist from hitting Pettigrew on the head, or he would die. Several other partners also quickly grabbed Hagrid and kept persuading him to calm down. Hagrid missed the first punch and calmed down a little from his rage. He glared at Pettigrew, who was shivering, and shouted, Vicky, shameful, filthy fellow. When the Ministry of Magic said you were smashed to pieces, there was only one left. We still grieve for you when you point your fingers. Your mother is still crying heartbroken, and her eyes are almost blind. We treat you as a hero. We didn't expect you to be a shameful traitor. Pettigrew couldn't speak, and his eyes were frightened and begging for mercy, afraid that the furious half-giant would wrench his head off. Hagrid, don't talk nonsense to him. We'll escort him to Dumbledore in a moment, and then we'll be able to clear up Black's wrongs, and he'll be disgraced and sent to Azkaban forever. Peter soothed. Yes, let's rush this traitor over now. Oh, poor Sirius, we all misunderstood him. He has been imprisoned in Azkaban for so long, and he is wanted by the Ministry of Magic. He has suffered a lot, we help him get his name right. Hagrid exclaimed. Then the group hurried out of the wooden house and headed for the castle. Originally, Peter wanted to use the levitating spell to take Pettigrew away, but Hagrid picked up the tied Pettigrew with one arm. In his words, he was worried, afraid that Pettigrew would escape. Hagrid, just relax a little bit. If you hold on like this, Pettigrew will be killed by you. There's no way to testify for Black at that time. Peter looked at Hagrid's rude strangulation. The little dwarf star quickly reminded. Hearing Peter's words, Hagrid looked down at Pettigrew, who looked like a dead chicken, and quickly let go, rubbing his head and smiling naively. Peter looked at his performance, smiled and shook his head, who said that simple and honest people have no revenge, and in this moment, Pettigrew lost half of his life. As soon as several people entered the castle, they heard the students gleefully saying that the Ministry of Magic had captured Blake. When Hagrid and a few companions heard the news, their faces suddenly became anxious, and they all quickened their pace. On the 8th floor, Sherdun in the principal's office saw Peter and jumped to the side to reveal the stairs. Seeing this scene, Peter's eyes flashed with strange colors, and then he and Hagrid took Pettigrew and entered in front of the principal's office. Hagrid didn't even knock on the door, grabbed Pettigrew, rushed in, and shouted, "Dumbledore, Black is wronged. We caught Pettigrew. He's a traitor." Peter followed him in, only to find that there were quite a few people inside. In addition to Dumbledore, there were also the heads of 4 academies and 4 members of the Ministry of Magic, including Minister Fudge. When the group saw Hagrid and Peter, who suddenly broke in, they were all surprised. As soon as Minister Fudge saw Peter, he frowned and said with a frown, grave accent too, "We are talking about urgent matters now. What are you going to say? Please come back later." Obviously, Fudge didn't hear Hagrid's words clearly. He was full of joy at the moment. Arresting Black for a whole year without results, the prestige of the Ministry of Magic suffered some damage, and now that he has finally caught Black, he can solemnly speak to the public tomorrow. Announce this and restore the prestige of the Ministry of Magic. Minister, I think you'd better take a look at this new guy we caught, and then think about tomorrow, or if it's a joke, it's the loss of the Ministry of Magic. Peter said with a smile. Then he used the wand to control the Pettigrew on Hagrid's back and flew in front of the crowd, and solemnly introduced, "Please allow me to introduce to everyone. This is Pettigrew. It is said that it was blown up to the point that only one piece remained. The hero of the fingers. Merlin First Class awarded by the Ministry of Magic." Peter lifted Pettigrew's petrification spell and said to him with a smile, "Now say hello to everyone, Pettigrew." Merlin's beard. "You're Pettigrew. Aren't you dead?" Professor Flitwick made a high-pitched voice, looking at him in disbelief. "My God, it's really a Petit Star. How did you suddenly appear here? Where have you been all these years?" Professor McGonagall took a closer look and asked in surprise. Everyone else looked at the petite dwarf star who died and resurrected in front of them in shock. It felt like a dream. A person who had been dead for more than 10 years suddenly reappeared in front of everyone, bringing a huge sense of shock to everyone. Fudge was also stunned at this time. He looked at Pettigrew in front of him, and then looked at Peter beside him. An uneasiness rose in his heart, and he couldn't help asking, "Are you really Pettigrew? You were not the only one left in the bombing. Is it the next finger?" Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, long time no see. It's a pleasure to see you all." Pettigrew looked at everyone, said embarrassedly. His eyes kept rolling, trying to find a way to escape. Seeing Pettigrew's reappearance, different from the surprised reactions of the others, Dumbledore looked calm, as if he had foreseen this, but looked at him with indifferent eyes and said, "Petit, you may be able to clarify for us. Why are you here?" And where have you been in these 10 years? Snape looked at Pettigrew with disgust. He didn't like this cowardly fellow who used to be his rival's sidekick. He also looked at him suspiciously. Seeing Dumbledore's penetrating eyes, Pettigrew was completely guilty and said hesitantly, "Long time no see, Dumbledore. I know you are the greatest wizard. In order to avoid Black and his comrades, I have not been able to kill you over the years. Do not hide traces." 35. Hearing his words, Hagrid couldn't help but said angrily, "Dumbledore, don't listen to his nonsense. This vile and dirty guy is the murderer who killed Lily and James back then. He was the secrecy back then, not Sirius. Sirius is innocent." What? Several deans, Fudge, and others looked at Hagrid in disbelief when they heard this. "Hagrid, why do you say that? Is there any evidence?" Dumbledore asked with a calm expression on his face. Peter and the others told me about this. And he caught Pettigrew that turned into a mouse in my house," Hagrid said naively. Everyone's attention shifted to Peter. Peter greeted everyone's gaze and said calmly, "As far as I know, in order to avoid Voldemort and the Death Eaters, the Potters used the faithful charm to hide their residence, but Voldemort found them in the end." Door. The Ministry of Magic and several professors twisted unnaturally when they heard Voldemort's name, especially Fudge's eyes showed fear. It is known that the Potter's secrecy is Sirius Black, so that is why the Ministry of Magic decided that Black had betrayed the Potters and locked him in Azkaban. 35. Peter continued, but in reality, Sirius was only trying to attract a target standing by the Death Eaters, the real secret keeper. They secretly replaced the inconspicuous Pettigrew and let him hide. Peter looked at the expressions on everyone's faces and said sarcastically, "Unfortunately, they obviously believed in the wrong person." After Pettigrew became the secrecy keeper, instead of hiding for the first time, he took the initiative to run to Voldemort and take Potter. The address of the couple was given to him, which led to what happened later. After hearing Peter's explanation, everyone looked at Pettigrew, whose eyes were dodging, and immediately understood the truth. They all looked at Pettigrew in disbelief. This little squire who was timid in their eyes did not expect to do such a thing. Professor McGonagall looked at Pettigrew with anger and disappointment. She once thought that this was just a cowardly person, but she did not expect to do such a betrayal of her friends. And Snape's eyes were full of hatred at this time. He stared at Pettigrew, looking like he wanted to kill him immediately. Cough, cough. "Do you have any misunderstandings about this matter?" Fudge stood up and said with an uneasy expression when he heard these words, "I mean, it is well known that Blake is a traitor, and there is no refutation. We cannot judge the hero Pettigrew as a traitor based on the words of a student. Master Minister, AC/DC, as far as I know, Black went directly into Azkaban without a trial. He has no chance to argue," Peter said to Fudge with a smile. Then he looked at everyone, spread his hands and said with a smile, "Actually, the easiest way is to let the client speak for himself. Isn't it better? I think Professor Snape has a lot of Veritaserum in stock." Hearing this, Snape took out a small bottle and said with a sneer, "I just happen to have a bottle with me, enough for him to speak." Pettigrew looked at the Veritaserum in Snape's hand, shook his head in horror, his mouth clenched in resistance. Cough, cough. "It is illegal to use Veritaserum without permission, and the Ministry of Magic will not allow such a thing to happen." Fudge wiped the sweat from his face and hurriedly stopped. Now Sirius has been arrested come to justice. Pettigrew has reappeared, and we need to bring them back to the Ministry of Magic at the same time. Another interrogation. Snape didn't mean to be used to Fudge. He waved his wand to hold Pettigrew, then poured the Veritaserum into his mouth, turned around and said coldly, "Okay, now you can ask." 99. "Snape, you're breaking the law," Fudge said angrily. "How much?" "I'll give it," Snape said indifferently. "Feeding Veritaserum isn't enough to get you into Azkaban. It's nothing more than a fine, which isn't a problem at all for Snape, who is a potion master." Fudge was shaking with anger. Dumbledore didn't care about Fudge's performance. He walked over directly, looked at Pettigrew with empty eyes, and asked, "Petrid, who was the one who betrayed Lily and James back then?" Pettigrew's eyes were hollow, but with a smug smile on his face, he replied, "It was me who betrayed Lily and James. I told the Dark Lord about it." Everyone who had guessed about this matter, when they heard Pettigrew's answer, still took a cold breath and still looked at Pettigrew in disbelief. Dumbledore, the interrogation should be done by the Ministry of Magic. You are breaking the law. Fudge heard Pettigrew's words, his expression even more disturbed, and shouted sharply to stop Pettigrew from continuing. The Ministry of Magic took the innocent Sirius Black into Azkaban and imprisoned him for more than 10 years, but propaganda the real traitor Pettigrew as a hero and gave a first-class Merlin medal. If everyone in the magical world knew about this, the prestige of the Ministry of Magic would be severely damaged. Even if the trial had nothing to do with Fudge, the Ministry of Magic and Fudge were both prosperous, and he didn't want to make it known to everyone. But at this time, Dumbledore showed a strong side. As if he didn't hear Fudge's words, he continued to ask Pettigrew without looking back, "What's going on with the Keeper? Why has the Keeper changed from Sirius to you?" Pettigrew replied dumbly, "At that time, the situation was urgent, and the Death Eaters and the Dark Lord were looking for them. So after discussing with Sirius, James decided to let Sirius pretend that he was a secret keeper and then haunted everywhere, attracting attention Death Eaters. And the real secrecy was replaced by me, who was unnoticed, and let me hide in another hidden house." With a twisted smile on Pettigrew's face, he continued, "But I didn't choose to hide. I went to the Dark Lord and gave them their addresses. The Dark Lord was very happy. He promised me a great reward. I just didn't expect the Dark Lord to be defeated by a baby." Pettigrew looked disappointed, then said with a look of fear, "The Dark Lord failed. I knew Sirius would find out about my betrayal, so I fled early, but he still found me. He blocked me in a Muggle street and asked me why I betrayed them. I had nowhere to run, so I blew up the whole street with the blast charm, and then took the opportunity to turn into a mouse and got into the underground pipe to escape." 35 Pettigrew said happily and proudly, "That idiot Sirius, see the fingers I cut off. I thought I was shattered by the explosion, and I could only be arrested by the Aurors obediently, and I was taken into Azkaban as a traitor and imprisoned." Everyone looked at Pettigrew with a smug expression on his face, and their expressions became heavier and heavier. "Little Dwarf, James and Sirius are your friends. Didn't you guys play together and form some sort of Taoist group? Why did you betray your friends?" Professor McGonagall asked in disappointment. "Why?" Pettigrew said with blank eyes and an indignant expression. "Did they really treat me as a friend rather than a follower? When I was at school, I didn't want to get into trouble with them, but James and Sirius went their own way. They keep making trouble, and when they are punished, they want me to bear it together. After graduation, I want to take my mother far away from here and come back when the turmoil stops. But they disregarded my wishes and forced me to join them against the Death Eaters and the Dark Lord. With each near death, I'm more afraid, but they mock me for not being a brave Gryffindor. But I'm just scared. I know I'm timid. I just want to live carefully. I don't want to accompany them against the powerful Dark Lord. But they don't give me that opportunity. I live in fear every day that I will be killed one day. If you don't want to, you can tell them. James and the others are willing to let you be their secret person, which means they trust you very much. If you are afraid, you can run away, so why betray them? And kill them?" Lily and James. Professor McGonagall exclaimed in disbelief. "What do they trust me? They choose me as the Keeper, but because I don't get attention, others will not suspect that the Keeper will be a cowardly sidekick." Pettigrew said in a sarcastic tone, "Sirius and James is both conceited and distrustful of others. I was terrified at first when Sirius offered to let me be the secrecy. I don't want to be the Keeper either, so I proposed Dumbledore or Lupin to be the Keeper better than me. 0. Ask for flowers. But they rejected my proposal, forcibly made me a secrecy, and told me to stay in a hidden house and not come out. Sirius also mocked that I had achieved my wish, that I could hide here like a mouse, no more go and fight the Death Eaters. I know they look down on me, but in order to be the brave Gryffindor they call me, I have followed them and chose to fight against the Death Eaters and the Dark Lord. But now Sirius says I'm like a mouse, only worthy of hiding in the dark." Pettigrew said with resentment, and then grinned. Since they look down on me, why should I follow them? So I found the Dark Lord, begged him to spare my life, and told the Dark Lord their secret address. The Dark Lord was very happy and immediately rewarded me with the Dark Mark, and promised to give me a generous reward after it was done. 0. Hearing this, Snape quickly picked up Pettigrew's right arm, and on his arm, the dark mark of a snake spitting out a letter appeared on it. As soon as the others saw this mark, they all took a cold breath, as if they had seen something terrifying. They couldn't help but take a few steps back. Especially Fudge. When he saw the dark mark on Pettigrew's arm, the expression on his face was very wonderful. Now the evidence is very solid. Even if he doesn't want to rectify the name of Sirius, it will not be easy. Especially a hero who was promoted by the Ministry of Magic as a hero against the Death Eaters, who was actually a Death Eater himself. This was a slap in the face of the Ministry of Magic. After that, Dumbledore continued to ask some questions, and the little dwarf who was in the Veritas said everything one by one, including how he appeared in the Weasley family and was adopted by the Weasley family as Percy's pet, and then passed on to the Weasley family. Ronald's hands. Not long after, the efficacy of the medicine receded, and the sober little dwarf star showed despair, looked at the people around him in horror, his mouth moved, and then lowered his head decadently, waiting for the trial. After Dumbledore finished asking, he turned his head to look at Fudge and asked, "Minister, it looks like the truth is out now. I wonder when you will acquit Sirius? He has suffered enough all these years. Shouldn't be locked up again. Azkaban is here." Well, this matter is a bit complicated. I still need to go back to the ministry and discuss it with others before I can decide. Fudge said hesitantly. He was unwilling to admit that the Ministry of Magic misjudged. Otherwise, there will be a lot of yelling letters in the office. "Master Minister, are you looking for an opportunity to kill Pettigrew with a Dementor's kiss, so that there is no proof?" Peter said suddenly and faintly. When everyone heard Peter's words, they looked at Fudge in surprise. Fudge saw Peter's eyes that seemed to be able to see through his 240, as if he had been stabbed in a pain point, jumped up, and said angrily, "How is it possible? I wouldn't do such a thing." "You don't want a nonsense." "Really? My mind-reading skills are always good and sometimes ineffective. Maybe I heard it wrong just now." Peter said lightly, but his eyes were fixed on Fudge. Fudge avoided Peter's eyes uncomfortably, annoyed that his thoughts would be read by a child, but it was impossible for him to admit that he had just thought so. Hearing Peter's words, Dumbledore looked at Fudge with a serious expression and said, "Fudge, the fact that Sirius is innocent is now beyond dispute, and we can't let innocence be burdened with grievances." 35. Of course, Cough. It's just that this case is a case from more than 10 years ago, and there are still many unknowns in it, and it will take some time to review it, so it can't be announced to the public for the time being, but I promise that will make Sirius innocent. Dumbledore looked uncomfortable. Fudge wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a guilty conscience, "Headmaster, you don't have to worry. I have already recorded everything just now." Peter took out a fist-sized crystal ball from his sleeve and said with a smile, "If the Ministry of Magic does not announce this later, or the small if something happens to Sirius and Pettigrew, I'll post this photo ball." 35. Photo ball? Everyone looked at the crystal ball in Peter's hands in surprise, only to see that in the transparent crystal ball, the pictures of the interrogation process just now were clearly left inside. The shadow ball was invented by an alchemy wizard in the United States, imitating the principle of the Muggle camera, and was widely used in magic movies after that, and was also widely used in the Magic Congress of the United States for interrogation records or for keeping forensics. Just like the most widely used magic flying carpet in the Middle East, the photo ball is banned from importing in the British Magic Circle, so it is difficult to see it in the British Magic Circle. Of course Fudge knew about the photo ball, so when he saw the photo ball in Peter's hand, his face became very ugly, and he looked at Peter fiercely and said, "The Ministry of Magic prohibits the import of photo balls, Peter York. You are blatantly breaking the Ministry of Magic's ban. This photo is taken. The ball must be seized by the Ministry of Magic." My lord, I didn't buy this photo ball, but it was given to me by the editor-in-chief of the French Magic Daily. He was very interested in the British magic world, so he sent it from France. It was specially approved by the Ministry of Magic. So this thing is not illegal. I'm afraid you will be disappointed, Minister. Peter withdrew his hand with a smile and put the photo ball back into the bag. When Fudge heard the news, his eyes narrowed, and he looked at Peter with some uncertainty. He was not sure whether what Peter said was true or not, but he was repeatedly threatened by a child, which made him very embarrassed and angry. Okay, Fudge, don't get mad at Peter. He's just a kid. The main thing now is how to deal with Sirius and Pettigrew. Dumbledore smiled lightly. At this time, Fudge is also riding a tiger. He doesn't want to reverse the case for Sirius at all, but the reality has to let him do it. Otherwise, let alone Peter York, if the content of the photo ball is published. I am afraid he will also be at that time. There is no good fruit to eat. But if this wrongful conviction is announced, Fudge, as a minister, will be the first to be hit by public grievances. Seeing Fudge's mind full of unwilling thoughts, Peter rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Minister, Sirius, I remember that Barty Crouch was in charge of the trial at that time, right? I think as long as you, Minister, set things right, sincerely apologize to the public, and show that Minister, after you accidentally caught Pettigrew, you expressed doubts about the incident of the year, and seriously interrogated Pettigrew again, and learned the truth of the year. So against all odds, he actively corrected the mistakes of the Ministry of Magic that year. I think when the people know about this, they will definitely praise you, Minister. After all, it is you who restored Black's reputation yourself. As soon as Fudge heard Peter's suggestion, his eyes lit up. If he did what Peter said, although the prestige of the Ministry of Magic would drop a little, his approval rating would definitely increase, which was in his interest. It's just that Peter was the one who caught Pettigrew, and now several professors know about it, so Fudge looked hesitantly at Dumbledore, who could call the shots, and wanted to hear his opinion. Dumbledore also looked at Peter in surprise at this time. He originally wanted to directly force Fudge to admit this mistake. Even if his relationship with Fudge would decline, he would save Sirius. But I didn't expect Peter to make such a suggestion, completely giving up the credit for catching Pettigrew. He hesitated. Peter, are you sure you want to do this? 3.2 Peter didn't care at all, smiled and nodded and said, let the minister handle this matter himself. I think he can handle this matter perfectly, right, Minister? Of course, I will convene the Wisingamore trial tomorrow to directly retry Black's case back then, and I will definitely correct Black's name. Under my leadership, the Ministry of Magic will naturally not have wrongful convictions like before. Fudge guaranteed with a smile. With just the effect of one sentence, Fudge turned from a reluctant face just now to an active error corrector. This change caused everyone present to drop their jaws. No, Minister, Sirius Black is missing again. In the tower where he was imprisoned, the iron door was broken open, and he escaped again. Several Aurors hurried in. As soon as Fudge heard the news, the happy expression on his face suddenly stopped. His face was covered with clouds, and he was just about to get angry. But seeing the tide dwarf star, it started to cloudy and sunny again, squeezed out a smile and said in a careless tone, let's run away. He is innocent anyway, just as we caught the real traitor. Tomorrow trial to the public. Let the public know the determination of the Ministry of Magic. We will not spare a bad person, but we will not wrong a good person. Aurors, give up the hunt for Sirius Black from now on. We have caught the real traitor Pettigrew. You must keep an eye on him at all times, and don't let him escape. Fudge stretched his stomach and pointed at Pettigrew, happy announced to the Aurors. Yes, Minister. Several Aurors later replied with a confused look, completely ignorant of the situation. In order to avoid accidents, Pettigrew was then taken away by the Aurors and imprisoned on the highest tower of the castle. The Dementors and 02 Aurors were jointly guarding them. They were ready to wait for the early morning tomorrow, and they would come to meet them. The strikers were escorted to the Ministry of Magic for trial. As for Fudge, he is excited to return to the Ministry of Magic. He plans to write to the members of the Wisengamot overnight and come to the Ministry of Magic tomorrow to participate in this trial. When Peter and his group were escorting Pettigrew into the temporary prison, they also followed. Seeing Pettigrew being closely guarded, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, then left and returned to their respective offices. Peter was retained by Dumbledore and followed him downstairs slowly. First of all, Peter, I have to thank you. If it weren't for your persistence, I'm afraid Pettigrew would still be at large, while Sirius would still be burdened with grievances and wanted by the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore said sincerely to Peter. Then he looked at the hazy distance illuminated by the moonlight and said with a sigh, "When I heard about Sirius' betrayal, I was a little suspicious. I went to Azkaban to ask him, but he just kept silent. I thought he was acquiescing, but apparently I still don't trust him enough. The relationship between Sirius and James is like you and your friends, even close. They are like brothers, they have common interests, make trouble together, and have no secrets between each other. Even when fighting the Death Eaters, you can feel free to hand over each other's backs." But it was not until the birth of Lily and James that Sirius became the target of public criticism, because many people knew that he was Lily and James' secrecy. Think that he betrayed his friends and went to Voldemort. Even I once thought so. Please forgive my prejudice as an old man. Sirius' family is almost all Voldemort's loyal followers, although Sirius cut ties with his family for this reason and was expelled from the family, but after he was identified as a traitor. And when he did not refute it, I believed it. Dumbledore turned his head to look at Peter and said with a wry smile, "Perhaps you should have heard of the Order of the Phoenix. I formed this society in order to fight Voldemort and Death Eaters, and Sirius is one of them. There have been many times when the secret operations of the Order of the Phoenix were known in advance by the Death Eaters, and I suspected that there were traitors within, but my suspicions were placed on Sirius, who is inextricably linked to the Death Eater family. But forget about the little dwarf star that no one cares about. Perhaps for this reason, when he was locked up in Azkaban, he still didn't tell me the truth because he didn't think I would believe him." Peter looked at Dumbledore, who was a little desolate in front of him, and comforted, "Headmaster, I believe that Sirius didn't blame you. The reason why he didn't refute after his arrest should be because of self-blame. Because it was his suggestion, having Pettigrew as a keeper and ultimately killing the Potters. I think I'd feel guilty for it if I were him. 99. Hee, Peter, you are always able to penetrate the heart. You are nothing like a child of this age." Dumbledore praised after hearing Peter's words. The two walked and chatted until they met Harry and Hermione running over in the corridor. Seeing Dumbledore, Harry and Hermione said happily, "Headmaster, we have followed your instructions and successfully saved 2 innocent lives." Instructions? Excuse me, did I say so? Please excuse my poor memory as an old man who doesn't seem to remember this. By the way, I haven't told you any good news yet. Peter caught Pettigrew, proving Sirius' innocence, and the Ministry of Magic has announced that Sirius is no longer wanted. If he can hear the news, I hope he can rest well. For a moment, don't be afraid. Dumbledore winked at the two of them. What? Peter caught Pettigrew. When did this happen? The two opened their mouths in shock and turned to look at Peter beside him. He's locked in the highest tower now, very close to where Sirius was locked up before. Peter pointed to the tower in the moonlight in the distance, then looked at the two with a smile and said meaningfully, "But don't be curious this time. There are a lot of Aurors and Dementors guarding the place now. If you don't allow it, you will be attacked." 35. Then he looked at the hourglass necklace hanging on Hermione's chest and pointed with a smile. "Hermione, don't just use it for class. It will be very tiring. You can arrange a work schedule. Extra 5 hours a day. 240 can use a part to rest. The combination of work and rest is the best way to learn." Hermione found that her time turner was not in place, instinctively grabbed it nervously, and then asked in surprise, "Peter, do you know this is a time turner?" "Of course, you must know that I have taken 12 courses just like you," Peter said with a smile. Then Peter said goodbye to Dumbledore. "Headmaster, I'll go back first. You can have a good chat with Harry and the others." Dumbledore nodded with a kind smile, then watched Peter leave. Seeing Peter leaving, Hermione said to Harry, "I always think Peter knows a lot of things." Even though Pettigrew had run away, he turned around and caught him. Hearing this, Harry nodded in agreement. Haha, Peter can always give us a lot of surprises, but I think you will have a lot of opportunities to get to know him in the future. Dumbledore said with a smile. Now, let's go to the infirmary to visit Ronald and Lupin. Your Professor Lupin was beaten by the hippogriff grabbed it fiercely, but it's going to lie down for a while. On Peter's side, he did not return to the dormitory as he said before, but went into stealth, then turned to the tower where Pettigrew was imprisoned. Above the tower, more than a dozen Aurors were guarding the passage leading to the tower, and dozens of Dementors were also guarding various places, guarding the temporary prison where Pettigrew was imprisoned. Peter passed the Auror level easily with stealth, but the Dementor could easily see through the stealth technique, so Peter directly transformed into a butterfly, passed through the siege while the Dementor ignored it, and came to the prison where Pettigrew was imprisoned. In Pettigrew's shocked eyes, Peter appeared directly in the prison. "Little dwarf, are you happy to see me?" Peter said with a smile. Pettigrew looked at the sudden appearance of Peter, first surprised, and then showed fear in his eyes, thinking that he was here to kill himself, knelt on the ground and begged, "Peter, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Just forgive me. You can let me do anything." Peter looked at Pettigrew with a begging face and said amusingly, "Don't worry, I don't have to spend so much time killing you. On the contrary, I'm here to help you escape." 35. "Thank you for not killing me. I must. You said you were going to let me go?" Pettigrew looked at him in disbelief, as if he had heard it wrong. "Yes, you heard that right. I'm going to let you go this time." Peter nodded. Pettigrew was dumbfounded now and looked at Peter with a puzzled look. He had captured himself before, but now he wants to let him go. What's the situation? Peter took out a wand from his pocket, as if to hand it to him, and said with a smile, "As long as you have the wand, I think you should be able to escape easily, right?" Pettigrew looked at the wand handed over with longing in his eyes, but looked at Peter in front of him, hesitated again, and then gathered up his courage to ask, "Why did you let me go?" "To let me go? What do you want me to do?" "I caught you before, just on a whim. I wanted to see if I could interfere with fate. After all, fate said that you could escape, so I won't let you escape." Peter said with deep eyes, and then looked at the confused face Pettigrew, with a smile, "But now my guess has been proved, so you can go according to your destiny again." "You are a very important tool person." "Fate? Tool?" Pettigrew can't understand Peter's words, but his instinct is not good, and some don't want to take the wand handed over. Peter understood his resistance and reminded with a smile, "Don't forget your current situation. Fudge is ready to call the Wisengamot members to judge you tomorrow, and your best ending is to stay in Azkaban for the rest of your life. Being in the company of a Dementor, the worst thing you can do is to be given a Dementor's kiss. You don't want to die, do you?" When Pettigrew heard his words, remembering the result, his face was filled with fear. He instinctively shook his head, and then looked at the wand in Peter's hand, showing his longing eyes again. Then he looked at Peter firmly and said, "What do you want me to do?" "As long as you let me go, I am willing to be a slave and a servant." Peter shook his head and said meaningfully, "I don't need you to do anything for me. I will even delete your memory about me later. Just need you to do things according to your original ideas." 35. Pettigrew looked at Peter suspiciously and didn't understand Peter's operation, but still took the wand that Peter handed over, waved it, shook his head and said, "It doesn't fit, but it's barely usable. If you can help you get out of here, that's fine." Peter said with a smile, then squinted and stared at him. "This wand was left to me by your colleague, and the dozen or so Death Eaters came to me at night. The manor thing, you should have heard of it, after all. You have been staying at the Weasleys. So put away your careful thoughts now. Don't think about attracting people or being able to sneak up on me. Your current strength is no different from those a dozen idiots, if you don't want to die." 35. Hearing the words, Pettigrew held the hand of the wand for a while, with a flattering smile on his face, and defended, "Lord Peter, I have absolutely no such idea. You can let me go. I am grateful that you are too late. Why? Might hit you." "Really?" But it doesn't matter, as long as you can confirm that you can kill me, you can shoot at me. Of course, as long as you know the consequences of failure. Peter looked at him contemptuously and said, "Okay, now don't resist, I'm going to modify your memory, and then I don't care what you do." Peter raised his wand and pointed at Pettigrew with a playful look on his face. Pettigrew rubbed the wand in his hand, looked at the wand pointed at him with some vigilance and resistance on his face and Peter's eager look, and finally let out a sigh of relief, did not dare to fight back against Peter, and allowed Peter to modify his memory. Peter looked at Pettigrew's hand with a disappointed expression on his face. He thought Pettigrew would struggle for a while, but he didn't expect to give in so easily. Anything is forgotten. Peter's wand emitted a white light, hitting Pettigrew's head, erasing his memory about himself just now. Then, while Pettigrew was still confused, he turned into a butterfly and flew out. The iron fence left the tower battle. Pettigrew, who regained consciousness, looked at the wand in his hand in surprise. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't remember how the wand got into his hand, which revealed a strangeness. But he was still very excited. With the wand, he could use magic and escape from here. Immediately, with a wave of his wand, his body shrunk, turning into a chubby mouse, easily passing through the iron railings and then, under the ignorance of the Dementors, ran directly along the corner of the wall, taking advantage of the darkness to escape from here. From the beginning to the end, the mouse did not see a blue butterfly fluttering in the air, following him, until he got into a secret passage in the castle to leave. The butterfly returned to its human form and turned into Peter's appearance. Looking at the vanishing dwarf star, a smile appeared on his face. Peter hummed a song and was about to leave. His expression stopped, his smile suppressed. He looked at the corner and said softly, "Headmaster Dumbledore, didn't you go to the infirmary to see Ronald and the others? Why are you here?" "I did visit Ronald and Remus John. Madame Pomfrey's medical skills are very good. They have no problem after drinking the medicine, so they came out for a walk." An old voice came from the empty corner, and then Dumbledore's figure appeared out of nowhere. Dumbledore looked at Peter with a serious expression, glanced in the direction Pettigrew had just fled, and asked with a frown, "Peter, I thought you brought Pettigrew to the Ministry of Magic to bring him to justice. But I don't understand why you want to let him go." Peter didn't care about Dumbledore's almost questioning tone, and instead asked, "Headmaster, you should know from Professor Marchban that I made a prediction in the divination test today. What do you think of this prediction?" Dumbledore didn't expect Peter to ask this question, but still said, "Jersta did tell me that the prophecy you made was indeed beyond my expectations. When I heard the prophecy at first, I was also guessing. Who was the servant who broke free from Chain 240? It was not until the appearance of the dwarf star that my doubts were solved. The prophecy said he would break free and leave tonight, and that's why I'm here, but I didn't expect you to help him escape." "Peter, can you tell me why?" Dumbledore looked at Peter in confusion, wanting to hear his explanation. Peter looked at Dumbledore's puzzled expression and chuckled. "Principal, in fact, when Pettigrew was escaping by the Beating Willow, the prophecy had already been fulfilled. In his original fate, he had already escaped successfully. It's just that due to my intervention, the fate has changed a little bit. When I captured Pettigrew, I noticed that you were a little surprised. You should have found that this is a little different from what was described in the prophecy, right?" 35. "Peter, you are really careful. When, ACDC, I saw Pettigrew caught by you, I was really surprised. It made me think that the servant in the prophecy was not Pettigrew until you let go of Pettigrew just now." "Dwarfs, I'll confirm." Dumbledore nodded. "So, I let Pettigrew go just to fulfill my destiny," Peter said with a smile, and then he looked at Dumbledore with a smile and teased, "And, Principal, you're not just here for a walk, even if I don't go. Do this, and you will let him go, Headmaster. After all, the guy who is waiting to return is a restless factor. If we don't want to make him become a human, there is no way we can eliminate a person who has become a ghost. Sometimes I'd like to see what's in your head. It's as if all these secrets are hidden in front of you." Dumbledore sighed, looked deeply at Peter and said, "You don't look like one at all. Teenagers are supposed to be naive." Could it be that Muggle aristocratic education has become so prominent? Headmaster, you praised me. Compared with you, my grades are nothing. Peter shook his head and said, I wasn't as powerful as you when I was 15 years old. My reputation is now just a little bit of a build-up after living for more than 100 years. It's nothing, Dumbledore said while stroking his beard with a smile. Then the conversation changed. Dumbledore looked at Peter with a smile in his eyes and said, You let Pettigrew away, and this time it's a miserable mess for Fudge. He contacted all the Wisengamot members overnight and wanted to be in the middle of the night. A good show tomorrow. Now when Pettigrew escapes, he'll be embarrassed. Headmaster, don't talk nonsense. Pettigrew escaped on his own. I caught him before. How could it be that I let him go? Peter opened his eyes to lie and retorted resolutely, but there was no hiding in his eyes. Stay smiling. Well, he escaped by himself. Dumbledore didn't insist, but replied with a smile. Immediately, he turned to look at Peter and asked seriously and curiously, Peter, you're a prophet. You see farther than I do in the future. Can you give me a hint when Tom will return? Then he sighed and said, You have to understand the anxiety of an old man who is dying, always worried that one day he will wake up and find himself in the portrait. I think you're overthinking the headmaster. Even if the wizards don't have the Philosopher's Stone like Nicole May, they still live long enough. Look at Professor Marchibin. She used to invigilate you, and now she doesn't. You are still alive and well. Are you still going to invigilate us? Peter smiled and comforted. Then Peter looked into the distance, blue light in his eyes, very mysterious in the night, and after a while he focused his eyes, turned to Dumbledore with a smile, and said, Petits are indeed a very useful tool, and soon he will be Voldemort can be found. And if nothing else, Voldemort will be back next semester. But after that, the magic world is about to fall into fluctuations. Peter said with a serious expression, Headmaster, do you still remember the words in the prophecy? This resurrection, the Dark Lord will be stronger than ever, and the servants will all gather around him again. Peter, you are indeed a very magical child. I think if the legendary Cassandra is resurrected, I am afraid that you will not be able to see the future like you. Dumbledore looked at Peter in amazement, but said with a relaxed expression, It turns out that I am very pessimistic about the future, but since you appeared, I feel that the future will be better without me. Just give you a little time, you can go farther than any of us. 35. Headmaster Dumbledore, please don't say that, I'm lazy. You're putting a lot of pressure on me to say that. You better train Harry Potter or kill that pesky Voldemort before you retire. So everyone, it's all clean. 35. Peter waved his hands and said, he didn't want to hear Dumbledore say, San Yen, the task of saving the world in the future is up to you. Dumbledore looked at Peter's unhappy face and suddenly couldn't help laughing and crying, and then said with a smile, I have been thinking about the prophecy before. Who is the son of the Phoenix who can control the fate? Peter looked at Dumbledore and looked at himself with a smile, coughed awkwardly, and said strangely, Headmaster, don't you think I'm the son of the Phoenix? Dumbledore nodded with a smile, looked at him meaningfully and said, I talked to Ollivander before. He is very optimistic about your future, and it is interesting that when he addresses you, he likes to use Son of the Phoenix to be called. Do you think it's a coincidence? When Peter heard Dumbledore's words, he was very speechless, and he despised Ollivander, the old guy, in his heart. He said that he would keep it a secret, but he couldn't hide it. Ahem, this should be a coincidence. After all, predictions are always vague, so you can't guess. Peter shook his head firmly and said. Dumbledore looked at Peter's performance and didn't say anything about it. Instead, he said sincerely, Darkness is coming. I may not have much time to take care of Harry and the others in the future. Peter, can you take care of them in secret for me? At least don't put their lives at risk. When he heard this, Peter quit. He quickly shook his head and said, Headmaster, don't entrust me. I have no interest in such things as babysitters. You are responsible for this kind of thing, or you can call someone else. People came to protect them. Now Sirius Black is not guilty. He is Harry's godfather, and Professor Lupin. They are all good friends of Harry's father. You can ask them. It's really not possible. You can ask Professor Snape. I think he seems to hate Harry, but he cares about Harry very much. You can let him take care of him secretly. Peter thought for a while and then suggested. Seeing Peter's reluctance, Dumbledore said in surprise, I thought you and Harry were at least friends since the Philosopher's Stone incident. Wouldn't you like to protect him? Hearing Dumbledore's words, Peter sneered in his heart, forced a smirk on his face, and reminded, Headmaster, don't forget that I am a Slytherin. When Voldemort returns, as the Slytherin who has the most contact with the Death Eaters, he will definitely Gryffindor deepens the gap. Do you think Harry Potter, as Gryffindor, would trust a Slytherin? 35. Dumbledore smiled and assured, I believe Harry. He's a sensible kid, and he won't think otherwise of you just because you're a Slytherin. I'm sorry, Headmaster Dumbledore. I still can't grant your request. Peter shook his head and said, Harry Potter may be your savior, but to me it's no different from anyone else. 0. Ask for flowers. I am the head of Slytherin. I have to think about the students of my college first. At that time, I need to ensure that the Slytherin students will not have to choose a camp because they are excluded or threatened. So I may be very busy and have no time at that time. Take care of your savior. Peter calmly declined. There was nothing Dumbledore could do about Peter's firm refusal. He knew he was a little too hasty. 0. In the afternoon, after hearing Peter's prophecy from Jersta Marchban, he confirmed that Peter was the son of the Phoenix who controlled the fate in the prophecy and wanted to draw Peter into his own camp to ensure his future. Advantage. It's just that Peter is not used for ordinary children. He has a mature personality, and he is not too close to him, and even has some vigilance, which makes Dumbledore somewhat have nowhere to start. After saying goodbye to Dumbledore, Peter went straight back to the dormitory. He still had 4 courses to take. Although it was no problem for him, he still had to take the exam with sufficient energy. The next day Peter was waiting for the morning exam when he heard students talking about Black's injustice and Pettigrew's escape after being caught. After Peter finished the exam, he joined a few partners and learned from Alan that the Aurors only discovered that Pettigrew was missing early in the morning. Fudge was furious about this and directly scolded the Aurors who were guarding last night and took the Aurors to search carefully around the entire castle, but no trace was found. In the end, it can only be confirmed that Pettigrew managed to escape. Fudge was very unwilling. He had informed all the Wisingamore members and even contacted the reporter of the Daily Prophet, but now he let Pettigrew escape, which was a shame. Angered, Fudge directly issued a warrant for Pettigrew, swearing that he would be arrested and brought to justice. As for Sirius, since too many people knew that he was wronged, Fudge could only pinch his nose to rescind his arrest warrant, declare him innocent, and sincerely spoke to the Daily Prophet on behalf of the Ministry of Magic, apologized to Sirius, and pay a large sum of compensation. At noon, the Daily Prophet published this news, which aroused heated discussions among the students. No one thought that Sirius was the wronged person. Coupled with the description of Rita Skeeter's inciting 253 feelings, he directly described Sirius as a tragic hero and accompanied by a handsome photo of Sirius when he was young, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. The sympathy of the girls, especially the girls, their admiration poured out, and they could not wait to put Sirius in his arms and comfort him. Although the Ministry of Magic, in order to save face, will find Pettigrew and prove the innocence of Sirius, all of which have been taken by themselves. But as soon as Harry saw the news of Sirius' innocence in the newspaper, he immediately ran over and thanked Peter gratefully. So soon the students all knew that it was Peter who caught Pettigrew, but it was only from the Ministry of Magic. Escaped in hand. In this regard, the students can only complain that the Ministry of Magic is eating dry rice, and even individuals cannot be locked up. It's a pity, we finally caught Pettigrew, but we let him escape again. What a waste of effort. Alan said with an unhappy expression. That's right, Peter took us to capture Pettigrew, and then turned the confession for Sirius. As a result, the Ministry of Magic has the audacity to take the credit on itself. It's disgusting, the twins said indignantly. Peter smiled and didn't say a word. He couldn't tell his companions about letting Pettigrew go. As for taking credit, although Peter tacitly agreed, the Ministry of Magic didn't mention them a word, which seemed a little bit shameless. But Peter had anticipated their behavior, so he couldn't be mad. In the next few days, Peter finished the rest of the exams, and eventually he followed Alan and the others, wandering around the school leisurely, watching other grades get caught up in their busy final revisions. Soon, summer vacation time will come. Peter and his friends happily got on the train home, and when the train stopped at platform 9 3/4, the appearance of a couple on the platform attracted the attention of many people. Neville, who followed Peter like a follower, saw the couple. His eyes lit up, he waved happily and shouted, "Mom and Dad." Then he rushed over and crashed into the arms of the two. When the twins saw the scene, they said to Peter in amazement, "Are they the parents of Neville you cured, Peter? They're getting better so soon. It's amazing." Peter smiled and shook his head and said they were ready to be discharged by Christmas, but St. Mungo's had some doubts about their condition, so they had to stay in the hospital for a while longer. After that, I was very disappointed. I originally promised him that his parents could spend Christmas with him at home, but in the end I didn't do it. Cedric stepped up and patted Peter on the shoulder and said, "You've done a great job. The Longbottoms had no hope of waking up, but you gave this opportunity." 35. Peter, you are a big celebrity in St. Mungo's now. I saw the director of St. Mungo's Hospital and wrote a letter in person, inviting Peter to work in the hospital after graduation, and also promised that he would not need an internship period, just come and be a regular. I am very envious. 35 Alan said with a smile. Immediately, he said with envy, but this guy refused outright. He also said that he was not interested in this. But Dean Street Mungo did not give up, saying that Peter only needed to take a temporary post with them, and he would come to treat those people when he had time in the future. Patients with memory problems will be paid as usual. And then, did Peter agree? A few people asked curiously. Peter didn't agree at first, but after several letters were sent by the Dean of St. Mungo's, this guy reluctantly agreed. Alan said his tone was full of resentment. When a few companions heard this, they looked at Peter with envy. Peter looked at the eyes of several partners and explained a little embarrassedly, "It's really that Dean Mungo is too sincere and keeps writing letters. I'm embarrassed to refuse, so I agreed to be a guest therapist at St. Mungo's Hospital. In the future, if there are patients with memory problems that cannot be cured, I will go there to help. Otherwise, I would not have much interest in being a therapist." Listen to this guy. Alan couldn't help roaring, looking like he was going to beat him up with envy and jealousy. This guy is cheap and good. If I could get such treatment, I would laugh in my dreams. When I woke up, he still looked reluctant. If I hadn't beat him, I would have beaten him a long time ago. I'm telling the truth, I don't actually want to be a therapist. The dean is too enthusiastic. I can't refuse. 35 Peter said innocently. Peter, don't talk anymore. Even I want to beat you. Cedric said with a grudge on his face. Peter looked at the twins, 3.2, who were rolling up their sleeves, and wisely kept his mouth shut and signaled with his hand that it was sealed. The Longbottoms saw Peter and brought Neville to him. They thanked Peter sincerely and invited him to Longbottom Manor during the summer vacation, and then took out a few tickets and handed them to Peter. Looking at Peter's puzzled look, Frank Cronbarton explained, "These are the tickets for the Quidditch World Cup in England this year. I got some from the department, and you're going to watch it with Neville in a few days. There are rumors that there will be tens of thousands of spectators. Will be very lively. You must come." Seeing the grateful expressions of the Longbottoms and Neville's expectant eyes, Peter still took the ticket and said with a smile, "I will definitely go."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.